The Alliance director asked Kevin to go on an assignment to infiltrate the Chicago School for the Natural Healing Arts because it was really a front to destroy the Alliance. She gave him a condensation pill to help him with his mission, but it turned out to be a madness pill. While he was suffering from the effects of the pill, Kevin began to take off his clothes. "Kevin, what do you think you're doing?" the director said hesitantly. By now, under the effects of the pill, Kevin couldn't control himself. He reached out and pulled the director's thin skirt off. Feeling Kevin's hot breath, the director's entire body went soft, and her face became flushed. Although she had been married to the Alliance's executive director for many years, the two of them were husband and wife in name only. She was the only one who knew that her husband had suffered an injury several years before that had rendered him impotent. Since then, he had been obsessed with business and personal development, but he had no interest in women at all. As the director became lost in the moment, Kevin began kissing her lips. Lily, who had just finished her live broadcast, was lying on the bed when her phone vibrated. It was a message from one of her fans. "Are you busy? Do you have time to go out to eat tomorrow?" he asked. He was the second highest tipper in Lily's live broadcast, right after Mighty Moose. "How about after my show tomorrow afternoon? We can have dinner," Lily replied with a smile emoji. What she really wanted was to hear from Mighty Moose. But for some reason, every time he finished making his donation, he would immediately leave the chat. He never gave her a chance to communicate with him. "As long as you have the time, that's fine with me. How about the Salix Leaf Hotel tomorrow evening at 6? He suggested. "No problem," Lily replied simply. "Okay, see you tomorrow night," he answered, and then he added a bouquet of roses emoji. After a while, Kevin gradually came back to his senses. He couldn't remember anything about what had happened during the night. He only remembered feeling that there was an endless amount of energy in his body that needed to be released. Well, didn't kill me, Kevin thought delightedly. I didn't expect the madness pill to have such an overpowering effect on me. As he was thinking about the pill he had taken the night before, Kevin suddenly looked down and saw that his entire body was still trembling violently. At the same time, he saw the director lying completely naked in his arms. Her beautiful face was still glowing. He didn't know how long the director had been awake. When he looked at her face, she was staring at him seductively. He could see a mix of complicated emotions in her eyes. "Did I wake you up at all last night?" Kevin thought to himself in disbelief. The madness pill had been so strong that he was still feeling a little dizzy. They lay there in silence until the director finally said faintly, "When you wake up, you'll have to leave. Madam Director, Kevin didn't know what to say for a moment. He hurriedly let go of her and got out of bed. The director stared intently at Kevin. In fact, she had mixed feelings in her heart. On the one hand, she was in charge of thousands of people, but on the other, this young man had given her something that had been missing from her life for so long. But what had happened during the night had made the director feel satisfied and blissful. In spite of her high rank in the Alliance, the director was still a very young woman. Her husband would barely look at her most of the time. While she was thinking about all of these things, the director slipped on a fiery red dress. She turned her head and looked at Kevin, who was standing nearby looking extremely vulnerable. Neither of them said anything, but the atmosphere in the room got very mysterious. The director broke the silence and told Kevin, "I understand what the pill did to you last night, so I'm willing to let it go. But you should be smart enough to know that this is just between the two of us." Then she added, "If you say a word about this, your entire family will regret that you were ever born." If word ever got out that the director had an affair with the Alliance's messenger, not only would Kevin's life be in danger, but it would also harm her reputation. She was afraid of how it would turn out for her. "Don't worry, Madam Director. Our secret will never leave this room," Kevin said very sincerely. He wasn't a fool. What good would it do him to tell anyone about this? What made Kevin feel really fortunate was that she hadn't rejected him. That would have killed him. "The mission I gave you is very important and quite simple. Bring back the secret of the consolidation pill. I'll arrange for someone to send you back to the city immediately," the director said. She couldn't help but think about the previous night as she looked at Kevin a little bashfully. "I won't let you down," Kevin answered devotedly. When Kevin returned to Chicago, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he got back to his condo, he got a call from Miranda Steele. "Kevin, come down to Downtown General right away. Someone just beat Dalton up," Miranda sobbed. "Don't panic. I'll be right there," Kevin told her. His good mood immediately changed to distress. Kevin arrived at the hospital within an hour. When he saw Dalton's condition, he almost went berserk. Dalton was in a coma, and his entire body was covered with blood-stained bandages. The doctor said that his arms and legs were all broken, and even if he comes out of the coma, he may be bedridden for the rest of his life, Miranda told Kevin as tears flowed down her cheeks. "Who did this? I'll kill them!" Kevin yelled as he clenched his fist tightly. "While we were eating at the Salix Sleep Hotel this evening, we saw Lily having dinner with a man," Miranda explained. "At first, Dalton and I thought that they were friends, but then we saw him secretly put something in Lily's glass while she was in the bathroom. Dalton tried to get Lily to leave with us, but she said that it was none of our business," Miranda added. "Then how did he get injured like this?" Kevin asked. When he heard that Lily was involved, he had trouble staying calm. What made Kevin even more confused was that Lily should have been home doing her live stream. What was she doing having dinner with another man at the Salix Leaf Hotel? "You know how Dalton is," Miranda replied. "He was trying to protect your wife, but when he insisted that she leave, she refused and even poured a glass of wine on him. Dalton couldn't hold in his temper anymore. He wanted to force Lily to leave, but the man immediately stood up to stop him. They got into a fight, and Dalton asked me to call for help," Miranda continued. "But we didn't expect the guy to have so many powerful men with him. By the time I got back to the hotel, Dalton had been left in the street half dead," Miranda said as she wiped her tears. Now that he knew what had happened, Kevin got a determined look on his face and pulled out his phone to call Rachel. "Kevin, what's going on?" Rachel asked guiltily. "Do you know what happened at the hotel this evening?" Kevin asked her very calmly. Kevin was furious, but it was so deep inside him that it wasn't showing yet in his voice. I know, Rachel answered timidly. "Why didn't you call me right away? Did you forget what I told you?" Kevin asked her curtly. "No, I'm sorry, Kevin. I was just thinking about your safety. The man who was having dinner with Lily this evening was Nolan Hill from the Hill family in Detroit. I understand," Kevin replied as he hung up the phone before Rachel could finish what she was saying. "Have you heard of the Hill family in Detroit?" Kevin asked Miranda. "I've heard of them," she answered as she took a few deep breaths to try to control her emotions. "They got where they are with a lot of hard work, but they're also developing their physical strength. They have a passionate interest in herbal medicine and the martial arts." "Thanks, I understand," Kevin said as he started to call Lily on the phone. Kevin decided to call her because the whole thing had started as a result of her bad decision. "So, you're out of prison?" Lily asked him coldly. Kevin didn't feel like explaining what had happened with the Myriads and Officer Emmett, so he ignored her question and got straight to the point. "What happened at the hotel? Why didn't you listen to Dalton?" "Why should I listen to him? I was just eating with one of my fans. Dalton's the one who started the fight, and he only has himself to blame for getting beaten up," Lily said uneasily. She thought that Kevin had just gotten out of prison and was only calling to criticize her. She wondered if Kevin felt that Dalton was more important to him than she was. "Do you know that because of your gullibility, Dalton almost lost his life? He's still in a coma," Kevin said as he gritted his teeth. "Whether you are with that man or not, you must come to the hospital immediately." "Why should I pay attention to you? Listen, Kevin, we're finished. I have my own life now. Don't call me again." Lily hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Kevin was so angry that he almost crushed his phone in his hand. He turned around and started to head out of the hospital room. "Kevin, what are you going to do?" Miranda asked him. "Don't worry, Miranda. I'll get the guy who did this to Dalton," Kevin said gravely. Kevin felt that this was all his fault. If he and Dalton weren't so close, he wouldn't have tried to save Lily, and he wouldn't be in the hospital right now. Kevin swore to take revenge for what the Hill family had done to his friend. While this was going on, Lily was in a luxurious private room at the Salix Leaf Hotel. She tossed her phone aside in frustration after she hung up with Kevin. Lily was already in a bad mood, but now that things were over with Kevin, she felt even worse. Nolan Hill was sitting beside her, dressed in a very expensive designer suit. He was chatting and laughing with another middle-aged man. Nolan was not only extremely wealthy, but he was also very handsome and had a good sense of humor. On top of that, he was very well educated. Some would call him perfect boyfriend material. Lily originally thought that she would be alone with Nolan this evening. She didn't expect to share him with this unattractive man, Dr. Spaulding. "I'm so lucky that Dr. Spaulding came to dinner this evening," Nolan said as he poured a glass of wine for his friend. The two of them had known each other for many years. Not long ago, Dr. Spaulding's family had developed a very powerful medicinal pill. That's why Nolan had invited him over to the hotel. Not only did he want to have a meal with his friend, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to ask him for a few of his pills. "How could I refuse an invitation from such a good friend?" Dr. Spaulding replied as he stared at Lily. After having a few more glasses of wine, Nolan decided to change the subject. "I heard that you may have access to a medicinal pill that could help me get past a sticking point in my training." "That's true," Dr. Spaulding replied, "but it took a lot of effort. We even had to find an apothecary to help us develop it." While he spoke, Dr. Spaulding swirled the wine in his glass. He never took his eyes off of Lily. "I wonder what I might have to do to get one," Nolan asked. He still hadn't picked up on Dr. Spaulding's intentions. "Seriously, Nolan? How could I let a few medicinal pills get in the way of our friendship?" The whole time Dr. Spaulding was talking, he was giving Lily a lewd smile. "It's just that I've been alone for quite a while. Would you be willing to let me spend some time with this beautiful creature?" Lily was very upset to hear him talking like this, and Nolan replied awkwardly, "You may not know this, but Lily is a good friend of mine, and she's very wholesome." Nolan wasn't ready to agree with Dr. Spaulding's request. He'd already spent a lot of time and money on Lily and didn't want to let her go before he'd had a chance to enjoy some benefits. "I won't press the matter, Nolan, but this medicinal pill..." Dr. Spaulding's voice trailed off, but Nolan knew what he was getting at. He'd been trying desperately for years to make some progress. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Nolan thought for a moment and then turned his head to look at Lily. "Would you kindly spend the night with Dr. Spaulding? I promise to make it worth your while." "What did you say?" Lily replied as she looked at Nolan in disbelief. "I'd like you to spend the night with Dr. Spaulding," Nolan said matter-of-factly. "I've spent a lot of money on you. How about if you return the favor?" Lily covered her face. She'd never expected Nolan to treat her like a prostitute. Dr. Spaulding held out a pill in his hand. As Nolan took it, he said, "Enjoy your evening." "Nolan, what kind of person are you? How could you do this to me?" Lily sobbed as she picked up her bag and headed towards the door. When Kevin called Lily, she told him that their relationship was over and that she'd moved on. She was in a room at the Salix Leaf Hotel with Nolan Hill and his friend Dr. Spaulding. Then Nolan shocked her by offering Lily to his friend in exchange for a powerful herbal pill. She refused and got up to leave. But a second later, Dr. Spaulding grabbed her from behind. "Let me go," Lily said as she struggled to turn around. Then she gave Dr. Spaulding a slap on the cheek. Surprisingly, this didn't make the man angry. In fact, he started to smile lasciviously. "I didn't expect you to have so much fire. It just so happens that I like women with passion. I find it exciting." "Let me go right now," Lily shouted as she shoved him away. Just then, the door burst open with a powerful kick. "Who the hell are you? How dare you interrupt us? Get out of here!" Nolan growled as he got up from his chair. Lily's face lit up when she saw who had charged into the room. She ran toward the door and yelled, "Kevin, please save me." "So you're the famous Kevin I've heard so much about." Nolan sneered as he slowly walked to the door. "Was Dalton Steele a friend of yours? I'm pleased to tell you that he's done for. He'll never cause anyone any problems for the rest of his miserable life." Dr. Spaulding was distracted by Kevin's explosive entrance and forgot about his sinister plans for Lily. Then Lily quickly ran behind Kevin and said weakly, "Kevin, let's get out of here. You can't risk getting them angry." "And you're Nolan?" Kevin growled. "Now that you know who I am, why don't you get the hell out of here?" Nolan shouted as he looked at Kevin with disdain. "Not only will I not get the hell out of here, but I also have news for you. You'll never get out of Chicago safe and sound," Kevin said coldly. "Kevin, what are you talking about? This isn't a game. These guys are serious," Lily warned him. Lily thought that they still had a chance to escape, even though it was very unlikely. But if Kevin angered Nolan, they would definitely not be able to leave. She knew that Kevin was very good at fighting, but even Dalton had been badly beaten by Nolan and his men. She had no idea how Kevin would be able to stop all of them by himself. "You think you can stop me?" Nolan sneered. Then he snapped his fingers and a dozen bodyguards entered the suite from the adjoining room. The blood rushed from Lily's face when she saw them come in. These were the same men who had beaten Dalton within an inch of his life. "Is that all you've got?" Kevin said boldly. "That's all I need for a weakling like you. I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. You know what they say, might makes right. Well, today I'm right," Nolan said proudly. "That's what you think," Kevin said calmly. "That's right. That's what I think. If you're strong enough, you can try and stand up to me. But you're in for a big surprise," Nolan replied while staring daggers at Kevin. "Okay," Kevin said as he turned his head and shouted at his people in the hall. "Everyone, come in here." As soon as Kevin finished speaking, a dark wave of people rushed into the room. They were all members of the Myriads. "Capture all of them. Take them all and throw them into the lake," Kevin ordered brutally. Spencer and Derek, his senior aides in the Myriads, were the first to rush into the room. They were swinging wildly as they ran in and knocked 4 of Nolan's bodyguards to the ground at once. "Where are these men from?" Dr. Spaulding said in shock. In less than a minute, Nolan was lying on the floor, pressing his hand on the wound on his shoulder. It was so deep that his bones were showing through the skin. Half of his body was stained red with blood. His bodyguards had been beaten until they were half dead. The Myriads were busy picking them up and carrying them out of the hotel. Dr. Spaulding, on the other hand, was lying in a corner, barely breathing. "Don't let this get out of hand. You've gotten the wrong idea. Lily and I are just good friends," Nolan stammered as he struggled to keep from passing out. "My brother is still lying in the hospital and hasn't come out of his coma yet. And you have the nerve to tell me not to let this get out of hand?" Kevin roared as he put his foot on Nolan's chest, almost breaking his sternum. "You said that might makes right. Well, it looks like I'm stronger than you and I have more men. Does that make you a weakling?" Kevin asked mockingly. "Yes," Nolan gritted his teeth and reluctantly answered. "You need to call the head of your family right now and ask them to apologize to Norman Steele personally," Kevin said sternly. "Yes, I'll do it." Nolan was in no position to argue. He was so badly beaten that he was afraid Kevin would kill him and have him thrown in the lake if he didn't do what he said. A couple of minutes later, Nolan called his grandfather and told him everything. "My grandfather wants to talk to you," Nolan said as he handed his phone to Kevin. His eyes were filled with resentment. For one thing, he'd never been stepped on by anyone before. Once he got back to Detroit, he swore to find a way to kill Kevin. When Kevin took the phone, before he could say anything, he heard a deep voice telling him, "Don't push this too far. You need to stop before this gets out of hand." Nolan's grandfather, Dale Hill, said carefully, "My grandson has already been punished. It's time for you to put a stop to this." "It's not that easy. Your grandson broke every bone in my brother's body. He may never walk again because of his injuries. Then your grandson had his friend attack my wife. And now you're telling me to stop?" Kevin said in disbelief. "Then what do you want from me?" Dale said as he took a deep breath. "You're going to call my friend's grandfather, Norman Steele, right now to apologize. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your grandson will be allowed to leave Chicago alive," Kevin explained in a very threatening voice. "You certainly are an arrogant young man. Nolan's grandfather replied. "Why don't you come to Detroit one of these days when you have the time? I promise we'll prepare a proper welcome for you," Dale Hill said. It was clear to Kevin that this was a threat. "All right, I'm looking forward to it, if you're up to the challenge," Kevin retorted before he hung up the phone. "Can you please let me up now?" Nolan begged Kevin as his voice grew fainter and fainter. If he didn't get to the hospital soon, he would definitely lose too much blood. "I didn't say that I'd let you go so easily," Kevin said as he threw the phone against the wall and smashed it into pieces. "My grandfather told you that this has to end. If you don't stop now, he'll never let you get away with it," Nolan pleaded. "I'm not too worried about that," Kevin sneered as he pulled out the night dagger. "If I let you get away with what you did to Dalton, how can I ever look at myself in the mirror again?" Kevin growled as he sliced at Nolan's ankle with the blade of the knife that the Night King had given him. Then, as Nolan screamed in agony, Kevin cut his Achilles tendons. Even the members of the myriads who were watching this were scared out of their minds. They couldn't help but think that, although Kevin looked polite and peaceful on the outside, he could be quite vicious. Finally, Kevin turned to the men and said, "Take him outside and throw him into the lake." "Yes, sir," the men responded. They were looking at Kevin differently now. There was no need for Kevin to clean the blood off his dagger. It had been forged in a way that kept anything from adhering to it. After he left the room, Kevin headed to the Salix Leaf Hotel's underground garage. By now, Lily was already waiting for him there. He didn't even greet her as he walked to his car to drive away. "Kevin, listen to me. I know I was wrong. Please, forgive me," Lily begged as she suddenly grabbed his arm. "What's the use of knowing you were wrong? Will that help Dalton heal from his injuries?" Kevin said as he pushed Lily away forcefully. "Kevin, please don't go. I admit I was wrong, but I couldn't help it. I was banished from the Jones family and had no choice but to find work. The online show was all I could find. If Nolan hadn't given me all that money, I never would have met with him," Lily sobbed. "How much did he pay you?" "I'll bet it wasn't even a tenth of what I gave you," Kevin replied expressionlessly. "How could you give me any money? Didn't you get locked up because you'd beat someone up? Didn't you just get out of jail today?" Lily asked in disbelief. Kevin took a deep breath and asked her, "Is one of your online fans called Mighty Moose?" Lily was stunned when she heard that. Could her top admirer have been Kevin? When she thought about this, Lily's body quivered. She opened her mouth to speak but didn't know what to say. Just as Kevin was about to open the car door, Lily grabbed his arm again. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't leave me." Kevin sighed. "We've been married for all these years, but you have no idea what I've been secretly doing for you. I ordered Williams Media to give you Brittany's account, and it was me who told Tyler Dawn to give you the Jones family's majority shares. I even bought you the Dream Lover necklace you wanted so much, but what have you done for me? Since you said that we're finished, let's leave it that way. Dalton is still lying in the hospital. I have to go and see him, but you should be thinking about one thing. He was put there because of you," Kevin said sourly. After he said this, Kevin pulled his arm away from Lily and quickly got into his car. He left without looking back. As she watched Kevin drive away, Lily couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't even remember how she got home that evening. Lily was up all night thinking about what Kevin had said. When Dalton Steele tried to warn her about Nolan, she didn't believe him at all. Then when Dalton was beaten up, she just stood there and watched in silence. She didn't say a word to help him. Early the next morning, a piece of explosive news shook all of Chicago. A young member of the Hill family had been critically injured. His arms and legs had been broken and he had been attacked with a knife. He would never be able to walk again, and his bodyguards had been beaten and thrown into Lake Michigan. Kevin didn't pay any attention to the news. His focus over the next few days was to help Dalton recover. During the day, he stayed by Dalton's bedside. At night, Kevin went back to his condo to read through his books to see if there were any pills that could cure his friend. 3 days later, Dalton's skin was starting to heal. Although his life had been saved, the doctor was sure that he would never be able to walk again for the rest of his life. "Do you want some more soup?" Miranda asked her husband as she dipped the spoon into the bowl. "I'm full," Dalton smiled and said. "Honey, do you think Kevin's the one who paralyzed Nolan?" "I'm sure of it," she said. "The police still don't know who did it, but the other night he told me that he would get revenge on your attacker. I watched him leave the hospital with my own eyes." "I never expected Kevin to be so ruthless. Who would have thought he had it in him to beat someone so savagely?" Dalton wondered out loud. Just as Miranda was about to reply, Kevin pushed open the door and walked into the room. "Kevin, did you just get out of a coal mine?" Dalton laughed when he saw his friend. Even Miranda, who was sitting next to the bed, couldn't keep from laughing. Kevin was filthy. Not only was his face covered with soot, but his clothes were torn and dirty. Even his hair was a complete mess. "Don't worry about me right now. Hurry up and swallow this pill," Kevin insisted. Dalton didn't say a thing. He just opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. "Damn you, Kevin. What the heck did you just give me? That's the most bitter thing I've ever tasted," Dalton complained. He thought he was going to throw up. "I know it's bitter, but it will definitely help your recovery. Besides, this pill has a very nice name. It's called the Restoration Pill, and I went to a lot of effort to make it for you," Kevin told them as he watched for any negative reaction. "What kind of a thing is a restoration pill?" Dalton asked in confusion. Miranda also looked interested. "I prepared this medicinal pill using some exotic herbs and also a few animal products. It was difficult because it was a little beyond my current level of training. I failed a dozen times last night before I finally succeeded," Kevin explained seriously. "You mean it's not a vegetarian recipe?" Dalton joked. He asked Miranda to pour him a glass of water as fast as she could. He hated things that tasted bitter. "You can't drink any water right now. You have to absorb the medicinal properties of the pill first," Kevin told them as he quickly stopped Miranda from handing him the glass. "Are you deliberately messing with me, brother?" Dalton groaned. "Kevin, you have no idea. I've never met anyone who hated bitter herbs as much as Dalton," Miranda told him. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time she'd felt hopeful in days. After Kevin defeated Nolan Hill and his men, he spent his days visiting Dalton at the hospital. He worked tirelessly throughout each night trying to make a restoration pill to help him heal from his injuries. The pill was incredibly bitter, but Dalton couldn't drink any water until the medicine had been absorbed into his body. "That's fine. He'll be able to eat soon," Kevin said to Miranda with a smile. According to his research, the biggest effect of the restoration pill was to reconnect bones and tendons. The growth in his connective tissue would be generated starting at the DNA level. It was ideal for Dalton's current condition. After a few minutes, Dalton's expression suddenly became strange, and then he sat up in his bed. "Dalton, you're..." Miranda covered her mouth in surprise and looked at her husband in disbelief. The doctor had assured Miranda that her husband's tendons couldn't be connected again, even with surgery. So Miranda had been sitting by her husband's bedside for the past few days praying for a miracle. When Kevin gave him the restoration pill, she finally had some hope. "Honey, my hands and feet are tingling. I think it's working," Dalton said as he started to move them ever so slightly. "Will I really be healed?" Dalton asked in disbelief as he looked at his friend. "Kevin, this pill you gave me is like magic. I think it's going to work." "You were injured because of me. Did you think I wouldn't move heaven and earth to help you?" Kevin reassured him. "There's no need for brothers to thank each other, but you know how grateful I am," Dalton said very sincerely. Miranda looked at her husband and was afraid that it would all turn out to be a dream. She couldn't stop crying. With all she knew about Dalton's condition, this couldn't possibly be real. Even the best medical specialist didn't know how to help him. How could he be recovering simply because of Kevin's medicinal pill? "Kevin, we should go celebrate," Dalton said excitedly. "First, you need to recover a little bit more. It'll take some time for you to get back full use of your arms and legs," Kevin explained. "But I guarantee that your physical therapy will go by pretty quickly." Miranda agreed. "Yes, we should schedule that right away. But first, we should go visit your grandfather. He's been so worried about you for the past few days that he hasn't been able to eat or drink." Okay. Let's go to Grandpa's and toast Kevin," Dalton said excitedly. Kevin and Miranda looked at each other when they heard him say this. They both shook their heads helplessly. By 6 o'clock in the evening, they'd arrived at the Steele family's mansion. Norman Steele sat at the head of the table. Dalton was temporarily in a wheelchair until he could walk without assistance. Kevin sat next to him, and Dalton's cousins were also at the table. One of them was Rain Steele, and the other was Blanca. They had decided to hurry back to the mansion to see Dalton once they'd heard that he was out of the hospital. They were both dressed in beautiful outfits, but when they saw Kevin, they didn't seem very happy. For one thing, Rain and Blanca both knew that their cousin had been injured because of Kevin. They took an instant dislike to him and didn't like the way he was dressed either. They didn't understand how their cousin had become such good friends with someone like this. But Kevin, who was used to being looked down upon by others, didn't care at all. He just kept drinking and chatting with Dalton and his grandfather. "I'm sure you'll be completely recovered soon, my boy," Norman said with a smile. "And your timing couldn't be better. It just so happens that the Chicago School for the Natural Healing Arts will open in just a few days. I want you to go there with your cousins." Norman had always had high expectations for Dalton, and he sincerely believed in his grandson's talent. As long as he got into the healing arts school, he would definitely surpass his peers, and in the future, he would be able to lead the Steele family to great success. On top of that, if Dalton got recognition by the school's directors, then the entire Steele family would benefit from it.
"Grandpa, if I go there, what will happen to the family business?" Dalton asked worriedly.
He knew that his grandfather had been retired for many years. It would be impossible for Dalton to handle the family's business and go to school at the same time. "Don't worry about it. Miranda can take care of that. She still has some things to learn, but I can help her keep up with that," Norman said casually. Dalton nodded his head in agreement. His grandfather was very highly respected in Chicago, and as long as he was around for guidance, they would be okay.
"Kevin, do you want to join me?" Dalton suddenly asked.
"Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it for the world," Kevin said with a smile. Not only did he plan to enter the School for Healing Arts, but he was also going to steal something from them for the Alliance. Just then, Rain blurted out, "Well, not everyone can qualify to get in. Do you have any connections?"
"What are you talking about?" Dalton replied unhappily.
He couldn't bear to see anyone looking down on Kevin, even if it was his cousin. "Dalton, why are you helping outsiders?" Rain pouted as she looked at Miranda and asked her, "Are you going to let him bully me?" "I'm not worried about that. Your cousin and Kevin have been very good friends for a long time," Miranda responded helplessly. "I don't care about that. Just look at how tattered his clothes are. Even if he got into the school, he'd only be considered an ordinary student. I'll bet they'd drop him in less than a year," Rain declared. Just yesterday, the School for the Healing Arts had announced its list of rules. 2 of them were to be followed very strictly. Just yesterday, the School for the Healing Arts had announced its list of rules. 2 of them were to be followed very strictly. The first was that applicants had to belong to a prestigious Chicago family. Moreover, each family could only present 3 applicants. This wasn't to discriminate against the poor. It was because the process of development through herbal medicine was very expensive. The ingredients and equipment alone were extremely costly, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford them. The second rule was that the school was a 4-year program of intensive study. Every year there would be a final exam which consisted of various projects. Some of the final projects were to be done in groups, and others were based on individual work. If someone didn't complete the final exam and do well on it, they would be dismissed from the program.
"You can get in, can't you, Kevin?" Dalton asked worriedly.
"No problem, my friend. I promise I'll be there with you," Kevin said confidently. He just needed to ask Miss Wilson to use Williams Media to give him a name, so that wouldn't be an issue. As for Rain's mockery, he didn't take it to heart at all.
"All right, I'll see you there,"
Dalton said as he slowly raised his wine glass and clinked it with Kevin's. He still had some difficulty with his movements, but he was feeling a lot better. "By the way, Dalton, I have something for you," Kevin announced as he reached into his pocket and pulled out an herbal pill. Norman Steele was shocked and asked him, "Kevin, have you been training as an apothecary?" Kevin didn't realize that Dalton's grandfather would be so perceptive. He was still trying to keep his training with the Night King a secret. "I just dabble in it," Kevin said modestly. Everyone at the table gasped when they heard this, especially Norman, who was very impressed. He knew that being an apothecary was an extremely difficult thing. Not only did it require talent, but it also demanded a large amount of money, especially if you were trying to develop your own power at the same time. But the effort could also bring unexpected benefits. It wasn't just your own strength that you could develop. The most important thing was the effect on someone's lifespan from the changes that the herbal concoctions brought about, beyond the cellular level and even down to DNA repair. With constant maintenance, there was no telling how long someone could live. Norman couldn't believe that Kevin had reached this kind of level at such an early age. He wondered what he might be able to achieve in the future. "It seems like Dalton has really made a good friend. If our family can align with him and get his protection, we'll definitely thrive," Norman thought to himself.
Not bad, Kevin. I had no idea you'd made such progress. Why didn't you tell me? Dalton exclaimed after recovering from his shock.
"Well, you never asked me before," Kevin said nonchalantly. Dalton's cousin Rain was so embarrassed that she wished she could run out of the room. She'd been trying for years to improve her mind and body with training in herbal remedies, but she knew that she would never be able to reach Kevin's level, even if she kept at it for the rest of her life. She realized that she shouldn't have been ridiculing him. Just as Norman was about to raise his glass, Kevin suddenly patted Dalton on the shoulder. "Dalton, take this pill," Kevin said as he handed him the power pill that he just pulled out of his pocket.
"It's not another restoration pill, is it? I still haven't gotten the taste out of my mouth," Dalton asked him cautiously.
Before Kevin could respond, Blanca interrupted him. "Don't take it, Dalton. He may be an apothecary, but just look at how he's dressed. He can't possibly have any skill." As soon as she finished speaking, her grandfather scolded her. "Shut up, Blanca. You have no idea what you're talking about." Norman had had a lot of life experience and saw qualities in Kevin that his granddaughter didn't. He could tell that Kevin was the kind of person who just didn't care about wealth. Otherwise, Kevin would have used his abilities to worm his way into a lot of rich families just for the money. "This might be a great opportunity for us," Norman thought as he looked at Kevin.
"So, Kevin, what the hell is this thing?" Dalton asked.
"If you don't want to take it, that's okay. I'm sure I could sell it for a few bucks," Kevin said as he reached out to take back the power pill. "Hold on. I wonder if you wouldn't mind letting me take a look at it," Norman asked as he looked at the pill excitedly. "Be my guest," Kevin said very respectfully. He took the power pill and put it in Norman's hand. After looking at it carefully for a few minutes, Norman suddenly got very enthusiastic. His grandchildren could see that his hand was starting to tremble a little. They were surprised to see this sort of behavior from their grandfather. He was usually very calm and composed. "Kevin, is this really a power pill?" Norman stammered. "I thought you might know what it is," Kevin complimented him. "You really think that's a power pill?" Blanca asked in astonishment. "I'm sure of it," Norman said excitedly. He could barely contain himself. Everyone who was interested in using medicinal herbs for self-improvement knew one thing. For some unknown reason, many years ago the apothecaries had gradually disappeared. Because of this, vast amounts of knowledge and many miraculous pills had been lost for all time. Among them was the most famous one, the power pill. An herbal med like this could help someone to make great strides in their development. But the current pills weren't exactly like the ones that had been lost with the disappearance of the apothecaries. They were all created by imitating what little was known about the original power pill. Consequently, the medicinal properties of the pills could vary greatly. Otherwise, the pill that the old gentleman had bought at the Pearl family auction could have gotten even more money. After taking a deep breath, Norman calmed down a bit and turned to Kevin, saying, "I can never thank you enough for your kindness to our family." "You're too generous, sir. Since I consider Dalton to be like a brother to me, I naturally should share everything with him, both the good and the bad. A simple power pill is no big deal," Kevin replied casually. By now, making a power pill was a piece of cake for Kevin. He'd have made more of them, but he didn't have as much free time lately. "Dalton sure is lucky to have a brother like you," Norman commented as he handed the pill to his grandson. "Take it right away. Don't disappoint your friend."
"No, I think you should take the pill, Grandpa. You haven't made any progress in years. This will definitely help you more than me, especially with all the extra work you'll have while I'm at school," Dalton offered. "Besides, I'll be at the Healing Arts School soon. I'll definitely come across a lot of pills once I'm there. Please, take it, Grandpa." Dalton continued to persuade him. "After all, you're the key to keeping our family on top. We need you to be at your best when dealing with our competitors."
But Dalton wasn't just worried about that. He knew that his grandfather was getting older, and the power pill could help him regain some of his health so that he could be around for many more years to come. Norman pretended to be angry and retorted, "Are you trying to disobey your grandfather?" Of course he wanted to try the power pill. With all that it could do, who wouldn't want it? But Norman still hesitated. Even though he could really use the boost, Dalton was the future of the Steele family, and he needed to develop himself even more, especially while recovering from his injuries. So he finally decided to give the pill to his grandson.
"I'm not trying to be rude, Grandpa. I'm just thinking about your health. Go ahead. You should take it,"
Dalton insisted as he shook his head. As he watched the grandfather and grandson passing the pill back and forth, Kevin smiled happily and said to them, "I think there's only one solution for your problem." The room fell silent as they all looked at him, wondering what he would do. Kevin reached into the pocket of his jacket, pulled out another power pill, and held out his hand to Dalton and Norman. Kevin offered Dalton a power pill, but his friend thought that his grandfather needed it more. They kept passing it back and forth, each insisting that the other take it. Finally, Kevin decided that it would be better if both of them took the pill, so he reached into his pocket and pulled out another one. "This should settle your argument," Kevin informed them as he handed a second power pill to Dalton. Dalton and his grandfather didn't have to be told twice. They each took their power pill and swallowed it right away. Kevin told them to sit for a while and let the pill take effect. Some people even meditate so they can relax during the process. Kevin sat back in his chair and slowly sipped the wine. He and Miranda chatted a little to pass the time. Suddenly, Rain and Blanca stood up and walked around the table to Kevin. "I'm sorry, Kevin. Blanca and I were wrong about you. I hope you won't hold it against us." Rain apologized sincerely. "You don't need to apologize. Didn't bother me," Kevin replied as he put his wine glass on the table. He knew exactly why they were suddenly being so nice to him. "Unfortunately, I don't have another one on me. When I have the time, I'll make a pill for each of you," Kevin replied to them. But actually, he didn't want to give either of them a power pill. Kevin had moved beyond the point where a power pill could help him, but it still wasn't something that should be given away without considering what someone may do with it. When he heard Dalton's cousins insulting him earlier, it didn't bother him, but he thought they might misuse their power to take revenge on someone for a tiny offense. "Thank you, Kevin." Rain and Blanca thanked him profusely. They had no idea that Kevin had no intention of giving them one of his pills. However, Miranda saw right through and understood what Kevin was thinking, but she didn't say anything. She just sat there quietly sipping her coffee. After Dalton's cousins and his wife left, his grandfather finally came back into the room. Norman talked with Kevin for a few minutes and then went up to his bedroom. That left Kevin alone in the living room with Dalton. Norman was fine with his grandson hanging around with Kevin. The Steele family could be connected with such a powerful person, it could definitely help them in the future. When it was almost 11 o'clock, Dalton finally felt better and woke up from his relaxation. "Not bad, Dalton. You look better already. How do you feel?" Kevin asked him.
"I never thought that a power pill could have such an immediate effect,"
Dalton confided as he started to open and close his hand. Even though he still hadn't completely recovered from his injuries, he could tell that his body was much stronger than before. With a solemn expression on his face, he exclaimed,
"I can see why people are willing to pay so much for this."
Just remember that the power pill works best when someone is at a lower level in their training. For example, if I took one now, I wouldn't feel it at all, Kevin explained. The reason why you feel so much better isn't only because of medicinal pills, it's also because you've been doing so much over the years and you are ready for it.
"Let's change the subject. Have another glass of wine with me," Dalton suggested as he raised his wine glass to toast Kevin.
"Okay, my friend," Kevin answered him, "but just a little. You're still regaining your strength." The two of them talked for a few hours before they finally fell asleep. When Kevin woke up the next day, he saw that Dalton was still on the couch, sleeping like a log. Kevin went downstairs and had a light breakfast with Norman, and then he left for Williams Media. "Has anything unusual happened in the company lately?" Kevin asked Miss Wilson as he pored over the materials that she'd prepared for him. "Everything's going well. Ever since you took care of the problem with Vito Booker, Brittany and Charity were offered a lot of advertising contracts. Now they're our top 2 clients in the city," she reported cheerfully. "That's great news," Kevin responded. After a moment, he added, "I wonder if you could help me with something. Could you have a few large bowls delivered to my office?" "Yes, sir," Miss Wilson replied as she left the room. Then Kevin called Mitchell Cook and his other friends to ask them to come to his office right away. They hadn't seen each other since they'd gotten back from the Williams family mansion. But his main reason for inviting them was that he wanted to take control of as much of Chicago as he could. Cook and the others would be a huge help to him in the future, so he needed to get them on board with his plan. An hour later, with some ingredients he'd brought along with him and using the bowls Miss Wilson had found for him, Kevin had prepared 9 pills. He finished just before his friends walked in. "We hurried over as soon as you called. Is there something important that you need to tell us?" Adriana inquired. "Please have a seat first," Kevin replied as he gestured for them to sit down on the sofa along the wall. Then he smiled as he took the pills in his hand. "Have you all recovered from your injuries yet?" Kevin asked them as his eyes swept across their faces. "I've been busy ever since I got back, so I never had a chance to visit with you guys."
"Oh, we got over that a long time ago," Cook replied casually.
Kevin decided to get right to the point. "I called you guys over here to find out if you're interested in joining me on a path of personal growth that can lead to much greater things." Cook and the others looked at each other when they heard him say this. Finally, Emo Squire answered, "I think you already know we'll stand with you no matter what, but why are you suddenly asking us now?" "I'm glad to hear that," Kevin replied very emotionally. "I have something for you. Do you know what these are?" Kevin opened his hand to show them the pills that he just manufactured. "Are those power pills?" Gilbert asked him curiously. "That's right, Gilbert," Kevin admitted openly. "But I only have one request. You must never give them to others, and you can't tell anyone that I gave them to you." They all stood up from the sofa, fascinated by the pills that they saw in Kevin's hand. They were all very excited because of the rumors about what had happened at the Pearl family auction house a while ago. Just one of these herbal pills was worth a fortune. "Each of you can have 2 of them," Kevin announced. Then he placed one in Cook's hand and let them divide the rest. After they had each taken a power pill, they sat back down in the comfortable sofa to let the medicine take effect. For the next hour, Kevin laid out his plan in detail. Cook and the others were chomping at the bit to get started. When it was a little past 5 o'clock, the group left the office. But now, with Kevin's help, they had all become even more powerful than they were before. Kevin stood at his office window and looked out at the streets below, thinking to himself, "We've finally taken the first step in taking back this city." The next day went by very quickly. With great fanfare and with all of the city's most important political figures in attendance, the Chicago School for the Natural Healing Arts officially opened its doors. More than 1,000 people had already gathered on the campus. The new students were all checking each other out, trying to figure out who would be the most popular. Some of them were wondering what the ratio of male to female students was. The serious students were simply excited to get started on their training. Suddenly, there was a lot of commotion in the crowd. A bright red Ferrari SP3 pulled up. This got everyone talking. Some of them knew that the car cost at least $2 million and could reach 60 miles per hour in less than 3 seconds. They were all wondering who would step out. Sherwin Blair and Officer Emmett got out of the car with big smiles on their faces. Blair blew a kiss to a group of young women, which got him a lot of looks, including a disappointed frown from his fiancée, Officer Emmett. He enjoyed being the center of attention, so he'd bought the car just the evening before. Blair was putting on quite a show. But before he had a chance to revel in all the attention, someone else caused an even bigger stir in the crowd. Under the escort of 2 Bentley Flying Spurs, A vintage Aston Martin DB5 screeched to a stop in front of the main building. A handsome man got out of the car and attracted way more attention than Blair had. Just about everyone knew that it was Wade Bennett. He was a famous race car driver, and the 3 cars that had just pulled up were worth more than some people earn in a lifetime if they're lucky. While everyone was admiring his fancy rides, a string of black Mercedes sedans started pouring onto the campus. Fortunately, the school had decided to open in the suburbs instead of downtown, or the traffic congestion would have been a nightmare, even by Chicago standards. Soon, a large group of bodyguards wearing black suits stepped out of the cars and started to gesture to the crowd to clear a path. Everyone was wondering who was about to arrive. After all, the students were all from rich families, but this was on another level. While they were all trying to guess who it would be, a bright green Lamborghini Countach rumbled to a stop at the space that the bodyguards had opened up. A few of them quickly walked over and opened the door, and a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress stepped out gracefully. The students couldn't believe they'd be going to the same school as Penny Sutherland. She was from the richest family in the Midwest. The Sutherland family had businesses and factories in every city for hundreds of miles. They also had quite an impressive history in both business and politics. This wasn't surprising because they'd been working on their personal development for years. It made sense for them to send one of their children to the school so they could keep their competitive edge. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud noise in the sky. They all turned and looked up to see 3 private helicopters flying in formation. They landed right in the middle of the soccer field, and when they shut off their engines, a group of new students stepped out. It was an impressive sight. Then a distinguished-looking middle-aged man stepped up to the podium that had been placed on the steps of the main building. He tapped the microphone and spoke to the new class.
First of all, I'm very happy that you've all chosen to begin your studies at our fine school. Please keep in mind that we have strict rules on behavior, and if they aren't followed to the letter, you risk expulsion.
After he finished speaking, some school officials went up to the students who had arrived by helicopter and escorted them off the campus. Next, the students were divided into 4 groups that split up to the north, south, east, and west. They had all received text informing them of their group assignments and a link to their schedule. As they were all filing into the buildings for their orientation classes, Kevin pulled up and parked in a visitor spot.
Kevin, you're the slowest driver I've ever seen. How can you get someplace late in a Pagani Roadster?
Dalton teased Kevin. Why don't you drive next time? Anyway, it was your idea to take the Dan Ryan Expressway, Kevin snapped back. Of course, they'd been stuck in a traffic jam on the way there. A ride that should have taken a little over half an hour dragged on for almost 2 hours. The school had been granted a piece of land in the suburbs many years before, but it had taken a long time for the construction to be completed. That's a lot of people, Kevin commented as he looked at the enormous crowd filing into the buildings. He was tempted to turn around and leave.
Damn it, look at them all. I think they've already divided everyone up into classes. Come on, Kevin, let's go take a look,
Dalton said as he patted his buddy on the shoulder. Just look at them all squeezing in there. Why don't we wait until they're all gone before we go and take a look? Kevin had no intention of going in right now. Then he added, anyway, the first day is just going to be orientation. Classes don't officially start until tomorrow.
Come on, let's join them, Dalton said as he slowly got out of the car.
His tendons had already healed enough so that he was able to get by with just a cane. He took Kevin by the elbow and headed towards the crowd. When they got closer, they checked their smartphones and found out which way they needed to go first. After standing in line for a long time, Kevin and Dalton finally got to see the inside of a classroom.
Hey, Kevin, it looks like we're in the same classes, Dalton said happily as he slapped him on the back.
It's going to be a lot of work. Let's see how excited you are by the end of the semester, Kevin said calmly. What Kevin didn't tell his friend that he was picking up on a lot of very strong vibes, and it really had him concerned. When Kevin and Dalton arrived on campus for orientation at the Chicago School of the Healing Arts, they were a little late. They hurried over to their assigned building to join the rest of their orientation group. Thanks to Kevin's restoration pill, Dalton was recovering well, but he was still a little unsteady on his feet. As Kevin looked around at all the staff members, he wondered, how the hell am I supposed to steal that formula when there are so many powerful people here? Could the director be deliberately setting me up? Just then, a familiar voice drew his attention away from his distressing thoughts. It was Lily walking up to him and calling his name excitedly. "I knew you'd be here," Lily exclaimed as she took Kevin by the arm and whispered in his ear. "Kevin, please don't be angry with me. I know I messed up, but I promise I'll never do anything like that again." Kevin didn't answer her. He just gave her a cold stare.
"Hi, Lily. I didn't expect you to be here, too. What a happy coincidence," Dalton remarked as he gave her a big smile.
"Dalton Steele? Are you feeling better now?" Lily asked him in shock. The last time she'd laid eyes on Dalton was after Nolan and his men had beaten him up. She'd never expected that he would recover so quickly.
"I'm doing a lot better. With the help of the pill Kevin gave me, I'm almost fully recovered," Dalton replied as he flexed his arms. Not only did the restoration pill cure his injuries to his arms and legs, it also helped heal all his scars. "I'm so sorry, Dalton. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have ended up in the hospital." Lily lowered her head and said guiltily, "That's okay. No harm done. Look, I'm back on my feet again," Dalton explained to her. "Besides, how could I let my best friend's wife be bullied and not step in, even if it means risking my life?"
Lily smiled faintly when she heard him say that, but it upset her to no end to see that Kevin was still ignoring her. Lily had been thinking about a lot of things over the past few days. First of all, how did Kevin suddenly know so many important and powerful people? And how was he able to bring in so many men to help him fight Nolan's bodyguards at the hotel the other day? Plus, she still didn't know why Kevin had been arrested by the police. None of it made any sense to her at all. "Please don't be upset with me, Kevin. How can I convince you that I won't make a mistake like this ever again?" Lily pleaded awkwardly. Kevin pulled his arm away from her. He was really getting angry now. Ever since his family had rejected him a few years ago, Kevin hadn't had any real friends. Everyone thought that he was just a freeloader living off the Jones family's money, and they all looked down on him. Kevin was starting to think that friendship was bullcrap, but ever since he met Dalton, he knew the true meaning of the word brother. However, because of Lily, he'd almost lost his brother, so Kevin really didn't know how to let go of it and move on. Dalton could see that Kevin wasn't happy, so he tactfully stepped aside to give the two of them some privacy. Suddenly, they heard someone nearby mocking Kevin loudly. "Say, isn't that the bum who's been mooching off the Jones family?" Sherwin Blair walked up, holding hands with Officer Emmett. He said to Kevin disdainfully, "Of course. Now you can't sponge off them anymore, can you? Even your wife has been kicked out of the family. How will you ever survive?" "That's enough, Sherwin. I told you not to start any trouble with Kevin." Officer Emmett snapped at him. As a member of the Chicago Police Department, she naturally couldn't attend the school, but she happened to have the day off, so she decided to visit the campus with her fiancé. "I can't believe you're still standing up for this trash, Kelly." "Anyway, I'm only telling the truth," Blair said loudly. "This guy is a complete waste of space. I really don't know how he was ever accepted here." Sherwin's insulting comments attracted the attention of the people around them. By now, a lot of them had already recognized Kevin. After all, he could be considered a kind of celebrity among the Chicago elite because of his reputation in the Jones family over the past few years. They all started to whisper to each other. Some of them were wondering how someone like him could have gotten into the elite program. Others thought it would be embarrassing to be in the same class as Kevin. What they couldn't figure out was how he had become such good friends with Dalton Steele. Kevin could hear what they were saying, and it ticked him off a little. But he managed to keep his composure and simply replied, "Well, I'm here to go to school. Do you have a problem with that? Kick me out if you think you can do it. Otherwise, just shut your face." "You're so low class. What makes you think you can talk to me like that?" Blair snarled at him. "What's wrong? I know you didn't think much of me, but now we're in the same class, so I guess that means you're low class too," Kevin said with a sneer. "I didn't know you could express yourself so well. But if you think you and I are equals in any way, then—" Blair was about to finish what he was saying when Dalton interrupted him.
"Are you done yet?"
Dalton barked as he gave him a hard slap on the face. The onlookers were shocked to see their argument turn physical. Blair didn't dare to take Dalton on head-to-head. He stammered, "But Dalton, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about that scum Kevin." "Don't you know that Kevin is my brother?" Dalton bellowed as he shoved Blair in the chest, knocking him to the ground. The students who were standing around them didn't say a word. After all, Dalton had a nasty reputation and they didn't want to get on his bad side. Seeing that Dalton was about to hit Blair again, Kevin stopped him and reminded him, "Let's not get carried away, Dalton. It's beneath our dignity to fight with someone like this. Let's just teach him a little lesson." Just as Blair was getting up again, Kevin gave him a swift kick in the butt, which sent him rolling over and over on the floor. "I'm sorry, Mr. Blair. I don't know why my leg keeps cramping up lately," Kevin taunted him. "You're playing with fire," Blair growled as he gritted his teeth and glared at Kevin. "What are you going to do? Run home and tell your mommy?" Dalton jeered as he stared him down. Officer Emmett couldn't take any more of this. She stepped forward and put Blair behind her. Then she warned, "Kevin and Dalton, that's enough. Is that how you behave in a place like this?" Very few people knew that Officer Emmett and Dalton were actually mortal enemies. As far as she was concerned, Dalton was evil incarnate. He'd caused a lot of trouble in Chicago over the years. Since Officer Emmett was part of the crime task force, she dealt with Dalton far more than she wanted. However, Dalton was too smart and he never let Officer Emmett catch him in the act. She was always a step behind him. "Officer Emmett, as a police officer, you shouldn't be biased just because Sherwin's your fiancé. You just saw what happened with your own eyes. Tell me, who was it that went too far?" Kevin retorted unhappily. Kevin knew that Officer Emmett owed him a favor for what he had done to help her infiltrate the Myriads, and he'd assisted her in other ways too, so she knew what kind of man he was. "All right, for Kevin's sake, I won't argue with you right now. If you stay out of my way, I'll stay out of yours," Dalton conceded, but he still gave her a dirty look. Blair covered his face with his hand and struggled to come back to his senses. Dalton's slap had almost knocked him out. Just as Officer Emmett was about to say something else, Kevin had already walked away with Dalton. The school's alert system had just sent out a text to let all the students know that they had to be in their assigned classrooms within 5 minutes. On the way to class, Kevin stopped in the men's room, so he was a minute or so behind Dalton. When he entered the class, Dalton stood up and waved at him to take a seat next to him. "Why are we sitting in the last row?" Kevin asked with a slight frown. "This school's main purpose isn't really book learning. What's more important is talent and seizing opportunities, so there's no point in sitting in the front row," Dalton answered as he put his foot up on the seat in front of him. Just then there was a murmur as the students saw a very striking young woman walk into the room. As they all watched in fascination, Penny Sutherland sat down in the back row. "Geez, Dalton, now I know why you sat way back here," Kevin ribbed his friend as he stared at Penny, who had found a spot just a few seats away from them. "I have my moments," Dalton answered with a broad smile. Dalton was usually careless, but sometimes he could do unexpected things that worked out for him. When he saw that Penny would be in the same class as him, he knew that someone like her wouldn't be interested in interacting with the other students. He figured she'd sit in the last 2 rows. "Smart, Dalton, smart," Kevin remarked as he gave him a thumbs up. Just as the students settled in, the professor walked into the classroom. From her appearance, she looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, and she looked very unapproachable. "Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Grace Murdoch, and I'll be your instructor for the next 4 years," she announced somberly. "The first thing that we need to do is to discuss our rules. There are a lot of very rich students here from some of the city's most prestigious families. That doesn't matter anymore. From now on, you'll only have one identity, and that is the student of the School for the Healing Arts. If you forget that and fall out of line, I'll make sure that you're expelled," she informed them in a very serious tone. "What do you mean by fall out of line?" one of the students blurted out. "If I think my teacher is very good looking, I can ask her out, can't I?" Some people from wealthy families are used to saying things without consequences. This guy still hadn't learned when to keep his mouth closed. Suddenly, Professor Murdoch slammed her book on the desk, and the entire classroom suddenly fell silent. With a very sour look on her face, Professor Murdoch walked over to the person who had disrupted the class and asked him, What's your name?" "My name is Chase Rogers. Are you free on Friday night?" The young man answered confidently. "The heir to the Chicago hotel chain?" Professor Murdoch asked coldly. "That's me," Chase admitted proudly. The Rogers family wasn't quite as well off as the Steele family, but they still were considered to be very wealthy. "Well, Mr. Rogers, you are hereby officially expelled from the School for the Healing Arts," Professor Murdoch informed him in a very dignified tone. "Why are you doing this?" Chase was stunned. "You're a smart aleck and you're disrespectful. Now you can serve as an example to your former classmates." Professor Murdoch explained to him. She didn't have the time or the inclination to deal with nonsense like this. She took Chase's backpack, opened the window, and threw it out. Everyone was stunned when they saw her do this. The look on his face was priceless. Then she turned to Chase and told him, "You can pick up your backpack on your way off campus." Professor Murdoch's expression didn't change at all. She returned to the podium and said to everyone very sternly, "If you listen to me, you'll do well here. I will not put up with any disruptions or lack of respect, either for me or your fellow students. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be here very long." Nobody said a word. They just sat quietly, afraid to draw any attention to themselves. "There's one more thing," she continued as she looked from one side of the classroom to the other. "There was a fight on campus a little while ago. That wasn't the best decision for the first day of school." Everyone kept quiet, but they couldn't help looking over at Dalton and Kevin in the back row. They knew exactly what Professor Murdoch was talking about. Kevin looked down at his desk, hoping that she wouldn't notice him, but Dalton remained calm. He even looked around as if he didn't know who the professor was talking about. Everyone was wondering what Professor Murdoch would say next. After kicking Chase Rogers out of class for being disruptive, Professor Murdoch told the students that she was aware of the fight that had just broken out on campus. Kevin hoped she wasn't going to notice him, but Dalton didn't seem very worried. Professor Murdoch fixed her eyes on Kevin and Dalton and asked them, "Do you two still want to pretend it wasn't you? Do you really think it was a good idea to fight on the first day of school? Stand up right now." Kevin got up from his chair sheepishly. He didn't expect Professor Murdoch to recognize him in Dalton. Unlike Kevin, Dalton stood up very readily. The way he stood up so eagerly, it looked like Dalton thought he was going to be praised by the professor. As Professor Murdoch spoke, she slowly walked from the podium to the back row and looked Dalton in the eyes. She told the class, "Dalton Steele is the sole heir to the Steele's family fortune. When his great-grandfather came to Chicago, he had nothing. He relied on his own martial arts training and his courage to build his fortune from scratch. Over the past few years, the Steele's family businesses have spread throughout the region," she continued. "And even though he never committed any major crimes, he did pretty much whatever he wanted. However, he never did anything to stain the family name." Upon hearing this, Dalton started to wonder what the professor was getting at. He didn't understand why she seemed to know so much about his family. Then Professor Murdoch turned to Kevin and said, "You married into the Jones family. Since your marriage, you've been wasting your time hanging around the house. The strange thing is that you recently moved your parents to Chicago from their home in the country, and you even got them to move into one of the new luxury condos at the Salix Leaf Hotel complex. Isn't that so?" The other students in the class were amused by this last detail and started to laugh. How could a freeloader manage to buy a condo in a luxury building, especially the most exclusive place in the whole city? This had to be a joke. The professor was visibly irritated by their laughter. Kevin was secretly surprised to see her reaction, but he suspected that she was far more powerful than she looked. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny about what I just said? Don't you realize that Kevin probably had good reason to put himself in that situation?" Professor Murdoch said with a serious look on her face. "Don't think that you're superior to him just because you're from wealthy families. I'm not afraid to tell you that you're all a bunch of trash as far as I'm concerned." No one dared to argue with her. They had already seen the consequences of ticking her off, and nobody wanted to suffer the same fate as Chase Rogers. So they just sat there and listened. Kevin looked at Professor Murdoch in astonishment. He'd never expected this teacher to speak up for him. "Don't be so surprised. We carefully checked the backgrounds and social media accounts of every student who applied to the school. That's why I warned all of you to be more cautious in the future," Professor Murdoch explained to them in a very dignified tone. Then she looked at Kevin and Dalton coldly and scolded them. "I don't care what reason you two have for what you did. It's never right to bring your disagreements onto school property. You won't be expelled, but your punishment is to run 50 laps around the football field." What the hell did she just say? 50 laps? Can she do that? Kevin said to himself. He hoped he'd heard her wrong.
"I'm not going. I won't even run 50 feet, Dalton replied curtly. He turned around and sat down without asking for Professor Murdoch's permission. "You really aren't going to run?" she asked as she glared at him. "No, I'm not going to run. I don't run from any challenge," Dalton replied confidently. As soon as his voice faded, Professor Murdoch walked over to the back of the classroom and put her fist through the brick wall without even trying. She brushed off her jacket as she turned to Dalton and asked him again, "Are you sure you wouldn't rather just go for a little run?" "Come on, Dalton. I don't think we really have a choice," Kevin whispered to his friend. Professor Murdoch was out of patience. Then she threatened them again. "What are you waiting for? Either you two go and run right now, or you're out of this school." "Of course, Professor Murdoch," Kevin said agreeably as he pulled Dalton by the arm. "We're on our way." Kevin didn't want to test Professor Murdoch's patience anymore. When they got outside, they put their things down by the bleachers and started jogging around the field. "Why did you go along with her, Kevin? This is humiliating. I feel like a little kid," Dalton complained as he limped along. "We didn't have a choice. Did you see how powerful she was? And do you really want to get kicked out on the first day? You have to look at the bigger picture," Kevin explained to him. Dalton didn't say anything more. He just followed Kevin around and around the field. On the first day of school, there usually isn't much to learn. After the professors introduced themselves, they left the classroom so that the students could interact and get to know each other. After all, they would be together for the next 4 years. Blair was still feeling the effects of Dalton's slap earlier in the day. When he saw Dalton and Kevin running around the field, he got really excited. "You messed with the wrong person. It serves you right to be punished," Blair thought to himself. Then he decided to get a little revenge and shouted loudly, "Guys, come and take a look. That piece of trash is running laps on the first day of school." A lot of students turned around to see what he was talking about. They were all young adults, and it was difficult for them to return to school. Some of them were already a little bored, so when they saw that there was something interesting going on, they all lined up to watch. But Blair's plan backfired, and they started to comment to each other about how impressive it was for someone to use their spare time for training. It actually inspired them. This might have helped Kevin's reputation in the school. Even Lily and Phoebe Anderson were standing by the window watching Kevin run laps around the field, but they were thinking about completely different things. Kevin and Dalton figured that their 50 laps would add up to a little over 10 miles. Considering the shape Dalton was in just a couple of days ago, it was a miracle that he could get that far. It only took them about an hour and a half, including the time they took to stretch. The whole time they were running, their classmates were watching them. "I can't believe how tired I am," Dalton complained as he dropped to the ground when he was finished.
"Well, it's a good thing you took the power pill after the restoration pill," Kevin commented. And then he added, "I was just getting warmed up. I'm surprised she only wanted us to run 10 miles. I think it was more to put us in our place than anything else." They were both in great shape to start with, but the power pill did wonders for their stamina.
"What do you say we hit the showers and then go get something to eat?" Dalton suggested.
He wanted a reward after that experience, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, practically sticking to his skin. "The way I'm feeling, I could just jump in the fountain in front of the administration building," Kevin joked.
"Just let me lie here for a while. I don't think I can feel my legs," Dalton grumbled as he lay on the field exhausted. While they were talking, Lily walked over and smiled at the two of them. Then she offered Kevin and Dalton each a bottle of water. "That's very thoughtful of you, Lily. Just what we needed after punishment like that," Dalton said gratefully as he took the bottle. He unscrewed the top and poured the water down his throat like he was in a drinking contest. "That sure feels good,"
he said with a satisfied sigh. But Kevin didn't take the bottle that Lily had offered him. In fact, he didn't even look at her. "Come on, get up. Let's go clean up and get something to eat and drink," Kevin exclaimed as he gave Dalton a friendly kick in the calf. Dalton stood up shakily. His legs still felt pretty weak, even though his tendons had almost completely healed. But he felt like a gust of wind could knock him over. He looked at Kevin and told him,
"Can't you see that Lily wants to talk to you about something?"
"There's nothing for us to talk about. Let's go get a drink," Kevin replied bitterly. Seeing Kevin acting like this made Lily anxious, and she tugged on his arm. "I know I was really wrong, but you can't stay mad forever. Please come home with me." "What's taking you so long, Dalton? Are we going to take a shower or not? If you go home smelling like that, Miranda will kick you out of the house," Kevin teased. He continued to ignore Lily and abruptly turned around to leave.
"I'll get a drink with you another day. Looks like your wife wants you to go home with her," Dalton said considerately as he walked off the field. Kevin wanted to leave too, but Lily was hugging him. The smell of his sweat didn't really bother her, and she buried her head in his chest. "Can you please forgive me? I know I was wrong," Lily begged him. She'd spent a lot of time thinking over the past few days. Not only did she realize that she'd made a huge mistake, but she also knew that she'd let Kevin down. "Even if you don't forgive me right now, I still won't let you go," Lily sobbed. "Do you think you can stop me?" Kevin asked without changing his expression. "Even if I can't stop you, I'll still follow you. If I can't find you at school, then I'll go to Corwin Tower to wait for you. In any case, I'll follow you even to the ends of the earth," Lily cried. Kevin was considering going with her, not because he forgave her, but because if she kept pestering him like this, he'd have a hard time getting anything done. Kevin finally let out a long sigh and gave in. "Okay, I'll go with you." "Really?" Lily asked doubtfully, but she still didn't take her hand off his arm. "If you don't let go of my arm, I'll leave right now and you'll never be able to find me again," Kevin said gloomily. Lily was so frightened when she heard him say this that she quickly let go. "Come on," Kevin mumbled as he pointed to the other side of the campus where he'd parked his car. Once they got into Kevin's car, Lily told him that she and her mother had moved into a new place. They were now living in a condo at the Salix Leaf Hotel's new development. Kevin didn't say anything in reply. He just nodded unemotionally. On the way to her new home, Lily kept looking for topics to talk about, but Kevin only answered yeah and yup. After more than an hour, Kevin pulled into the parking garage under Lily's building. She'd certainly found a tasteful place, and she bought her condo at just the right time. It had already increased in value by the next day because there was such a demand for the properties in her building. Kevin looked around and saw all the amazing facilities. Plus, the architecture was exquisite and the layout was just right. He was relieved to see just how beautifully the place had turned out. He could tell that Rachel had put a lot of effort into the project, and she certainly hadn't let him down. When they got out of the car, Lily took Kevin by the arm and told him excitedly, "My place is in this tower." Then she paused before adding, "I'll make something delicious for you to eat when we get upstairs." "You can head up there first. I'd like to go and buy some gifts," Kevin suggested as he looked at the large shopping mall next to the building. "What gifts are you thinking of getting?" Lily smiled and replied, "The best gift for me would be to forgive me." "I really think I should get something for your mom," Kevin said uneasily. Dorothy already had a horrible opinion of him. How could he return home as a former jailbird? Who knew how she might react? "You really don't need to buy anything. I'll help you deal with my mom," Lily offered. She was really afraid that Kevin would change his mind and drive away. Then how could she ever find him again? "I think it would be better to buy her something. I haven't been back in a while, plus I still need to go and see my parents. I'm sure they're still worried about me," Kevin insisted. "Okay, but I'll go with you," Lily volunteered as she took him by the arm. After the disaster with Nolan Hill, she was still afraid. Now the only place she felt safe was by Kevin's side. "Let's go," Kevin exclaimed. Then he locked his car and started walking towards the shopping mall. There was a reason this development was so popular. It had absolutely everything you could want. The residents didn't need to leave the property if they didn't feel like it. Even if a shop didn't have exactly what you wanted, they could send for it and deliver it to your home for no extra charge. But before they'd gotten very far, a young woman ran over to them in a panic. She kept looking behind her and accidentally bumped into Lily. "I'm so sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," she hurriedly apologized.
"No problem, just be a little more careful," Lily replied considerately. But Kevin had a bad feeling and asked her, "Is there something wrong?" He could tell that she was a university student, and he could see that she was in a hurry. But what worried him was that her eyes were filled with panic. When Kevin and Lily arrived at her building's parking garage, they decided to go to the mall first and buy a gift for Dorothy. On the way to the mall entrance, a young woman bumped into Lily because she was looking behind her fearfully while she was walking. Kevin asked her if something was wrong. Kevin didn't always meddle in other people's business, but after all, the Salix Leaf Hotel's vast complex was partly his responsibility. He'd personally put Rachel in charge of it, and if something bad happened here, it was very likely that it would fall back on him sooner or later. That's why Kevin decided to ask the woman if she needed any help. No, the woman replied hesitantly, but Kevin could see in her eyes that something wasn't right. Really? Kevin asked with a slight frown. The more he looked at the young woman, the more he felt that she needed help. Since she said it was nothing, Kevin, don't force her. Lily couldn't help but try to persuade him. She felt that Kevin had a lot of good qualities, but she didn't understand why he was putting his nose in someone else's business. Just as the woman was about to answer Kevin, a man and a woman suddenly ran over to them in a hurry. They both seemed to be about the same age as she was.
"What are you running for, Melody? Couldn't you tell I was just joking? Did you have to run so far?" the man asked her while trying to catch his breath. He was dressed in very expensive clothing, but nothing seemed to match. He looked like Gucci, Ralph Lauren, and Armani had all thrown up on him. The woman who was with him said, "Mr. Collins chose you from all the others he could have had. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth." I didn't," Melody replied feebly. "Didn't you come here today to take a look at the layout of one of the condos?" the man continued. "As I explained to you, my sister is the general manager of this complex. If you have fun playing with me tonight, I'll give you an apartment." "You're Rachel's brother?" Kevin asked in disbelief. Lily got a strange look on her face. She and Kevin never knew that Rachel had a brother who was a bully. "Who do you think you are to bring my sister's name into this?" the man sneered as he looked Kevin up and down.
Just then, the man's companion suddenly exclaimed, "I think I understand. Melody, are you afraid of becoming Riley's mistress?" Melody looked at Kevin and said desperately, No. Cindy, that's nonsense. I just accidentally bumped into this lady." "Oh, so you bumped into her? Do you expect anyone to believe what you just said?" Cindy spat back. "You really are useless, aren't you? Have you been living in the country for so long that you don't know how things work in the big city? Just look at this man," Cindy continued as she gestured to Kevin. "How can you compare this guy to Riley? But I guess it makes sense. Only someone from the middle of nowhere would be interested in some poor slob like this." Then she took the man by the arm and sneered, "Riley, I feel sorry for you. Look at what kind of tramp you're interested in. The first chance she got, she ran to this jerk. Now she's acting all innocent." "Are you done talking?" Kevin growled. He couldn't take it anymore, and he got more upset because he saw that Melody was about to cry. Lily didn't look so good either. She really couldn't understand why these people were being so mean to each other.
"Shut up," the man scolded him. "How can you come in here dressed like that and then talk back to me?"
Then he sneered,
"Just look at you. I'll bet you couldn't even afford to buy a toilet in this place."
He spat on the ground and threatened,
"You shouldn't even be in here. I'm calling security to have you thrown out so I don't have to look at you anymore."
"I can't believe how arrogant you are. Aren't you afraid of karma?" Kevin asked coldly. The guy had no idea who he was dealing with.
"Why don't you mind your own business? If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of here right now. Otherwise, you may find yourself with a couple of broken legs," the man threatened.
"I'm not really afraid of your empty threats. Why don't you go ahead and break my legs?" Kevin answered back. He didn't want to waste any more time with this guy. Then he turned around and said to Lily, "Call Rachel right away. Tell her that I need her to drop whatever she's doing and come down here." Lily didn't waste a second. She couldn't bear to watch this man bullying everyone. She was also glad to see that Kevin had asked her to do something for him, which meant he probably wasn't angry with her anymore. Lily quickly took out her phone and called Rachel. She gave her Kevin's message word for word.
"You're just yanking my chain. How could you possibly know my sister?"
the man said disdainfully. "Melody, don't let this guy fool you. Just ask him if he knows who Riley's sister is," Cindy scoffed. "The manager of the Salix Leaf Hotel is the most powerful woman in Chicago. Do you really think they know each other?" The man pulled out his phone and called Rachel, too.
"I'll get someone to break your legs right now. Let's see if you can still act cool when that happens." "Rachel, someone's bullying me down in the main garage. Send a few of your people to help me deal with him," he shouted into his phone. When she heard this, Melody felt guilty but was also deeply moved. She didn't expect Kevin to help her this much. After all, they just met by chance. At the same time, Melody also knew that if it wasn't for her, Kevin wouldn't be in this humiliating situation. So she decided to do something to keep him from being harmed. "Riley, that's enough. I'll do whatever you want, but you have to promise to let this man and his wife leave here safely," she said tearfully. "Oh, so you agree now?" Riley blurted out mockingly. "Well, it's too late. I'm not interested in you anymore. I just want to have this guy's legs broken."
Kevin didn't wait for Melody to reply. He reached out and pulled her behind him as he sized up the situation. "So you're Riley Collins?" Kevin asked ominously.
"What's it with you?" Riley roared angrily. "Just look at you in your crappy clothes. What did you think you were going to do with this college student anyway? How about if I teach you a lesson?" Just as Riley finished speaking, a Mercedes S550 limousine pulled up next to them, and Rachel hurriedly got out of the car. "How did you get here so quickly, Rachel?" Riley said excitedly. He pointed at Kevin and shouted, "This scumbag has been bullying me. I want you to have him thrown off the property."
Melody got very upset when she saw Rachel. She thought she was going to be in serious trouble, and based on how Kevin was dressed, she figured they were both in the same boat. People like them shouldn't provoke someone of Rachel's stature. But to her great surprise, Rachel didn't even look at Riley, as she ran up to Kevin and nervously called him boss. Actually, when Rachel got the calls from Lily and Riley, she was showing some condos to a new client. When she realized what was going on, she immediately dropped everything and rushed over. Riley couldn't believe his eyes.
"Rachel, what are you doing? Why are you being so polite to this hillbilly?"
Riley asked his sister as he walked over to her. He thought she had mistaken him for someone else. Suddenly, Rachel slapped her brother in the face. Then she scolded him. "What the hell's wrong with you? If he's a hillbilly, what do you think that makes you?" Melody and Cindy were stunned when they heard her say that. But Riley was even more surprised at what his sister had just said. "I'll deal with you later," Rachel said to her brother as she gave him a dirty look. Then she quickly turned around to apologize to Kevin sincerely. "I'm sorry, boss. My family has always spoiled him. He had no idea who you were, so I hope you can forgive him." Rachel was incredibly anxious. She'd heard that Kevin had been arrested at the Salix Leaf Hotel for beating someone up, but she hadn't looked into it any further. Then when Dalton Steele was attacked while trying to protect Lily as she ate dinner there, she hadn't told Kevin about that either. So Rachel knew that Kevin had to be pretty angry with her, and she was afraid that he'd turn that anger on her brother. If that happened, it certainly wouldn't end well for Riley. She'd been enjoying hobnobbing with Chicago's upper crust, and it was all because of Kevin's support. And if Kevin had helped her into this high position, he could also take her right back down. "Forgive him? You've got to be kidding. Your brother just said that he wanted to find someone to break my leg," Kevin informed her. Rachel couldn't help shaking her head when she heard that. "Don't joke with me, boss. My brother wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." "You can ask Lily if you don't believe me," Kevin replied candidly. Rachel couldn't believe what she was hearing. She gritted her teeth as she turned around and grabbed Riley's ear. "Hurry up and apologize to Kevin. If you don't beg for his forgiveness right now, you'll never be able to step foot into the family home again for the rest of your life." Rachel was absolutely livid because of her younger brother's behavior. She knew that their parents had always spoiled him. He was a troublemaker in school and never did his assignments on time. He always kept getting involved with friends who just wanted to use him for his connections so they could climb the social ladder. Now that she was doing so well, Rachel thought she could help support her family. Since Riley was younger than her and had just finished college, she hoped to find a company where he could work for a couple of years to get some experience. That could help turn things around for him. But here he was actually starting a fight with Kevin over nothing. This could ruin their family. On top of that, she knew what had happened to Nolan Hill when he pissed Kevin off.
I'm very sorry, sir. It was all my fault. Please forgive me.
Riley apologized to Kevin very sincerely. Riley Collins may have been a playboy, but he wasn't obtuse. He could see how afraid his sister was of Kevin, so he figured it was better to not find himself on his bad side. If his sister called Kevin boss, then he'd better call him sir. Melody and Cindy were in utter amazement as they watched the whole scene play out. They had no idea why Rachel was being so respectful toward Kevin. Both of them had already realized that this ordinary-looking man who looked like he couldn't even afford to pay for parking was the real CEO of the Salix Leaf Hotel. That's quite a change from what you were saying to me before, Kevin smirked. Didn't you just say you wanted to have my legs broken?
Please accept my apology. I shouldn't have talked to you the way I did, and I know I was wrong to do it.
Riley begged him. He seemed to be on the verge of tears. Kevin didn't say anything. He just scowled and stared at him as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Rachel regained her composure and walked over to Kevin. She carefully asked him, "What do you think we should do about this, boss?" Rachel really wanted to ask Kevin if he'd calm down, but that would have been ridiculous. The smile on his face made her very unsure about how he was going to respond. "He's your brother. What do you think we should do with him?" Kevin asked as he glanced at Rachel. "Not only did he insult me, but he also insulted this young lady behind me." Rachel didn't understand what Kevin meant. She immediately walked over to Melody and apologized to her. "Hi, I'm Riley's older sister. If he's offended you in any way, I hope you can accept my apologies. Can you forgive him?" Actually, Melody stammered. She really didn't know what to say. In fact, she never thought that someone like Rachel would actually apologize to her. Seeing Melody's reaction, Rachel walked over to her brother and kicked him in the shin. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize. Do you want me to do everything for you?" Riley didn't argue with her at all. He limped over to Melody and said,
"I'm sorry."
But would this be enough to satisfy Kevin? Riley and Lily each called Rachel to come down to the parking garage to settle Riley's argument with Kevin. When she got there, Rachel immediately told Kevin she was sorry for her brother's behavior, and then made him apologize to both Kevin and Melody. Seeing how frightened Riley looked, Melody was speechless for a moment. The two of them had been college classmates in Chicago. Back in school, Riley bullied her a lot because she was from a small farming town outside the city. But Melody was extremely kind-hearted, so she didn't really hate him for this. Melody looked at Kevin and tried to figure him out. She realized that this unassuming young man in shabby clothes was actually incredibly powerful, and Riley's fate was now in his hands. "Forgive him?" Kevin asked as though he didn't comprehend. Of course he understood what Melody meant. "Actually, he didn't do anything wrong. Please, let him off the hook," Melody replied. She was obviously very good-natured. "Oh, all right," Kevin said with a smirk as he gave Riley a strong slap on the back. "But from now on, you'd better behave yourself. Don't embarrass your sister anymore. Now get lost." In fact, Kevin didn't want Riley to be punished too hard. He was just a spoiled brat. It wasn't worth it for Kevin to get angry. Besides, he was Rachel's younger brother, so he was willing to cut the guy some slack.
"Thank you, sir,"
Riley answered him as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt like he'd just gotten a reprieve from the governor. He straightened out his clothes as he walked away with Cindy. When the two of them were out of earshot, Cindy whispered to him, "Are you okay, Riley? Now what are we going to do to have some fun?"
"You're on your own, and don't bother calling me again," he barked at her. Then he walked away, leaving her wondering what had just happened.
He was really angry with Cindy. It had actually been her idea to go after Melody, and look how that had turned out. Not only had he been taught a lesson, but he'd almost gotten his sister Rachel in big trouble with her boss. Rachel let out a long sigh and wondered what to do next. It was a good thing that Kevin wasn't upset with her, or else things wouldn't have turned out so well. "Go on back to work. Don't worry about me and Lily. We'll be okay," Kevin replied as he gave Rachel a glance that wasn't quite as friendly as usual. "Thank you, boss," Rachel quickly answered. "I'll head back up to my office. Enjoy your walk." Kevin turned around and smiled at Melody. "Everything's okay now. We'll be on our way." Then he and Lily headed to the shopping mall. When Kevin had gotten a little farther away, Melody finally came back to her senses and shouted loudly, "Hey, what's your name?" "My name is Kevin. Kevin Williams," he answered casually without even turning his head. After about half an hour, Kevin found a nice gift for his mother-in-law. Then he went up to his parents' apartment to visit with them. He let them know he was doing okay and chatted with them for a while. After they said their goodbyes, he followed Lily back to her new place. As soon as Kevin walked in the door, Dorothy got in his face and started scolding him. "What are you doing back here, you good-for-nothing? I thought you were still in jail. What did you do to get out so fast?" She took a breath and continued to berate him. "You're like a piece of gum on my shoe. I can't seem to get rid of you. Can't you see that Lily and I have already moved? You're not welcome here." Kevin was already used to being treated like this, so it just rolled off his back. Lily tried to calm her mother down and pleaded with her. "Mom, please don't talk about Kevin like that anymore. I was the one who found him and asked him to come back home with me." She was really afraid. It hadn't been easy for her to beg Kevin to agree to come back with her. What would happen if her mother made him leave again? "What did you just say? I must not have heard you right," Dorothy said in disbelief. "Are you sick or something?" "Mom, I'm very clear-headed now. Don't forget that Kevin is my husband. Now that he's been released, of course I'll take him back," Lily answered her mother very naturally. "What did I ever do to deserve such an unreasonable daughter? Just look at this freeloader. Is he that pleasing to you? Do you think he's some kind of treasure?" Dorothy shrieked louder and louder. Kevin scratched his head awkwardly and made a peace offering. "Mom, I brought you something." But Dorothy interrupted Kevin before he could finish what he was saying. She was so angry that her upper lip was quivering. "I don't want anything from you. Get out of here this instant and don't ever show your face here again. And you," she turned to Lily and squawked, "I want you to go and get your divorce papers tomorrow. From now on, this bum won't be allowed to step foot in my house." "Mom, what are you talking about? How could I ever divorce Kevin?" Lily answered quickly, even before her husband could speak. "Lily, are you on drugs or something?" Dorothy shouted as she tried to catch her breath. "Just open your eyes and take a good look at him. What does he have that's so special? Didn't you tell me that Nolan Hill was a good catch? You went out to dinner with him, but what happened then? He's got to be better than this deadbeat." When she heard Dorothy mention Nolan Hill, Lily got really nervous. She looked over at Kevin to see how he would react. When she saw that he wasn't upset, she said, "Mom, can you please not mention Nolan Hill? He means nothing to me." Dorothy didn't know anything about what had happened with Nolan. All she knew was that he'd sent Lily a lot of gifts. But she had no idea what happened after dinner with him, either the fight with Dalton or the one with Kevin. Lily had never mentioned any of it to her because she didn't want her mother to worry. So as far as Dorothy knew, Nolan was a great guy and a fine catch for her daughter. Lily sighed and decided to let Kevin have a seat before she explained everything to her mother. "Who told you that you could sit down?" Dorothy snapped at him. Kevin didn't answer her question. All he could do was let out a sigh as she continued to rant and rave. "Can't you hear me? I'm talking to you!" Dorothy complained when she saw that Kevin was ignoring her questions. "Come with me, Mom," Lily said as she grabbed Dorothy's hand and took her upstairs. Kevin sat patiently on the sofa and looked around the room. He had to admit that the place looked really nice. It was definitely worth the price. After about 10 minutes, Kevin got up and walked into the kitchen. He figured that as long as he had gotten back together with Lily, his anger would eventually fade away. And if the two of them were going to live together again, he should be a little more disciplined and do some of the cooking. He didn't want Dorothy to have anything to complain about. As he looked around the kitchen, he noticed a very nice porcelain mixing bowl. This would be much better for making herbal pills than cookies. It's big enough to make a huge batch, Kevin thought to himself. He opened the refrigerator door and took a look inside. The rest of the kitchen was well appointed too. Everything was Sub-Zero and Viking. Not bad. Once he'd had a good look around, Kevin took out the secret guide that the director had given him to prepare for his mission at the school. There were a lot of very talented people at the school for the healing arts. Because Kevin had absolutely no experience in undercover work, he was afraid that he might be discovered before he had a chance to carry out his plan, and it would be very difficult to escape from such skilled people. So Kevin figured it was time to put some more effort into his preparation for his mission. After reading the first few paragraphs, Kevin got very interested in what he found in the book. He started reading it aloud. Robbery is a question of good versus evil. Some people only care about themselves, so their evil deeds don't end well. Others think they're robbing the rich to give to the poor to bring justice to the world. What's this about? Aren't they just thieves? This book makes it all sound too simple, Kevin thought to himself. But the more he read, the more shocked he became. The book discussed theft as something carried out by both individuals and gangs. It also explained specific types of crimes. The tools mentioned in the guide ranged from blades to tweezers, but what they recommended was not using any mechanical devices at all. According to the book, your body was the best tool you could use. For example, you could simply use your fingers with a light touch. Kevin wondered if that's what pickpockets did. Other tips in the book sounded more like a magician's sleight of hand. Kevin had mixed emotions about what he was reading. He wondered what kind of people had written the book. After a while, he decided to go through the cabinets and whip up a meal for Lily and her mother. Luckily, the place was well stocked. When Dorothy and Lily came back downstairs again, Kevin enthusiastically brought out the meal that he'd prepared for them. Although Kevin didn't know what the two of them had been talking about, he could see that Dorothy looked a lot better now. After they finished eating, they went back to their rooms. The next morning, Lily patted Kevin gently on the cheek and cooed. "You really should get up soon. Otherwise, we'll be late for class." When he heard the word late, Kevin leapt out of bed, startling Lily. "Quick, put on your makeup," he exclaimed. "I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth right away." While Kevin was saying this, he quickly put on his clothes and rushed to the bathroom. He was deathly afraid of disappointing Professor Murdoch. He'd already run laps on his first day of school. If he was late today, who knew what kind of punishment he'd get? "Your breakfast is on the table. Go ahead and eat it while I put on my makeup," Lily declared as she picked up her mascara. Kevin almost swallowed his toothpaste when he heard her. He and Lily had been married for a long time, but this was the first time he remembered her having such a pleasant attitude. Sometimes Lily had been a little frosty with him, but now she'd suddenly become more gentle, and he wasn't used to it. They lucked out and didn't hit much heavy traffic on the way to campus. Kevin stepped into the classroom just before the bell rang. "Hey, why isn't Dalton here yet? Did he oversleep?" Kevin wondered as he headed to his seat. Professor Murdoch walked in with all her teaching materials and settled in at the podium. She was scheduled to teach them for the entire day, and the first topic was human anatomy. Because they were studying the preparation of medicinal herbs, she focused on the digestive system and the immune system. The professor tried to show how everything was affected by the natural remedies that they would learn about. Although her lecture was very serious and vivid, a lot of students weren't listening very attentively. Some of them just thought it would be fun to go back to school and hang out, and they weren't really interested in studying. Kevin checked to see if anyone was looking and sneaked his phone out of his pocket. He held it under his desk and lowered his eyes to see the screen so he could send Dalton a text to find out why he wasn't in class. The reply came back really fast. "This is Miranda. Kevin, come over here if you can. Dalton's back in the hospital." Kevin was shocked and wondered how this could have happened. Has Nolan's family done this? He had a lot of questions, and he sent a quick text to Miranda that just said, "How?" "It was Dominic and Gwen Archer," Miranda answered simply. What Kevin didn't know was that the Archers had always been jealous of Dalton's family. After the incident with his bar and the attempt to kidnap Miranda, they'd never reconciled. When Dominic found out that Dalton was going to study at the School for Healing Arts, he knew he had to strike first. He grabbed his men and headed to the Steele family's bar. Miranda and Norman happened to be there for some urgent business. Miranda stood up to him, but Dominic was intent on abducting her so he could force Dalton to hand over the bar to him. Of course, Norman wasn't going to stand for this, and a fight broke out. Ever since Dominic had taken Kevin's power pill, he'd made enormous physical progress. Norman had also made a lot of progress after taking his pill, but he was pretty old. So even though he managed to defeat Dominic, he ended up getting injured in the battle. Dalton had been on campus with Kevin when all of this happened. After he got home, he saw that his grandfather was injured and his temper flared. He grabbed all the men he had and rushed over to the Archer's family mansion. Unfortunately, Dominic had set a trap for Dalton. After a fierce battle, Dalton had some nasty flesh wounds and his men were also injured. Fortunately, they were all very tough, and there were no fatalities. Kevin was despondent when he read Miranda's text. He immediately sent Gwen Archer a message and asked her, "How the hell could you do that to the Steele family?" Before he could read her reply, a lithe hand suddenly reached down and snatched Kevin's phone away. Kevin jumped up from his chair and was face to face with Professor Murdoch. He saw her stern expression. He knew he was in big trouble. "Professor, what's going on?" Kevin pretended to be confused. "Gotcha!" Professor Murdoch sneered. This was even worse than the first day of class. Kevin knew that he shouldn't be texting in class, but his friend Dalton was in the hospital again after being beaten by Dominic Archer's men. Just as he was texting Dominic's sister Gwen Archer, Kevin was surprised to see a hand snatch away his phone. It was Professor Murdoch. "Gotcha!" she exclaimed. She didn't say it loudly, but everyone in the classroom could hear her as clear as a bell. "What crappy luck to get caught sitting in the last row playing with his phone," one of the students whispered to another. They'd already seen him running laps yesterday, and now they were wondering what would happen. When Kevin heard everyone whispering, instead of feeling ashamed, he just smiled. "Professor Murdoch, it's not what you think. I was just taking a look." Kevin even reached out his hand to take his phone back. "You want to take your phone back after I've confiscated it? It won't be that easy," she replied sternly. "I just don't understand you, Kevin. Your classmates aren't listening to the lecture because they're from rich families and can get herbal meds without working for them. But why aren't you paying attention? Didn't you learn anything from yesterday's punishment?" Professor Murdoch continued. "You have a great opportunity here. Don't you understand that? Do you really want to be a laughingstock for the rest of your life? Think about it." After she said that, the professor took Kevin's phone and walked back to the podium. "There was a lot less pressure when I was just hanging around the house," Kevin muttered to himself as he watched her walk away. The other students had been taking various herbal meds, so they had excellent hearing. There was some laughter in the room when they heard Kevin's complaint. Professor Murdoch naturally heard Kevin too, and she spun around to stare at him. "I'm disappointed in you, Kevin," Professor Murdoch said angrily. "Since you're acting like a kindergartner, I'm going to treat you like one. Move your desk over to the corner for the rest of the day. You can't move until I say so." This was very upsetting for Kevin. He'd gotten off to a really bad start with Professor Murdoch, and it just kept getting worse. "After I steal the consolidation formula, I won't be coming back to this crappy place," Kevin thought to himself, but he didn't say it out loud this time. The professor tossed Kevin's phone onto the table, and then she had an idea. "I think it's time for us to choose a student leader. This is a very important position because the student leader has duties outside the classroom," she continued, "like supervising everyone's progress and handing out assignments to everyone." The students got very excited because this would give them a chance to get closer to Professor Murdoch and brown-nose her. If you did a good job, who knows where this opportunity could lead? Plus, what was really important for these rich, privileged young people was that it would give them some power. A lot of them enthusiastically raised their hands to volunteer for the position. But Professor Murdoch stopped them and explained, "In the interest of fairness, tomorrow's election will be anonymous. Just remember that you can't vote for yourself, so I expect you to use the honor system." When the lesson was finally over, Kevin was still sitting in the corner in a very bad mood. This definitely wouldn't help his reputation on campus. "Well, that was humiliating," Kevin said to himself as he got up from his seat. "Kevin, you can go back to your regular seat now. However, there's something I want to talk to you about," the professor instructed him without even looking up from her notes. What now? How could there possibly be anything to talk about? Kevin thought as he looked at Professor Murdoch in disbelief. She motioned for the class to be quiet while she spoke. "Please be patient. This will only take a couple of minutes." She paused for a moment. "As long as you're all going to be in the same class, I think you should get to know each other socially. So I've decided to treat you to dinner." As soon as she finished speaking, one of the students stood up to address the class. It was Michael Tripp, a young stud from Detroit. "We couldn't possibly let you treat us, Professor. After all, you're about to teach us the deepest secrets of herbal medicine. The least we can do is to invite you to dinner," he announced. "In fact, I'll treat the whole class to dinner, in your honor," Mike said with a broad smile. It sounded like a sincere invitation, but Mike wasn't just trying to butter up the professor. He was also trying to buy votes for the election. He really wanted to be the student leader. "But I couldn't possibly let you do something like that," Professor Murdoch replied warily. "It's no big deal, Professor. Just think of it as me treating you to dinner and taking along a few friends," Mike explained. He was really laying it on thick. Just then, two other students stood up. "Professor Murdoch, I think Mike's right," Luther Holmes said loudly. "I agree. It would be great for all of us to unwind and get to know you," Lionel Chandler chimed in. He was a good brown-noser, too. These two guys weren't very rich, but they were both very smart. After only 2 days of classes, they'd made friends with Mike Tripp. By supporting him now, they might be rewarded later on. The whole class got very excited as everyone discussed what they should do. One of them pointed out that it was a great chance for the faculty and students to get to know each other. They did their best to convince Professor Murdoch to accept Mike's offer. Seeing that most of his classmates wanted to go, Mike broke into a smile. He turned around and very politely said, "Professor Murdoch, the class really wants to go with this plan. Why don't you join us?" She thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will." Faculty members weren't allowed to accept gifts or see students privately, but since the whole class was going, she wouldn't be accused of favoritism. It was really no big deal to just have a meal with them. What Professor Murdoch was interested in was observing the students during the dinner so that she can have some insight into their personalities. This would make it easier for her to handle the class over the next couple of years. "Great! Since Professor Murdoch is on board, I'll get someone to make all the arrangements for transportation. We're all going to the Whistler Hotel this evening," Mike said happily. Although the Salix Leaf Hotel was now the most exclusive place in Chicago, it was by far the most expensive venue to have a meal, especially with such a large group. But the problem was that Mike really couldn't afford to invite so many people to the hotel's restaurant for dinner. The Whistler Hotel was definitely more in his budget. On top of that, the Whistler Hotel's restaurant still had a fine reputation. In some ways, it was even better than the Salix Leaf Hotel. Many of the students in the class took public transportation. Even though they were all from wealthy families, it was a lot more convenient with all the traffic jams in Chicago. If it wasn't construction, it was snow or an accident. But a little more than half of the students still drove to school by themselves, and there were others who got rides to and from campus every day. But for an occasion like this, a small number of students would have to ask for rides to get to the hotel for dinner. As they were all heading out of the building, Mike suddenly asked, "Hey, Kevin, why don't you take a taxi to the hotel?" "Why would I do that?" Kevin asked him in surprise.
I'm just going by how you're dressed. I'm pretty sure nobody will let you in their car looking like that,"
Mike said with a snobby smile. He'd just come up with a plan. If he could put Kevin down, it might make an impression on his classmates. It would be a win-win to turn them against Kevin and also treat the class to dinner. "Mike's absolutely right," Lionel agreed. "Kevin, Professor Murdoch really took it easy on you today. That's why you're being allowed to come along to tonight's dinner. Don't put any of your classmates in an embarrassing position. Just take a taxi. If you don't have enough money on you for a cab or to call for a ride on a nab, I'll give you a few bucks to cover you. How about $20? Then he pulled some cash out of his pocket and offered it to Kevin. Everyone around them laughed when they saw him do this. They really thought Kevin was pathetic. Kevin frowned as he looked at the money in Lionel's hand. He wondered what the heck was wrong with these guys. "Aren't you overwhelmed by my generosity?" Lionel grinned as he patted Kevin on the shoulder. "There's no need to thank me. After all, we're classmates." "Did I tell you I needed a ride?" Kevin replied very coolly.
"What do you mean? Don't tell me you drove here,"
Mike sneered. "You really drove here, Kevin? Quick, show everyone what kind of ride you have. Is it an electric scooter or a bicycle?" Lionel mocked him. The other students around them were really interested in seeing what kind of car Kevin had. "I'll bet he doesn't even have a license," one of them commented. Considering his reputation, they expected him to be driving an old minivan or some other kind of beater.
"Look, Kevin, everyone's interested in seeing your car. Why don't you just show it to everyone?"
Mike sneered while he continued to mock him. Before Kevin could answer, Professor Murdoch stood up for him and warned them. "Don't bully Kevin anymore. This outing is supposed to be fun." Although Professor Murdoch could be very strict, she treated her students with respect. So when she saw Kevin being bullied, she naturally couldn't just stand there and do nothing. "Kevin, why don't you ride with me?" Professor Murdoch offered calmly.
"How could you do that, Professor? Kevin's clothes are so shabby. He might get your seats dirty,"
Mike pointed out. He didn't want to give anyone a chance to be alone with Professor Murdoch right now, at least until after the student leader election tomorrow. "That's okay. If my car gets dirty, I'll take it to a car wash," Professor Murdoch answered casually. She didn't seem to mind at all. "Thank you for your kind offer, Professor Murdoch, but I really did drive to school today," Kevin told her. Professor Murdoch made a slight frown. She really didn't know what Kevin was thinking. Couldn't he tell that she was trying to give him a way out of this embarrassing situation?
"Did everyone hear that? Kevin said that he really drove here," Mike said loudly. "Let's all go take a look at his car."
Everyone laughed when they heard this, and then they went along with Mike. They didn't mind showing up a little late for dinner as long as they could have some fun at Kevin's expense.
"Lead the way, Kevin. Where'd you park your whip?"
Mike said in a very arrogant tone of voice. Kevin turned around and walked towards his car without saying another word. The group of students followed along behind him. They wanted to see how this useless good-for-nothing would make a fool of himself this time. A few minutes later, Mike looked at the Pagani in front of him in utter disbelief and asked Kevin,
"This is your car?"
"Yeah, it's a little more comfortable than my scooter," Kevin replied with a slight grin. When the others heard this, their jaws dropped. They all knew that this was a brand new Pagani Roadster. It was worth at least $3 million, if you could even find one for sale. Suddenly, Professor Murdoch glanced at Kevin with a look of appreciation in her eyes.
"Did you rent this with your wife's money?"
Mike asked him. Then he continued to bully him.
"Kevin, I'm sure your wife works very hard. It isn't right for you to spend her money like this outside."
"You know, you could probably rent one yourself," Kevin interrupted him. Mike didn't know how to respond to Kevin's wisecrack. Like everyone else, he really wanted a Pagani. Even a rental would be good for showing off. But the problem was he had no idea where he could rent one. "Please, have a seat, Professor. You must be tired after a long day of teaching," Kevin offered as he opened the door and invited her to get in. Then, while he ignored Mike and the others, he walked around and got behind the wheel. As it turned out, Professor Murdoch had something to say to Kevin, so she accepted his offer and strapped herself into the passenger seat. Mike clenched his fist and grunted. He took his friends Lionel and Luther and headed to his car. Kevin was nervous to be alone with Professor Murdoch, but this might give him a chance to clear the air. Mike and the other students were mocking Kevin mercilessly because they thought he was poor. They asked to see his car, figuring that they could make fun of that too. When they saw his Pagani Roadster, they all clammed up immediately. Kevin asked Professor Murdoch if she wanted to ride with him to the class dinner at the Whistler Hotel, and she agreed and accepted his offer. On the way to the hotel restaurant, Kevin glanced over at his teacher a few times. Professor Murdoch had a very strict classroom manner, but it seemed to Kevin that she could also be very understanding and personable. She suddenly turned to Kevin and asked him, "Tell me honestly, is this your wife's car?" "You don't really believe what Mike said, do you?" Kevin replied helplessly. "Isn't it possible for me to have my own car? It's not that I'm biased, but this car..." Professor Murdoch suddenly let out a sigh before she continued. "Forget about the car. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about." "Please, just say it. You won't hurt my feelings," Kevin exclaimed as he watched the road. "Just look at what happened in the parking lot. Your classmates were all looking down on you because they thought you didn't have a car. It seems that you invite this kind of ridicule," she said bluntly. "If you're too embarrassed to take anything from your wife, then you really should jump at this opportunity," Professor Murdoch told him earnestly. "The School for the Healing Arts is the greatest opportunity in your life. Just work hard and focus. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. This is your chance to make a name for yourself." "I understand what you're saying, Professor. I'll definitely work harder from now on," he replied. Kevin stopped at a crosswalk and said to her very sincerely, "But could you please give me my phone back first? I promise I won't take it out during class." "Haven't you been listening to me?" she snapped at him. "If you want your phone back, you'll have to earn it." Then she added, "You can go now. The light turned green." Kevin was perplexed. Did he have to wait until she was in a better mood? The entire Williams family was waiting patiently in the main room of their mansion in New York. They all looked very serious. Randall Williams had ordered them all to be there for an emergency meeting. Anyone who was late would immediately be expelled from the family. This was the first time something like this had ever happened in the Williams family. He must have had something urgent to announce. After a little while, Grandpa Williams walked into the room with Thomas by his side. He sat down in his armchair and looked at everyone gravely. "I called everyone here today to discuss an important matter. Kevin brought Dalton Steele here and caused us a great deal of trouble. But that made me think, if our family wants to continue to progress, we can't rest on our laurels. Sooner or later, we'll be eaten alive by the competition," he stated grimly. "That's why I've decided that we all need to work on ourselves, not only with training, but with the help of advanced herbal medication. It's the only way we can survive," he explained in a serious tone of voice. They were all excited to hear him say this. Everyone was aware of the fantastic things that some people had been doing with these secret concoctions, but right now none of them had the skills to compete with them. "Are you serious, Dad?" Laura was the first one to jump up and ask her father-in-law excitedly. She wasn't really into all the aspects of the topic, but she'd heard that it could promise eternal youth. Who wouldn't be interested in that? Grandpa nodded yes. "We have to keep up with the times. But there's one thing that all of you must remember. If anyone dares to leak a word of this, I'll show them no mercy," he explained to them. "It's the price we have to pay to become stronger, and to achieve our goals, we're going to join the Myriads." The entire room got so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew that there were a total of 3 major underground groups that you had to steer clear of. One of them was the Myriads, and the other was the Alliance. As for the third one, hardly anyone knew anything about them. Even the Williams family didn't know who they were. "Grandpa, please be careful. The Myriads are a pretty nasty bunch. Do you really want us to join them?" one of them asked. A lot of them had their doubts about this plan. Didn't it go against the family's values? Grandpa Williams let out a long sigh and admitted, "You're right. I also realize that this probably isn't a wise decision, but we really have no choice. If our family wants to survive, we have to train ourselves. This is the only path we can take." Laura stepped in front of her relatives and scolded them. "You should be listening to Grandpa. Have you forgotten who's in charge here?" She was desperate for the chance to have access to herbal meds that could keep her looking young for the rest of her life.
"Laura's right. We have to present a unified front and support my father," Thomas told them solemnly.
"I'll do what Grandpa wants," Monty declared as he clenched his fists. "What's important for us is to get stronger." Monty's relationship with his wife Hannah had ended because of the fight with Dalton. Now all he wanted was to cause Kevin as much pain as he'd given him. More and more of them came forward to support Grandpa Williams' decision to join the Myriads.
"Then it's settled," Grandpa said. "And remember, this has to be kept secret if we're to gain an upper hand."
Then he motioned for everyone to leave. After they'd all gone, Randall Williams pulled out his phone and called Seth Roundtree's number. As soon as the call was connected, he told Roundtree that his family was willing to join the Myriads. Then he invited him to come to the Williams mansion if he had the time.
"That's great news. You won't regret this. I'll be there tomorrow," Roundtree replied.
They spent a minute or two discussing some details before hanging up. While this was going on, Kevin was pulling up to the Witzler Hotel with Professor Murdoch. He parked in the VIP area and walked in with her. Mike saw that everyone was starting to trickle in. He walked up to the front desk proudly and said to the staff,
"Hi, we're going to need your largest private room."
There were more than 70 students in the group. The hotel definitely would have to open up its biggest private room to accommodate them. "Good evening, sir. Our largest private room is the VIP room. Please show us your VIP membership card and we'll get things set up right away," the hotel's concierge informed him politely. He'd noticed Mike and the others as soon as they'd walked in the lobby. Unfortunately, the Witzler Hotel's largest room was only available to special guests. Mitchell Cook didn't mind if the largest private rooms remained empty most of the time. It was more important to have them available for his wealthiest clients. Since the staff hadn't been alerted by Cook that there would be a VIP group this evening, they assumed that this bunch of students didn't have the proper reservation.
"What kind of rule is that? I don't have a membership card and I'm not from around here. All we need is a room. I don't care how much it costs. I'm willing to cover it,"
Mike said confidently. "I'm sorry, sir. Without a VIP membership card, we won't be able to open the room for you," the concierge replied firmly.
"Then can I apply for a membership card right now?" Mike asked.
You could tell he was extremely disappointed to see his plans fall apart like this. "I'm sorry, sir. Our largest private room is only available for our most exclusive members. Also, the hotel's owner must be present when someone applies for the card. Today, Mr. Cook is attending to some business and isn't on the property. So you can only apply for a basic membership card at the moment. The application fee is $25,000, the concierge explained with a cheerful smile. The students who heard this were disappointed. Even though the Salix Leaf Hotel had a great reputation, the Witzler was also pretty upscale.
"Damn it! $25,000 just for an application fee? I feel like I'm being robbed," Mike complained.
He really wanted to turn around and leave right then, but when he saw that some of his classmates had already started taking pictures to post online, he changed his mind. They were all excited to be dining in a private room at the Witzler Hotel. He was ready to give up, not just on the dinner, but on being elected student leader. While Mike was trying to resolve his dilemma, Penny Sutherland walked up to him and suggested, "Why don't I call Mr. Cook for you?" Suddenly, the students let out a sigh of relief. The Sutherland family had a great reputation, and getting a private room would be a piece of cake for Penny.
"I'm really sorry, Penny. I didn't know that this hotel had so many rules, or I would have planned better. It's a bummer that I have to ask for your help with this,"
Mike apologized with a charming smile. The concierge heard Penny say this and offered a suggestion to the problem. If you know Mr. Cook, all you need to do is give him a call and we can set things up once he gives us the word." Right away, Penny pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contact list until she found Mitchell Cook's number. Before she came to Chicago to attend school, her family had given her the contact information for all the famous people in the city. Unfortunately, the call didn't go through. There was an audible gasp from the students who had been crowding around her. Cook was one of the most prominent people in Chicago. How dare he hang up on someone like Penny Sutherland? "I'm sorry, ma'am, there's nothing we can do about this. Without express permission from Mr. Cook, we're not allowed to open up the VIP room." The concierge apologized before adding, "We do have some smaller private rooms on the third floor of our hotel. They're very close to each other, but we'll have to split up your group."
"If we have to divide the group, then we'll have to forget about the whole thing," Mike answered sadly.
Penny was a little embarrassed. She quietly put her phone away and stepped aside. Everyone was incredibly disappointed to see this. If Penny Sutherland couldn't get them in the VIP room, then the situation was hopeless. Mike had just about given up. He looked at the crowd of students anxiously, unsure what to do next. Just then, Kevin walked up to the front desk. He took a card out of his wallet and handed it to the concierge, saying, "Let's see if I can help open up the VIP room for this nice group of students."
"Kevin, what are you trying to do with your bus pass? Don't you know what kind of place this is? If Penny couldn't get us in, what do you think you're going to be able to do? Why don't you just give up before you make yourself look like a complete fool?"
Mike chastised him. "Well, it's better than your plan. Do you expect us all to stand around here with our fingers in our noses?" Kevin replied with a straight face.
"Can't you see that I'm trying to solve this problem?" Mike retorted angrily. "I've had enough of you. Why don't you just move along? I'm getting tired of looking at you."
Lionel immediately defended his friend and sneered. "Mike's right. What can a useless piece of crap like you do anyway? If you can really get them to open the VIP room, how come you're still mooching off of the Jones family?"
"Stop embarrassing yourself pretending to be someone you're not," Luther also teased.
Their insults got a lot of attention from the crowd. Some of the students laughed out loud. The rest of them just scoffed at Kevin. Most of them were from Chicago and they'd actually been to the Whistler Hotel before, but they'd never had the chance to dine in the large private room up on the top floor. It was incredibly difficult to get VIP status at the hotel. Not only did it take a lot of money, but you also had to have some pretty high social status and connections. So what was Kevin doing handling the concierge a bus pass? "Since you think this is just a bus pass, I guess I'll just put it back in my wallet," Kevin said as he started to take it back from the concierge.
"Well, since you've already taken it out, why don't we give it a try?" Mike replied. He obviously didn't want to pass up this opportunity to make Kevin look like a fool, so he ramped things up and added, "Let's see what the hotel staff can do with it." While the crowd was laughing at Kevin, the hotel employees were staring in disbelief. They weren't sure how to defuse the situation. The employee who was holding Kevin's card started to get very nervous when she took a good look at it. During their training, all of the employees of the Whistler Hotel had been required to memorize the appearance of the Supreme VIP card, and that's exactly what Kevin had handed her. Cook had explained to them that there were only 5 cards like this in all of Chicago, and they were only given to the hotel's most prestigious clients. The group of students saw the look on the concierge's face and started to wonder what would happen next. When the students arrived at the Whistler Hotel with Professor Murdoch, they couldn't get into the large VIP room, which was the only hall big enough to accommodate all 70 of them. Mike Tripp was embarrassed because he didn't have VIP access, and Penny Sutherland's call to Cook was rejected. They were about to give up when Kevin handed his card to one of the employees. She was shocked for a moment and couldn't speak. Finally, she asked, "Sir, is this card really yours?" "What's wrong?" Kevin frowned as he replied. "This is the card Mr. Cook gave me. Is there a problem with it?" The concierge didn't answer Kevin's question right away. She walked around the counter and handed him his card as she explained. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you had a VIP card.
Please accept my apologies for this misunderstanding." The students who heard this thought that it was a joke. Had Kevin stolen the card from the Jones family? That wasn't possible, they thought, because Kevin's in-laws weren't aristocratic enough to have one.
"So then where did Kevin get this card from?" Luther asked.
Lionel started to question him too. "Kevin, this card has got to be..." Before he could finish, Kevin asked the concierge, "Can you please open the private room now?" "Of course. We'll take care of that right away. Everything will be ready in just a moment," she replied with cheerful promptness as she turned around to send someone upstairs to prepare the room. What surprised her was that out of all of the well-dressed students, it was the shabby one who didn't look like he belonged there who actually had the VIP card. She felt lucky to have a chance to remedy the situation before Kevin was offended. The head server came down a few minutes later to lead the group up to the top floor. When they got to the VIP room, he handed Kevin's card back to him and wished him a pleasant meal.
"How did you ever get lucky enough to find a card like that?" Mike asked him in a sarcastic tone.
Kevin's classmates thought Mike was right. After all, how could a good-for-nothing like him have gotten one of those cards legitimately? "Well, why don't you go out and find one yourself?" Kevin said coldly. He just didn't understand why everyone was still making fun of him right after he'd helped them all out. But then he told himself that it wouldn't matter anyway if he fought back. After all, they weren't even on the same level as him. Mike gave up and walked over to the entrance to ask the waiters to bring some menus for the group. But because Professor Murdoch was there, everyone hesitated to place their orders.
"Why don't you order for us, Professor?"
Mike offered graciously. "We're not in school, Mike. Don't be shy just because I'm here. This is supposed to be fun," Professor Murdoch responded as she gently gave him back the menu. Penny sat quietly off to the side and didn't have the slightest intention of ordering. Kevin was completely left out and nobody even bothered to give him a menu. Suddenly someone shouted,
"Wow, they actually have a Grand Cru from Burgundy. You can't get that anywhere else around here."
Kevin spat his water out when he heard his classmate say that. It was the same wine that Jason had ordered for all of the tables when the Jones family was celebrating Lily's contract with Williams Media. At $20,000 a bottle, the exclusive French wine was so expensive that they all had to chip in to help pay the bill.
"It's my treat. Get whatever you want,"
Mike proudly declared. He had no idea what he was getting himself into. Even Penny gave him a strange look when she heard him say that. When the food and drinks were carried out to the tables, Mike stood up to give everyone a toast. As he raised his glass, he glanced down at the bill.
"What the hell is this? $375,000? $300,000 for 15 bottles of wine?"
Mike said to himself. Somehow he managed to look calm as he processed all of this. Then Lionel made an announcement. "Hey, everyone, listen to me. Take a look at this wonderful feast. Who else would be this generous? I think we should just elect Mike's student leader right now so we can save ourselves the time tomorrow in class." The students all seemed to agree with him. But they weren't fools, and they knew exactly why Mike was treating them. Mike was very happy to see this. At least the expense would be worth it. He waved his hand and acted like it was no big deal.
"Don't make such a fuss over me. After all, Professor Murdoch has the final say in the election. I'm just treating the class so we can all get to know each other better." "Don't be so modest, Mike. Who's better qualified to be our class leader?" Luther chimed in.
The rest of the students just sat there quietly and watched the show that the three of them were putting on. But they didn't want to seem ungrateful, so they were willing to go along with the idea of electing Mike to the position.
"Since no one has any objections, then how could I decline? But let's just call it a temporary position. If anyone feels that I'm not carrying my weight, just say so," Mike declared as he raised his glass to toast his classmates. Professor Murdoch stayed out of the discussion and quietly observed her students as they drank their wine and socialized with each other. Meanwhile, Penny just sat quietly by the window, nursing her glass demurely. Her classmates were too intimidated by her to go up and talk to her. While this was going on, Mike took Lionel aside and asked him to go down to his car and bring back a red gift box that he'd left in the trunk.
Lionel came back a few minutes later and handed it to his friend. Then Mike carried the box over to Professor Murdoch and told her,
"Please accept this small gift from me, Professor."
His classmates all started to whisper to each other. Now they could tell that Mike had planned this all along. They'd let him buy his way into the position as student leader. On the other hand, who would have wanted to pay for 15 bottles of wine at $20,000 a pop? Of course, they were correct. Mike was definitely planning to run for the position, so he'd spent a lot of money on this gift for their professor. Professor Murdoch glanced at the gift box very stoically. "Mike, I appreciate your good intentions, but faculty members are not allowed to accept gifts from students," she pointed out very seriously. "It was already very expensive for you to treat your classmates to dinner tonight, so I think you should keep this gift for yourself."
"Please, understand it's just a small token, not a gift," Mike replied with a flattering smile. "Why don't you just take a look inside before you decide?"
"I'm sorry, Mike, but it's just not appropriate," she began to explain. But before she could finish what she was saying, Mike opened the box. There was a cream-colored pill inside. Everyone gasped when they saw it. They'd all heard about what had happened at the Pearl family's auction house, and they knew a power pill was worth a fortune. So what was this herbal med, and how much could it possibly be worth? Professor Murdoch was absolutely speechless, and she stared at the pill in amazement. When Mike handed her the box, she thought it was some kind of expensive jewelry, maybe a necklace. But this was quite a surprise. After all, medicinal pills were getting to be a very popular item, even among the faculty members at the school. Professor Murdoch had been at a plateau in her physical and mental development for a while now, and could definitely use a boost to move up to the next level. The room was absolutely silent. Someone suddenly asked, "Mike, what kind of medicinal pill did you prepare for Professor Murdoch? What does it do?"
"A really good friend of my father's gave it to me. When I was accepted in the School for the Healing Arts, my father passed it along to me," Mike said with a proud smile. "According to my father's friend, this is an augmentation pill and it can help you really increase your power and mental focus."
There was a huge commotion as they all started chattering. Had they heard him right? They knew that Professor Murdoch had to be very well trained already, so this would really make a difference for her. The students could only dream about something like this. Mike had really given their professor something very valuable. Professor Murdoch was in a state of shock. She'd only read about the augmentation pill and its physical and mental benefits, but she'd never actually seen one before. If this was really an augmentation pill, then she had no choice but to accept it from Mike. The heck with the school's rules and regulations. The way Professor Murdoch saw it, if she gave Mike a recommendation in exchange for the pill, then it wasn't really a gift. With her connections, there were a lot of strings she could pull to help him. Her mind was spinning with all sorts of ridiculous ideas.
"Please accept it, Professor Murdoch," Mike said with a smile.
Of course, he knew exactly what she was thinking. "Since you insist, I really have no choice," she said as she hid her excitement and took the box from Mike. Just then, they were interrupted by a loud voice. "Professor Murdoch, you can't take that pill." Everyone was stunned and turned to see who had spoken. It was Kevin. He quickly walked over to Professor Murdoch and closely examined the pill in the box.
"Kevin, what are you up to now?"
Mike asked him unhappily. It hadn't been easy for him to get Professor Murdoch to accept the pill, but now this jerk was going to ruin everything. "Professor Murdoch, this isn't an augmentation pill. I can guarantee that if you take this pill, it will definitely do you a lot of harm," Kevin informed her very seriously.
"Kevin, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you actually think my father's friend would have lied to him?" Mike shouted. "Mike, pay attention to your tone," Professor Murdoch reminded him.
"I'm sorry, Professor Murdoch, but this guy's pissing me off."
Mike sneered at Kevin and continued his rant.
"I understand what's going on. You're jealous that I can get a pill like this and you can't. It's just that I'm from a better family than you are, and I'm also richer and more handsome than you. That has to be disappointing."
"You think you're more handsome than me? Everyone knows that just isn't true." Kevin teased him.
What do you mean by that?
Mike retorted as he slammed his fist on the table. Don't be angry, Mike. This whole thing really isn't worth it. Lionel tried to persuade his friend. Then Luther tried to calm him down.
Relax, Mike. You're absolutely right. Kevin must be jealous of you. That's why he said there's something wrong with this pill.
You still don't understand, do you? Both you and your father were cheated by someone. This isn't an augmentation pill at all, Kevin told them bluntly. An augmentation pill is more of a light blue color. Plus it contains some floral ingredients which gives it a beautiful fragrance. Take another look at the medicinal pill you just gave our professor, Kevin continued. It's obviously the wrong color and has no fragrance at all. They were all stunned to hear him say this. Even Penny reacted and stared keenly at Kevin. Mike thought about what Kevin had said and his frown turned into a vicious sneer.
I really didn't expect you to go this far just out of jealousy. Let me ask you something. Have you ever actually seen an augmentation pill with your own eyes? Mike asked him. What makes you think you know so much about them?
Ignoring Mike's questions, Kevin turned around and looked at Professor Murdoch. Professor, if you believe me, you'll give this pill back to Mike. But please don't blame him for it. After all, he and his father were both deceived. But if you don't believe me, then go right ahead and take the pill. Not only had Kevin seen an augmentation pill before, but he'd actually made one and taken it too. He decided not to argue with Mike because he didn't want to stoop to his level. As they say, let sleeping dogs lie. There was no way he could convince Mike he'd made a mistake. And Kevin couldn't slip a real augmentation pill into the box right now anyway, so the best he could do was to warn Professor Murdoch. After all, she'd already gone through years of training and study, so there's no way she'd be tempted to take the pill. Or would she? When Mike Tripp presented Professor Murdoch with a gift, she refused to accept it at first because school regulations prohibited faculty from accepting anything from students. But when he showed her that it was an augmentation pill, she was tempted to bend the rules. Unfortunately, Kevin interrupted them and explained that it wasn't an augmentation pill at all and could actually hurt her. As it turned out, Kevin may have overestimated Professor Murdoch's restraint. She was mesmerized by the pill and couldn't take her eyes off it. She hadn't made any progress in 6 years and was tempted to swallow the pill right now to see if it could help her improve her physical and cognitive health. Kevin, you must have misunderstood what Mike said, Professor Murdoch murmured. I can clearly see that there's nothing wrong with this pill. What did you just say? Kevin looked at Professor Murdoch blankly. Did you hear what Professor Murdoch just told you? You're so full of crap. With all that stuff you were saying earlier, it turns out you don't know anything. You were just pretending to be some kind of expert to get a little attention. How pathetic, Lionel mocked Kevin openly.
We all came out here to have fun tonight. Don't let Kevin spoil our good time,
Luther said to his classmates as he poured himself another glass of wine.
Come on, everyone. Have another drink and unwind. Some people have no idea what they're talking about,
Mike sneered at Kevin. Then he turned and looked at Professor Murdoch.
Go ahead and take the pill right now. Don't let Kevin's jealousy stop you.
She nodded in agreement and swallowed the pill. Kevin could only sigh when he saw this. He turned around and walked out of the room. Out of boredom, he headed to the restroom to freshen up. Kevin just didn't understand what was wrong with people nowadays. Why didn't anyone listen to his advice? On his way back to the VIP room, Kevin saw Mike standing by the stairs with Luther and Lionel. They seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Out of curiosity, Kevin quietly walked over and listened to them.
You really were impressive, Mike. Kevin had to be humiliated after that.
Luther flattered his friend.
Impressive my butt. He's just a nobody. It didn't take any effort at all to put him in his place, Mike bragged. And what the hell was that wine? Do you realize that this dinner cost me over $375,000?
Are you kidding? That's outrageous, Lionel asked as his eyes grew wide. Based on what his family had given him for living expenses in Chicago, The meal had cost about 10 years of his allowance.
I was planning to drop a few thousand on the dinner at most, but I never expected the Whistler Hotel to be this expensive,
Mike admitted as he pulled out a pack of gum.
Dinner's almost over. If I don't pay the bill, I'll be up the creek and this will have all been for nothing.
Luther thought for a while and then his face lit up.
Hey, Mike, I think I got an idea. I just don't know if you'll be too embarrassed to try it. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep us waiting,
Mike said impatiently.
It's simple. Lionel and I will keep toasting you. After a while, you'll pretend to be drunk and pass out. The class is full of rich people who can afford to foot the bill, Luther said proudly. What do you think? It's true they can afford it, but who's carrying around $300,000 on a school night? Mike replied as he popped his chewing gum.
But isn't Penny here? Lionel continued. Her family's loaded. $300,000 would be a drop in the bucket for her. If you're out of it, I'm sure she'll help out. Mike was worried about this plan and wondered out loud.
It wouldn't be a great idea to trick her like that.
He really didn't want to make a bad impression on Penny.
No problem, Mike, Luther continued. If Penny helps you pay the bill, you can use it as an excuse to get closer to her. You could even connect with her online to arrange to repay her and to get to know her better.
Mike got really excited by this idea. He slapped Luther on the back and said,
I like the way you think. It's a good thing I brought you two guys along.
When Kevin heard this, he quickly headed back to the VIP room. As he got to the door, Penny was walking out. Kevin came up with a plan of his own. As Penny brushed against him, he used the light touch that he'd learned about in the secret guide and took her phone and wallet.
Let's see what Mike does now.
Kevin smirked as he slipped the items into his jacket. With all his posturing, he isn't really that strong. Let's see him show his true colors. When Kevin returned to his seat and sat down, Mike and his two buddies were just walking into the room. Luther and Lionel really put on an act for everyone. After a few glasses of wine, Mike slumped onto the table and pretended to be drunk. When Kevin saw this, he raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, not a bad performance. It's a shame this guy didn't go into acting. After a while, everyone was pretty full and decided it was time to head home.
What the heck? Is Mike drunk? One of the students commented.
No way. Mike can handle it, Lionel replied while he also pretended to be a little tipsy. He walked over to Mike and nudged him a few times. It's late, Mike. Wake up. Time to go. But Mike didn't move. Wow, Mike's really out of it. Lionel shook his head slightly as he called over to the server. What's the damage? Sir, the total comes to $375,000, including $300,000 for the wine. We gave you a discount on the price as well as the service fee, so the total comes to $360,000. The waiter smiled as he asked, will that be cash or credit? Could you please repeat that? How much is the bill? Lionel was a little confused. $360,000 after the discount, of course. The waiter answered as he gave him a very professional smile. The students were all in shock when they heard him say that. Even though they were all from wealthy families, they'd never squandered their money like this. Who could? I can't believe we ate that much. Lionel shook his head as he continued to put on a show for everyone. I promised Mike I'd help him with the bill, but that's a lot of money. It was clear to all of them what Lionel was getting at. He was looking for someone to pay the bill because he couldn't afford to cover it. They all looked at each other and wondered what to do. The students could help pay, but Mike was supposed to be treating them. Why should they have to contribute anything? Then Luther suggested,
Kevin used his Supreme VIP card to open up the room. Why don't we just put the charge on his account? Then Mike can settle with him tomorrow.
They all agreed that this was a good plan. After all, if that really was Kevin's VIP card, then he could afford it. If it wasn't, then it didn't matter anyway. Kevin almost laughed out loud when he heard what they were saying. What kind of people are they? He wondered. First they kept mocking me, and now they can't afford to pay for dinner and they want to put it all on my card? Pretty shameless. The server saw what was going on but continued to be professional and polite. I'm sorry, everyone. While VIP members enjoy a lot of privileges, they must settle all debts before leaving." That certainly got the room to quiet down. Nobody had that much on them. Would they even be allowed to leave the room? Although Professor Murdoch wanted to help Mike out, she couldn't get that much money together in such a short time. "Why don't I pay the bill?" Penny suddenly offered. They all looked over at her and started to relax when they realized she was going to help them out of this mess. But Penny didn't pay any attention to their whispering. She casually reached into her bag to get her wallet. After all, $300,000 wasn't that much money for her. Plus, it was just a temporary loan. Penny's face froze as she rooted through her bag and discovered that her wallet and even her phone were missing. "What's going on? I know I put them in my bag," she wondered. Because she'd been taught how to handle problems, Penny was able to remain calm, even though she was starting to panic. She really has good self-control, Kevin thought as he watched her empty her purse onto the table. The students started to get nervous when they realized they might have to cover the bill after all. It would cost at least $5,000 each. Finally, Mike decided to stop pretending to be asleep. He stood up and announced, "I'm sorry, everybody. I just had a little too much wine and accidentally fell asleep." Then he yawned and said to them,
"It's getting late. Why don't you all head home? I'll take care of the bill. See you in class."
Mike knew that he couldn't keep pretending or his classmates would get angry with him and the whole thing would have been for nothing.
"What's the final bill?"
Mike asked the server as he pulled out his phone. When he found out the cost, Mike looked a little worried, and then he commented,
"That's not very expensive. I don't have that much on me right now, but don't worry, I'm calling my dad to straighten things out."
Mike phoned his father, Wyatt Tripp. He was a well-known import-export tycoon in Detroit.
"Dad, are you busy now? Can you send me $400,000?
Mike bit the bullet and asked him,
"I'm treating all my classmates to dinner this evening."
He figured it was better to be scolded by his father than to be embarrassed in front of his entire class. "How much do you want?" his father asked him. As expected, Wyatt started to freak out. "Do you think money grows on trees? Didn't I just give you that much a few days ago?" How could Wyatt Tripp not go ballistic? He'd worked his entire life to build up his business, and now his son was just giving his money away. Mike was frustrated by his father's response. He'd only gotten in this situation because he was trying to get elected student leader. If his father wasn't willing to help, he might have to tell his classmates the truth.
"What are you talking about, Dad? School's going great and my teachers are fantastic," Mike told his father, laying it on thick. "It's definitely a serious program."
"What the hell are you talking about? When did I ask you about school?" Wyatt shouted into his phone. "I don't give a crap if you like the place or not."
"Don't worry, Dad, I'm doing great," he continued. "But it would really help if you could transfer some money into my account."
"I'll transfer $200,000, but remember this, I don't want to hear a word from you about money for another year," Wyatt roared at his son. "With a kid like you, I'll have nothing left to retire on." After Wyatt hung up the phone, Mike forced a smile and looked at his classmates.
"My dad can be a little long-winded, but the money's on the way."
A moment later, Mike's phone vibrated, and he knew that his father had transferred the money.
"Damn it, I'll only have about $200,000 left after I pay the bill,"
Mike muttered to himself as he handed his card to the server. While they were all waiting for their rides to pick them up, one of the students asked Professor Murdoch, "How do you feel after taking the augmentation pill?" "No change so far. Maybe it hasn't taken effect yet," she replied softly. They were all stunned to hear that. By now, she should have started feeling something. They started wondering if Kevin may have been right after all. Lionel changed the subject. "Wow, $360,000 just for dinner. Mike sure is a great guy." They knew that Lionel was just complimenting his friend, but it certainly was true. Mike had done what he'd promised. He was relieved to see that he finally had the class's approval. It had been a successful evening, and they'd all gotten to know each other a lot better. But as they were leaving, nobody said anything to Kevin. "I'll give you a ride back in a few minutes if you want. I only had a sip of wine, and I'm in pretty good shape," Kevin said casually to Professor Murdoch. I can tell you've been doing some advanced training, Professor Murdoch remarked. Kevin finished his coffee and then gestured for the professor to head out to the parking lot with him. He was wondering if she was beginning to see through his facade. After Mike's father transferred enough money to him to settle the bill at the Whistler Hotel, the students started to head home. Kevin offered to give Professor Murdoch a ride, and she accepted. He was beginning to worry because she seemed to be starting to realize that there was something more to him than met the eye. Let's go, Professor. I'll take you back to campus and then I'll go home. Kevin didn't pay any attention to Professor Murdoch's surprise at his abilities. He figured this was going to happen sooner or later. When they got into the car, Professor Murdoch couldn't help asking, Kevin, tell me honestly, who's your mentor? Why are you so suddenly interested in me, Professor? Kevin smiled as he steered through traffic. I'm curious to know what kind of person was able to teach you so much at such a young age, she replied, without even bothering to hide her amazement. This comment surprised Kevin. He turned onto the highway and hit the gas as he answered her. Professor Murdoch, some people would be hurt by your remark. If I've gotten this strong, it's only because I'm smart enough to know what to do. It has nothing to do with my mentor. She didn't reply to Kevin right away. Instead, she looked at him questioningly. Then she took a deep breath and continued. Kevin, I was wrong about you. You've already made an enormous amount of progress. As long as you take the time to train hard and apply yourself, I'm sure you'll excel at the final exam 4 years from now. There's no telling where that could lead. It's a little too soon to talk about that, Kevin responded very casually. Professor Murdoch wanted to say something else, but her face suddenly turned pale. Large drops of sweat formed on her forehead, and she started to feel weak. Are you all right, Professor? Kevin asked her as he quickly slowed down and pulled to the side of the road. I'll be fine. Just keep on driving. It's probably because I haven't had any wine in a long time, she speculated. Really? Kevin frowned as he looked at Professor Murdoch. He could tell that this wasn't just because of a little wine. It's getting late, Kevin. Just head to campus so you can drop me off and head home, she replied as she controlled her breathing to calm herself down. Since Professor Murdoch insisted that she was okay, Kevin dropped the subject. It took him more than an hour to take her to the school parking lot and then get home. By the time he got back, Lily and Dorothy were already asleep. Kevin took out his books on herbal medicine to figure out what kind of pill Professor Murdoch had taken. Based on the color and smell of the pill Mike had given her, Kevin was able to find it in his materials. It was a neutralization pill. Fortunately, it wouldn't be fatal to her. However, it would severely diminish any progress that she'd already made in her physical and mental training. After about 5 days, she would be like any other normal person, and she wouldn't be able to use medicinal herbs to regain what she had lost. I can't believe that this pill can do all that, Kevin marveled. His thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar ringtone. For a second, he wondered if there was a burglar in the house, but then he realized that the sound was coming from his pocket. Who would be making a video call to Penny in the middle of the night? Could it be her boyfriend? Kevin wondered. By reflex, he answered the call. A moment later, he saw a beautiful woman standing in front of her closet picking out clothes. Oops, didn't mean to see that, Kevin thought to himself. She looked very familiar to him, but he just couldn't place her. While he was looking at her, trying to figure out who she was, the woman turned around to see why nobody was talking yet. When she saw Kevin, she screamed and disconnected the call. That's when Kevin realized that she was the young woman whose grandfather had taken the bad pill at the Pearl family's auction house. Seconds later, the phone rang again. The caller ID showed the same number as before, so Kevin picked up the call. Hello, are you Kevin? The woman asked. She was slightly embarrassed to have been seen by him in a video chat. The young woman turned out to be Penny's best friend, Mackenzie Knott. 2 years before, the Sutherland family had secretly joined the Myriads. What even Kevin didn't know was that the Myriads had been secretly recruiting a lot of powerful families over the past few years. Mackenzie was the one who had recruited the Sutherlands, and she and Penny had become great friends since then. Mackenzie was calling Penny late at night because she had something to tell her, but she hadn't expected a man to answer her friend's phone, especially when she was pretty sure that Penny didn't have a boyfriend. She recognized Kevin as the man who had saved her grandfather's life at the Pearl family's auction. "What's going on?" Kevin pretended to be calm as he replied. "What are you doing with Penny's phone?" Mackenzie said in a very demanding tone. "That sounds like you're accusing me of something. How do you know Penny didn't just lose her phone and I found it?" Kevin retorted. He knew that Penny would soon find out that he had her phone, so he decided to act like he was completely innocent. "I don't care if you found it or stole it. Just give it back to her tomorrow," Mackenzie ordered him. "And what if I don't?" Kevin snapped back. He wasn't really worried. After all, he was friends with Brett Stewart, who had a pretty high rank in the Myriads. "What did you just say? If you don't return her phone tomorrow, you're a dead man." Then Mackenzie abruptly hung up. What the hell? Why is everyone so violent lately? One wrong word and you're dead, Kevin asked himself. Then Kevin thought about how different Mackenzie had seemed when he met her at the auction. The rest of the night passed very quickly. Early the next morning, Kevin drove to campus with Lily. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he broke into a grin. There was a new student in the seat next to his. "Meriwether, what are you doing here?" Kevin asked as he walked up to the man and rapped his knuckles on the desks. "Hey, get the—" But before he could finish what he was saying, he recognized Kevin and changed his tone. "Why, Kevin, what brings you here?" "I'm here for class, of course." Kevin smiled as he took a seat. Meriwether looked at Kevin and suddenly felt very depressed. This guy had already beaten him up twice at the Jones family mansion and then in prison. Why couldn't he get rid of the guy? "Why do I keep running into you?" Meriwether muttered to himself. "What did you say?" Kevin asked with a broad smile. "Nothing," Meriwether replied as he turned his head away. He didn't want to look at Kevin right now. Fortunately, nobody had found out about the 2 times Kevin had beaten him up, but if it happened at the School for the Healing Arts, he'd be a laughingstock. Just as Kevin was about to say something else, he smelled a strong perfume in the air. Before he could react, Penny was standing in front of him. Everyone in the room noticed this. It was only the 3rd day of class, but they were all very interested in anything that Penny did. "Do you have my phone? Give it back to me right now," Penny said to him directly as she held out her hand. Last night, Mackenzie had sent someone to tell Penny that Kevin had her missing phone. As Kevin's classmates watched this play out, they were very confused. What was he doing with Penny's phone? Were they friends? "Great. I found it on the way out of the Whistler Hotel last night, and I was wondering whose it was, but everybody had already left," Kevin replied calmly as he handed it back to Penny. He'd already rehearsed a few explanations. "You didn't go through any of my photos, did you?" she asked him angrily. "Of course not, Penny. What do you think I am, some kind of perv?" Kevin replied as he acted hurt. Kevin couldn't help noticing just how furious Penny seemed to be with him. "I just told you that I found it. Why are you treating me like a pickpocket or something?" Kevin asked her boldly as he stood up to stand face to face with her. He decided that he needed to discourage Penny from asking any more questions. Otherwise, he might slip up and tell her the truth. "My phone is always in my bag unless I'm talking on it. So tell me again, where did you pick it up?" Penny interrogated him coldly. "I've already explained it to you clearly, Penny. Don't think you can bully me just because you're from a wealthy family. I may be poor, but I'd never steal anything," Kevin insisted breathlessly. She couldn't tell that he was pretending and thought Kevin was really getting upset. "Are you accusing me of trying to frame you?" Penny asked him. Then she got worried. "Why are you getting so angry with me?" Lionel butted in before Kevin could say anything. "Are you trying to intimidate Penny just because she's asking you a few questions?" Then Luther got up and chastised Kevin. "Don't be a jerk. Even if you didn't steal her phone, that's no reason to threaten her. How'd you like to end up down at the police station?" Meriwether saw his chance and decided to jump in too. "Call the police? You've really underestimated Kevin. He's already done time. Why don't you ask him what for?" That really caused an uproar. Kevin had been to prison? Is that why the Jones family couldn't stand him? The whole class burst into laughter at the thought of Kevin being an ex-con. Meriwether sneered at Kevin. Now that he saw him being ridiculed by his classmates, Meriwether stopped being so afraid of him. After all, this was a school, not a prison. "I'll tell you what happened," Meriwether announced to the class. "He drank too much and got into a fight at the Salix Leaf Hotel. They sent him to prison for nearly a month." The students were all shocked to hear this. He really sounded like a violent person, and they shuddered to think what he'd do if he got angry. "So you've been to prison and you're also hard up for cash? Then you have the nerve to steal Penny's phone and expect us to believe that you just found it?" Mike scoffed. "Since you all think that I stole it, there's nothing I can say to change your minds." Kevin snarled at them. Then he looked at Penny and asked her, "But do you know why I took your phone?" "Listen to that, everyone. This scumbag just admitted it himself." Mike shouted as he pointed at Kevin. Penny clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes flashed with anger, and right now she felt nothing but contempt for Kevin. This was the first time someone had ever stolen something from her, and it turned out to be one of her own classmates. Kevin was completely derailed. The whole situation had gotten out of hand, and he was running the risk of getting kicked out of school. "Please, listen to me, Penny," Kevin explained. "Mike couldn't afford to pay for the dinner last night, so he planned to pretend to be drunk and then get you to cover the expenses for him. He was also hoping to connect with you online. I was just helping you out." "Do you expect me to believe that?" Penny snarled as she gritted her teeth. "Are you still trying to pin this whole thing on Mike?" Their classmates all started to discuss the situation with each other. How could a petty thief have gotten into their high-class school? And none of them believed his excuse at all. While they were all mocking Kevin so horribly, Mike looked over at Lionel and Luther. They could tell what he was thinking. How did this jerk find out about what happened last night? They just shook their heads and didn't say a word. Mike felt really lucky that his father had bailed him out last night, or he'd have been humiliated in front of the entire school. But Kevin wasn't feeling quite so lucky. How the heck was he going to straighten this whole mess out? Kevin had been backed into a corner by Penny's accusation, so he finally told her why he'd taken her phone. Mike couldn't figure out how Kevin knew about his plan to get her to pay for the dinner at the Whistler Hotel's VIP room. But Meriwether had managed to let everyone know that Kevin had been in prison, so the situation was looking pretty bad for Kevin. "Didn't I just say that you couldn't come up with a decent excuse? After all, do I look like someone who wouldn't have enough money to pay a bill?" Mike bragged to everyone. "Well, you should know better than anyone else," Kevin replied calmly. "What do you mean by that, scumbag? Do you want to get your butt kicked?" Mike shouted as his temper flared. He started to roll up his sleeves and walk over toward Kevin like he was ready for a fight. Just then, everyone heard the sound of footsteps coming down the hall toward the classroom. Professor Murdoch walked in carrying a book and asked them, "Why is everyone so lively today? It's almost time for class to start, so let's all take our seats." "You got here just in time, Professor Murdoch. Kevin stole Penny's phone yesterday, but he's trying to tell us that he just found it at the Whistler Hotel," Mike said very sanctimoniously. "Mike, that's nothing to be joking about. You know that the school doesn't tolerate that kind of behavior. But I believe that Kevin would never do something like that," Professor Murdoch told him as she placed the book on her desk. "Now everyone go back to your seats. I have something exciting to tell you." In fact, if this had happened the day before, Professor Murdoch might have believed it. But now she knew more about Kevin and what he was capable of doing. If he was already trained as an apothecary at such a young age, there was no telling how high he could climb. She hadn't met a student with this much potential in years. So she was considering taking Kevin under her wing to train him herself. But she was worried that Kevin's classmates would tick him off and might even attack him. With his abilities, Professor Murdoch was probably the only person in the class who had a chance of stopping him. After everyone had returned to their seats, Professor Murdoch continued. "As you probably recall, there was serious flooding in our state a while back, and a lot of the victims are still in need of assistance. Our school has always believed in helping the less fortunate. So last night the administration decided to organize a fundraising event with each class forming a team. There's no limit on the amount that you can donate," Professor Murdoch explained. Then she got to the incentive. Whichever class has the most donations will receive a generous reward from the school. As her voice fell, the entire classroom went wild. "What kind of reward do you think they'll give us?" one of them asked. "Whatever it is, it has to be fantastic," replied another. They wondered if the school might even give the winners some kind of advanced herbal medicine to help increase their intelligence. Professor Murdoch had already written the word fundraiser on the board. Then she wrote down a code for them to use. Considering that a lot of you don't carry much cash around, the school arranged for online donations. You can transfer the funds directly from your bank account. The students all started pulling out their phones. They were all from rich families and could afford to donate at least $25,000. A few of them even donated more than that. Just to show off, Mike immediately donated $600,000. "Did you see that, Kevin? You still think I don't have any money? How could someone who's short on cash donate $600,000? Mike bragged so that everyone could hear him. "Mike's a great guy, and I saw Kevin steal Penny's phone with my own eyes." Lionel stood up and started jeering. "Professor Murdoch, I think we should report this to the administration. Someone like Kevin isn't fit to be in this school," Luther said disdainfully. Professor Murdoch's expression turned sour when she heard that. "Kevin, did you really steal Penny's phone?" No matter how much potential she saw in Kevin, the professor couldn't let him get away with something like stealing. He'd have to be punished. For one thing, they couldn't afford to share their secrets with someone who might use them maliciously. That would be disastrous. "Don't even bother to ask him about it. The best way to deal with Kevin is to have him expelled so he won't embarrass us," Mike said very seriously. The rest of the students nodded in agreement. "Kevin, it seems like I've misjudged you," Professor Murdoch said sadly. She was already in a bad mood today. She didn't know why, but she woke up feeling even weaker than the night before. "Professor Murdoch, could you please return my phone to me?" Kevin asked her calmly as he walked up to the podium. "I want to make a donation too." His words immediately brought laughter from the room. They all started to jeer at him. How could someone who's so hard up that they need to steal a phone make any kind of donation? "Why don't you let him have it, Professor? Let's see how much money this delinquent can donate," one of them urged her. She took a long look at Kevin and then took his phone out of her briefcase, saying, "I'll return it to you, but you have to listen to me carefully. First of all, from now on, as long as you're in class, you can't take your phone out. If I catch you doing it again, you'll never get it back." Then she added, "Second, from now on, you have to be on your best behavior in school. If you get into any more trouble, I'll have no problem having the police handle it. Just because you're not as fortunate as your classmates doesn't mean you can steal from them." Kevin didn't say anything. He just entered the fundraising information into his phone and returned to his seat. Professor Murdoch also took out her phone and went to the donation website. Their class had donated close to $2.5 million, which pleased her to no end. "I may not be too enthusiastic about some of this job, but with a little training, I'll be able to achieve greater things in the future," Professor Murdoch thought to herself. Suddenly, one of the students shouted, "Quick, take a look at the donation website." This immediately got everyone's attention. They all pulled out their phones to see. There was utter silence in the room. They could all see that someone had just donated $500,000, and the name next to the donation was Kevin. Penny suddenly raised her head to look at Kevin. Why would someone who could afford to donate $500,000 steal a phone? Did I really misunderstand him? Penny wondered. She felt a little guilty. Luther and Lionel almost fell out of their seats. Nobody could believe it, but they had the proof right there. Kevin walked over to Mike and said, "You said I was so poor I had to steal a phone? Then tell me how many phones you could buy for $500,000. He said this loud enough so that everyone in the class could clearly hear him. Mike suddenly got flustered. "What is there for you to be proud of when you're just spending your wife's money? Anyway, my father's the one who gave me my money, and I won't get scolded when I get home." Then Mike pulled out his phone and donated $500,000 to the fundraiser. He'd already spent $360,000 for dinner the night before, and now he was donating another $500,000. He hardly had anything left in his account. The students all saw Mike's name pop up on the fundraiser website, and they were really impressed. Mike relished in their praise. He looked at Kevin with a self-satisfied smirk and boasted,
Let's see if you can match that with your wife's money.
Kevin's classmates started to whisper to each other. They didn't realize that he'd been spending his wife's money. The Jones family would be really ticked at him for doing that. While they were all processing this new information, some of them noticed that Kevin seemed really calm. But Mike was starting to look very upset. "Wow, Mike, looks like you're really rich. Are you sure you're in the mood to compete with me?" Kevin shot back. Then he took out his phone and donated $1 million to the fundraiser. Everyone checked their phones and saw that Kevin had just donated $1 million more. They couldn't believe their eyes, and some of them started to get a very different opinion of Kevin.
"Did this guy really steal his wife's card?"
Mike gulped. He didn't have enough money left in his account to compete with Kevin. "Are you going to match my donation, Mike? Remember, it's for the disaster victims." Kevin teased him as he added another $500,000. The room fell quiet again. They all looked at Mike to see what he was going to do, but it was obvious that he was very upset. Mike opened his mouth to speak, but he choked on his words. His father had already told him not to ask him for any more money until next year. If he called him again today, his dad would probably be so mad at him that he'd fly into a rage and come to Chicago to straighten him out in person. That wouldn't go well. "How come you haven't made any more donations?"
"Don't you have any money left in your account?"
Kevin chided him. "You were just saying that I'm a poor jerk who had to steal a phone. Do you still think I'm poor?" Mike stared at Kevin for a long time, but he couldn't find the words to reply. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have donated so much money. Now he really felt like a fool. He'd been trying to make Kevin look like a putz, but he'd only hurt himself. Mike got so angry that he punched Kevin in the shoulder. Suddenly, the class realized that Mike had just been trying to impress them all, even though he really couldn't afford it. "I can forgive you for insulting me, but do you expect to get away with hitting me?" Kevin growled as he grabbed Mike's wrist with one hand and slapped him hard on the cheek with the other. The blow knocked Mike back several feet, and he fell to the floor with a thud. "Kevin, how can you do that?" Professor Murdoch shouted from the podium. "I'm sure you saw what he did, Professor. Mike struck me first, and I was just defending myself," Kevin replied frankly. "Did the school regulations say that I can't fight back when I'm being bullied?" Professor Murdoch was obviously angry, but she knew that Kevin was right. When Kevin donated all that money to the fundraiser, the professor started to change her mind about him. But after seeing him strike a fellow student, his good deeds didn't matter anymore. "Come to my office," Professor Murdoch ordered him. She seemed like she was about to lose control of herself. Kevin wondered what was going on. He could tell that she seemed a little weaker than before. He followed her into her office and stood there quietly. "Kevin, private fights are strictly prohibited here. If you dare to strike anyone again, you'll be severely punished," Professor Murdoch informed him. "Are you taking Mike's side, Professor? Didn't you see how he was bullying me?" Kevin replied casually. Then he asked her, "Are you feeling okay? You don't seem as strong today as you usually do." "What makes you say that?" she asked him as a look of panic flashed in her eyes. She hadn't spoken to anyone about how she'd been feeling. "Did you forget what I said at the dinner last night? I told you that there was something strange about the pill Mike gave you, and I warned you not to take it." Kevin reminded her as he shook his head. "But you told me that you couldn't see anything wrong with it." "Are you making fun of me, Kevin?" Professor Murdoch changed the subject as she deliberately avoided talking about the pill. "Maybe I didn't get enough sleep and my body hasn't had a chance to recover yet." "You're lying to yourself, Professor. There's no need to do that with me," Kevin admonished her with a smile. "If I'm right, you'll have lost all your progress within 3 days, and you'll never be able to get it back no matter what you try." Professor Murdoch began to panic, but quickly calmed herself and asked Kevin, "Are you trying to scare me?" From what she knew about the augmentation pill, these effects Kevin was talking about didn't make any sense. It had taken her a long time to get as far as she had in her training, and it had brought her a lot of recognition and respect. If Kevin was right, she'd lose her position in the school, along with a lot of the connections she'd made with some very powerful people. Since you don't believe me, I don't know what else I can say, Kevin sighed. But please remember what I said, Professor. There are only 3 days left at most. If you change your mind in the next couple days, just give me a call. I have a way to solve your problem. Then Kevin asked if he had her permission to return to class. When he got back to the room, Merriweather avoided any eye contact with him, but Kevin didn't really care. He sat down in his seat and waited for Professor Murdoch to return. Just when he was about to take out his phone to see if the battery still had a charge, Penny suddenly turned around and put a piece of paper on Kevin's desktop. A few of the students saw this and wondered why on earth she would bother to pass a note to a loser like him. After Kevin got back from Professor Murdoch's office, he sat down in his seat and started to check his phone. Before he could even pull it out, Penny turned around and put a note on his desk. The students who saw this started whispering to each other, wondering what was going on. Kevin didn't care what they thought. He could see the note that said, "Sorry, I was wrong about you." This made Kevin feel a little awkward. If he replied, "That's okay," it would seem that he didn't think that much of himself, but if he said too much, she might think he was full of himself. This isn't going to be easy, Kevin scratched his head and thought to himself. While he was trying to figure out what to say to Penny, his phone started buzzing like crazy in his lap. Kevin took a look and saw that he had a ridiculous number of messages from Gwen Archer. There were texts saying things like, "Why are you asking me about this?" and "Are you angry?" "Please don't be mad at me," one of the messages said. "I promise I won't let my brother fight Dalton again." Kevin was confused about what to do. He just asked Gwen about Dalton in yesterday's class when Professor Murdoch took his phone away, but he never expected Gwen to send him dozens of texts in just one day. After thinking for a while, Kevin replied to her briefly, "If you really want me to teach you to be an apothecary, don't let anyone bother Dalton Steele again. Otherwise, you won't be able to get another power pill from me ever again." Meanwhile, Penny was starting to get very anxious. She'd only written one simple sentence. Why was Kevin taking so long to respond? Finally, Penny couldn't stand the suspense and she turned around to look at Kevin. She was shocked to see that he was playing with his phone with his head down. He hadn't even touched her note. Why was he ignoring her? She wondered. Penny wasn't used to anyone giving her the brush off. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. How could he do this to her when she just offered him an olive branch? But Kevin wasn't aware any of this was going on. He was in the middle of a heated argument with Gwen Archer. "Your brother took the power pill I gave him and then used his force against my best friend. And now you still want me to be your teacher? Is that all you think of me?" Kevin replied angrily. "I didn't have anything to do with it. When Dalton came to our mansion, I hardly said a thing to him. So don't blame me," she explained. Then Gwen begged him anxiously, "Please let me be your student. I'll consider Dalton to be part of my family and ask my brother to get along with the Steele family. We'll even come to an agreement on our conflict with the bar Dalton opened." Kevin grunted and simply replied, "I'll believe it when I see it." Then Kevin put away his phone. Penny's note had been blown onto the floor by a light breeze. While this was going on, Randall Williams was in his New York mansion having coffee with Seth Roundtree. After he'd gotten the call from Randall the evening before, Roundtree had rushed to New York as soon as he could. He'd managed to get there by this morning. "Mr. Williams, by joining the Myriads, you've made a wise decision for your family," Roundtree stated plainly as he put his coffee cup down on the table. "I'll take you tonight to meet with the senior members. That way we'll all be clear about what we can expect from each other in this relationship." "I'd like to talk to you about the herbal meds for my family," Randall asked him reluctantly. As long as his family was joining the Myriads, he wanted them to start making progress as soon as possible. "Don't worry, I have plenty of pills for you. Tonight I'll ask my people to let you have some of the construction pills," Roundtree reassured him. Then he pulled a training manual out of his briefcase and said, "Take this as my gift to your family to commemorate your acceptance into the Myriads." Randall had an unsure look on his face as he took the book. When he saw the title, he got very excited. It was Instruction Manual for Myriad's Members, Physical and Cognitive Training. That's right. This is the manual that our organization has developed over the years to give all of our members a physical and mental edge over our competition, Roundtree explained proudly. I'd only heard rumors about this, Randall exclaimed. I can't believe I'm holding it in my hands. He was beyond excited. If his family mastered this training, they wouldn't have to answer to anyone. There's a lot of valuable information in there. Some of it we developed on our own. Other things have been picked up by infiltrating various groups. Roundtree practically whispered as though he were afraid of someone hearing him admit it. This is a truly generous gift, Randall said gratefully. Look how happy you are. But don't worry. I can guarantee you that this is only the beginning. Once you join us, as long as you sincerely contribute to the organization, there will be more good things in store for you than you can ever imagine. Roundtree boasted as he leaned back in his chair. Then he said more soberly, but there are other groups that are unwilling to share. Does that sound right to you? What you're saying makes sense, Randall replied distractedly. But at the moment he couldn't take his eyes off the manual that Roundtree had given him. Okay, I still have some business to attend to. Make sure that your family gets started right away. The construction pills will be delivered by 10 o'clock tonight at the latest, Roundtree assured him. Then he said, I have to get going. Roundtree closed up his briefcase and headed out the door, leaving Randall to flip enthusiastically through the book. At the School for the Healing Arts, they included a physical education class in the curriculum. It looked a lot like what you might find at any ordinary college. The big difference was that their instructors in basic martial arts techniques had highly specialized training, and the class itself was grueling. In a 2-hour class, they only rested for a few minutes at a time. Kevin was assigned to Group 24, which was training close to Phoebe Anderson and Sherwin Blair, who were in Group 25. Kevin had already moved way beyond the basic moves that were being demonstrated in the class, so he found a shady spot and lay down on the ground where he could watch the rest of the students practice. Suddenly, Lily walked up to him holding 2 bottles of water. She smiled and offered one to Kevin. Sweetie, do you want some water? Kevin nodded and returned her smile. He popped Lily's bottle open and handed it back to her. Lily sat down right next to Kevin and put her head on his shoulder. A few of the men in the class who were interested in Lily were very jealous of Kevin when they saw this. Hey, isn't that Lily? Who's that guy she's sitting with? One of them asked. You don't know who that is? I thought everyone had heard of him. He's Lily's trashy husband, another student explained to him. Didn't you say their marriage was on the rocks? They definitely aren't acting like it, he replied. Kevin could hear their discussions and he started to smile. He'd also felt that Lily had become more and more affectionate lately. Just then, another beautiful woman walked over to Kevin. Phoebe Anderson handed Kevin a bottle of water and gave him a pleasant smile. You must be thirsty, Kevin, she remarked as she looked him in the eyes and completely ignored Lily. I'm very flattered, Miss Anderson, Kevin teased her. Don't forget that I still owe you a meal. When are you free? She asked him. She clearly remembered that their dinner had been interrupted by Officer Emmett. Phoebe still hadn't properly thanked him for the Dream Lover necklace. Whenever Phoebe had nothing to do, she would start thinking about Kevin. That's why she'd brought along an antique Italian hairpin with her, so she'd have an excuse to spend some time with him. I've got tons of free time. Just say when, Kevin answered playfully. We can figure that out later. But first, I wonder if you can take a look at this Italian hairpin. Phoebe asked as she handed it to Kevin. She could feel Lily's eyes on her. But Phoebe was smart. She knew that she needed a good excuse to spend some time with Kevin, and her plan seemed to work. When Lily saw that Phoebe had an actual business-related question for Kevin, she stopped giving her the evil eye. But she still kept a watchful eye on the two of them. That's a very nice piece, Kevin said as he turned the hairpin over in his hand. It's genuine onyx and gold. The cameo looks like a member of the Italian royal family. My conservative estimate is $90,000. Their conversation started to draw some stares from the other students who were taking their break. Why was this loser so popular? If Lily and Kevin had such a great thing going, what was Phoebe Anderson trying to do? They just couldn't figure it out. Then one of the rich kids walked over and said very loudly,
"You'd better not get involved with Kevin. Did you know he stole Penny Sutherland's phone at the Whistler Hotel last night? He was exposed in front of the entire class. I wouldn't let him near any of your expensive antiques."
"You must be joking," Phoebe laughed. Then she added very seriously, "He's our antique shop's chief appraiser." The man's jaw dropped when she said that. He turned around and walked away without saying another word. The cameo has incredible detail, but I think that the pin itself was probably repaired in the late 1700s, Kevin added thoughtfully. "Wow, you really know your stuff. Even my father didn't know that much about it, but you could tell all that with just a glance?" Phoebe gushed. Her eyes were almost shining with admiration. "I never knew my husband was so skilled," Lily commented. She emphasized the word husband to send a message to Phoebe. Phoebe felt some disappointment when she heard Lily say that. "I wish I'd met Kevin first," Phoebe thought to herself. Kevin sensed the tension. Just as he was about to say something to change the subject, he heard a firm voice telling him to have some more water. It sounded more like a command than a friendly request. The three of them turned around at the same time to see who it was. Kevin gulped nervously when he saw Penny standing there looking down at him. The students who had been watching Kevin so enviously for the past few minutes couldn't take it anymore.
"What the hell is this? Now Penny's giving Kevin water too?" one of them commented.
"What's he got that I don't?" another one said. They had no idea what these three women saw in the guy. It was bad enough that Lily and Phoebe were fawning over Kevin, but now Penny was joining in. "What's this about, Penny?" Kevin asked her inquisitively. He couldn't figure out what she wanted from him. "I just wanted to say that I was wrong about you, Kevin. Take this bottle of water as a peace offering," Penny said coolly. No one knew just how conflicted Penny was feeling as she did this. She was from a very important family and was usually very reserved. It was a big deal for her to offer something to a man that lots of people in the school thought was such a loser. But she also knew that what had happened that morning had been her fault. She'd treated Kevin like a thief and almost had him thrown out of the school when he'd only been trying to help her. On top of that, when Penny passed that note to Kevin and he didn't reply, she couldn't think of any other way to make it up to him. "Don't worry about it, Penny. It was a simple misunderstanding," Kevin said graciously. He could feel all the eyes on him, and it didn't feel too good. "I always try to deal with people fairly," she explained. "How about if I treat you to dinner sometime?" The more nonchalant Kevin acted, the more Penny felt sorry for him. She didn't say it very loud, but everyone heard her invitation very clearly. The guys who had a crush on Penny just couldn't stand it. What the heck did she see in him? Kevin was starting to make a lot of enemies in his class without even trying. Lily and Phoebe were also a little wary of her. Was Penny an old friend of Kevin's? Why was she inviting him to dinner? Phoebe was starting to feel very uneasy. She was already in competition with Lily, and now there was someone new she had to deal with. But Lily was getting even more nervous. She knew exactly who Penny was. She was from the most important family in the city, and she was also very attractive. Lily was afraid that Penny might try to steal Kevin from her. Right then, Lily promised herself not to let anyone take her husband away from her, and it was up to her to do something about it. Lily was feeling a little jealous of Phoebe until Penny stopped by to offer Kevin some water. Then she invited Kevin to dinner as a peace offering for not believing his explanation of how he'd ended up with her phone. Lily had promised herself not to let anyone try to break up her relationship with Kevin, so she took the initiative and held Kevin's hand. "Hubby, your classmate's offer sounds wonderful. Let's take her up on it." Then Lily looked over at Phoebe and added, "Why don't you come along too, Phoebe? It's always a lot more fun to have a big group." Kevin was pleasantly surprised to hear Lily talking so kindly and gently. This was the first time he'd seen her like this in all the years they'd been married. Just as Kevin was about to nod his head and agree to the plan, a sharp sword suddenly flew toward them from nearby. Kevin saw that it was about to hit Phoebe's shoulder, so he jumped up off the ground and leapt in front of her. At the same time, he reached out and snatched the sword. Who the hell would do something as mindless as that? With all these people around, you could kill someone, Kevin thought to himself. He tossed the sword onto the ground just as a tall, rugged man with an incredibly guilty look on his face ran over to them. The man calmly picked the sword up off the ground and said very apologetically,
"I'm really sorry about that. It accidentally slipped out of my hand while I was practicing. I'm so glad I didn't hurt anyone."
He was Frank Carter, one of the martial arts instructors at the School for the Healing Arts. Although Frank was acting like a very friendly and easygoing guy, he was actually being pretty hypocritical. On the first day of school, he'd noticed Lily and Phoebe and had a crush on both of the women, but he'd never found a good excuse to go up and talk to either of them. When he saw Lily and Phoebe sitting with Kevin, Frank absolutely lost it. "You really should be more careful when you're practicing your sword techniques. Even though you're an instructor, you still could hurt someone," Kevin grumbled.
"You're absolutely right. I'll try to pay attention next time."
Frank replied cheerfully, but he was actually cursing Kevin under his breath.
"Who the hell do you think you are to teach me a lesson? Just see how I'll deal with you later."
Then Frank turned around and walked away while he continued to show off his sword moves for the group of young students who had been watching him. Frank's interruption really ruined Kevin's mood, but he still thought he'd be a fool to pass up a chance to have Penny treat him. "So it's a plan. Let's all go out and have dinner tonight." "Okay," Penny agreed right away. Then she eyed Lily and Phoebe before walking off the training field. Suddenly, Lily hugged Kevin's arms and pouted slightly. "Why is Penny treating you to a meal? Is there something going on between the two of you that you're keeping from me?" Phoebe also stared at Kevin and wondered what the deal was. In the face of stiff competition like Penny, she and Lily were kind of on the same side now. Right then, a stone hit Lily really hard on the shoulder and she winced in pain. Kevin knew right away who'd done it, and he was really pissed. Frank jogged over to them with a big smile on his face. His apology really sounded sincere.
"Sorry, Lily. I hope I didn't hurt you. The students asked me to demonstrate a throwing technique and it got away from me. Did it hurt a lot?"
Then he added,
"I can show you a special massage that'll make you feel better before you know it."
But Frank didn't care whether Lily felt better or not. He started to reach out to touch her shoulder, but Lily pulled back. Before Frank even got near her, Kevin grabbed his wrist and snarled, "I think you're looking for trouble."
"You really should show more respect to your teachers,"
Frank shouted angrily. "Respect you? For what? Are you even qualified to be teaching here? Apologize to my wife immediately or you'll regret it," Kevin threatened him.
"What did you just say? There's a little too much noise out here. I didn't hear you clearly."
Frank tilted his head and whispered into Kevin's ear, "I was telling you to apologize. Or don't you understand plain English?" Kevin roared back. The commotion started to draw a crowd of onlookers. "Am I seeing things? Is this guy actually starting a fight with a martial arts instructor?" One of them asked the other. They were all certain that Kevin would be absolutely destroyed by Frank. After all, he was good enough to be on the school's faculty. They figured that the best outcome for Kevin was that he'd end up in the hospital. Sherwin Blair squeezed through the crowd and shouted at Kevin, "You're getting more and more cocky all the time, you loser. Frank's our martial arts teacher, you goof. Do you have any idea how much trouble you're getting into? If I were you, I'd immediately let go of his wrist and beg for forgiveness. If you're lucky, maybe he'll let you go." Blair laughed. "Kevin, let's just forget about it. It really didn't hurt that much anyway," Lily pleaded with him. She was worried about what would happen to her husband, and she could tell that Frank was just looking for a fight. Plus, since he was an instructor, the school would probably take his side in the disagreement, and Kevin would be finished there. No, Lily. If I don't teach him a lesson this time, he'll just keep doing this over and over, Kevin told her. He'd seen lots of people like Frank Carter, and he knew how it would go.
I'll tell you what, Frank retorted. If you want to fight with me, that's what you'll get.
Then he picked up a sword and pointed it right at Kevin. He didn't seem to care what he did to Kevin, he was so angry. The group of onlookers started to make a lot of noise. Phoebe and Lily were getting incredibly anxious. Both of them knew that Kevin could fight, but had he ever fought someone who was good enough to teach at the school for the healing arts? But Kevin wasn't afraid at all. His training in the herbal meds had given him incredible power, right down to his DNA. Frank was pretty impressive to beginners, but he wasn't a threat. In fact, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Just as Kevin was about to attack, everyone heard somebody shout, "Stop that right now! This is a university campus, not some back alley." Frank immediately withdrew his sword and Kevin relaxed his fist. Professor Murdoch walked over to them and chastised Frank. "Do you think it's right to bully students? We're supposed to protect them."
It's not what it looks like, Professor Murdoch. Kevin wanted to do some extra training during our break, so I was just testing him,
Frank tried to explain. "These students just got here a few days ago. How could you be testing them when they haven't even learned the basics?" Professor Murdoch glared. Everyone on the faculty knew that Frank was a player, but he had some relatives who had pretty good connections and his martial arts skills were pretty good, so they put up with a lot of his nonsense.
"We were just messing around, Professor. Everything's under control."
Frank kept smiling the whole time he was talking, but he was acting a lot less arrogant now that Professor Murdoch was there. "Instructor Carter, I don't care if you're kidding around or not. If you hurt any of this school's students, you'll answer for it," Professor Murdoch explained in no uncertain terms. Lily and Phoebe both heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Professor Murdoch was there, they knew that Frank wouldn't dare to try anything else. Otherwise, Kevin would definitely be in big trouble right now.
"Of course, Professor Murdoch. I'd never let things get out of hand. Just ask the students,"
Frank replied with his fake smile. He was trying to make it look like he was being falsely accused. Blair immediately stood up for his teacher. "Professor Murdoch, this is all a big misunderstanding. Kevin was being very rude and he just needed to learn a lesson." As he spoke, Blair made sure that he sneered at Kevin. He thought to himself, "You're so lucky you got out of this, you loser." Then Lionel also piped up. "Don't be too hard on Mr. Carter. How could an instructor at this school possibly be bullying students?"
"That's right. He was teaching us sword skills just now. The lesson was to practice hard and try to make positive contributions to society as soon as we can," Luther agreed. Kevin almost laughed out loud when he heard these guys. Lionel and Luther were such good liars. They sounded completely sincere. Phoebe and Lily were even angrier than Kevin by now. They couldn't understand how these guys could tell such bald-faced lies. Professor Murdoch looked at them all one by one. Finally, her gaze stopped on Kevin. "Come with me. I've got something to tell you," she requested. She knew just how powerful Kevin was and that Frank wouldn't stand a chance against him, so it was entirely possible that Kevin had wised off to him since he wasn't afraid. When they got to Professor Murdoch's office, she informed him, "You've earned your reward." Kevin wasn't sure what she was talking about and asked her, "What reward?" "Don't you remember what I told you in class? The high donor for the fundraiser receives a reward from the school," Professor Murdoch explained. Then she glanced at Kevin and asked him, "Don't you want it?" "Of course I'm interested, Professor, but I don't know what it is," Kevin replied frankly. "Since it's coming from the school, it must be something good, right? Is the reward some kind of advanced technique or a medicinal pill with superhuman effects?" "An advanced technique? Or a medicinal pill? Don't forget that this is a school, so your reward will be a little more academic," Professor Murdoch reminded him. "Your reward will be to have access to the library's special collections annex. You can choose any book you like and check it out."
What kind of reward is that? Kevin was stunned. He looked out of Professor Murdoch's office window and could see the library. Any student could get into the building if they wanted. Don't you like the reward? Professor Murdoch could tell what Kevin was thinking with just a glance. I just don't see what's so special about this, Kevin replied dejectedly. It sounds like you really haven't read through the school's regulations, she scowled. Let me be frank with you. The books in special collections from the 1st to the 10th floor are actually just copies of the original editions. There's a vast amount of information in them, and you can find out just about anything you need to know. But students are strictly forbidden to take any of the books in the library, she added. But what's the use of it for me to check out a single book? Kevin couldn't help but ask. Anyway, as long as the other students can enter special collections too, they can read whatever they want. Just hear me out, Professor Murdoch answered bluntly. The books from the 11th to the 13th floor are extremely rare. They're the only copies in existence. I myself don't even know what's contained in them. What? You don't even know? Kevin was astonished. Do you think that just anyone is allowed to go up to the top floors? Professor Murdoch asked him as she slowly walked over to the window and showed him the imposing structure. Then she said very seriously, the top 3 floors are strictly guarded. If you don't have permission, you can't even get up there. And if anyone were to sneak in, they'd be severely punished. I was only allowed access to the 11th floor when I first joined the faculty. The administration let me see the top 2 floors, but I wasn't permitted to touch anything, she revealed. Then she turned around and looked Kevin in the eyes. So now do you understand how important this reward is? Kevin's eyes widened when he heard that. Do you mean I can enter the top 3 floors? That's right. You can go anywhere from the 11th to the 13th floors, and you can stay there for 10 hours. Professor Murdoch explained with just a hint of jealousy. What Kevin didn't know was that when Professor Murdoch went to the 11th floor, she was only allowed to stay there for an hour. Well, when you put it that way, my donation was worth it, Kevin joked. But Professor Murdoch still wasn't sure about Kevin's enormous donation to the fundraiser. How could he have had that much money to throw around? She was so curious that she looked into it and found out that Lily had only donated $25,000. Compared to the millions that Kevin had donated, it was just a drop in the bucket. Seeing the excitement in Kevin's eyes, Professor Murdoch decided to throw some cold water on his ambitions. Don't be too optimistic about the top floor. The books on that level are only for the most advanced experts. Ordinary people, even excellent students, aren't ready for them. So don't be greedy, she advised. Choose a book that you're ready to read and can benefit from it for the rest of your life. That would be much more sensible than choosing something that you're not ready to grasp. Are they really that difficult? Kevin frowned slightly. You'll know when the time comes. I'll take you over there right now to prevent any misunderstanding with the guards. Professor Murdoch offered as she gestured toward the door. A few minutes later, they bumped into Penny. I'm sorry, Penny. Professor Murdoch and I have some things to deal with, so I'm afraid I'll have to take a rain check on our dinner, Kevin explained apologetically. That's okay. Just let me know when you have the time, Penny replied. She was still acting a little aloof, but Kevin's willingness to put off their dinner only made her even more interested in him. As Kevin and Professor Murdoch were heading to the library so that he could spend some time looking at the rare books, they bumped into Penny Sutherland. Kevin explained to her that he wouldn't be able to have dinner that evening after all and asked if they could do it another day. Somehow, this made Penny even more interested in Kevin. She was used to getting special treatment for her whole life, and nobody ever canceled appointments with her. After all, there were lots of people who were dying to get to know her, but Kevin treated her differently. Kevin and Professor Murdoch continued to the Special Collections Annex after they left Penny in the quad. There wasn't an elevator in the building, so they had to take the stairs, all the way up to the 11th floor. Luckily, they were both in good shape, so it wasn't a big problem. As they climbed the stairs, the higher they got, the stranger Kevin felt. He was starting to sense something special. not only from the surroundings, but he felt like there was some very powerful people nearby. It was like when you go into the woods and you think you're being watched. There must be some incredibly skilled faculty members around here. How will I ever be able to get my hands on the consolidation technique for the Alliance Director? Kevin wondered. The two of them eventually made it to the 11th floor. Professor Murdoch stopped and said very solemnly to Kevin, "I can't go any higher than this. Please be careful not to damage any of the books you find here. I'll wait for you down on the 10th floor." Then Professor Murdoch turned around and headed back down the stairs to look for a random book to read while she waited for Kevin to finish. Kevin took a deep breath and slowly opened the door to the 11th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, he was shocked by what he saw. There was nobody there, and he didn't see a single bookcase. This is supposed to be the floor with all the rare books? Kevin said to himself as he looked at the empty room. He scanned the space from one side to the other and muttered under his breath, "What the hell is going on? There's absolutely nothing here. Did the school get robbed or something?" The 11th floor was definitely very empty, not even a scrap of paper, let alone a collection of arcane tomes containing the secrets of herbal medicine. Are they playing some kind of sick joke on me? Kevin wondered. Maybe they were fine with taking my money, but knew what the students had been saying about me. I'll bet they never intended to let me see anything, or any of the other students either. He was feeling extremely disappointed and a little frustrated, too, as he walked toward the middle of the empty room. The only piece of furniture was a big white table. There were no books or anything on it, but he decided to walk over and take a look at it anyway. What the hell is this here for? Kevin asked himself as he ran his palm across the surface of the table. It was smooth and glassy. That's when he realized there was an enormous touchscreen built into the desktop. As the screen lit up, he heard a voice from a hidden speaker talk to him. "Kevin Williams, freshman student, has permission to enter the library's special collections. Confirm with a DNA blood marker test." What the hell do they mean by that? Kevin wondered out loud. All this just to come in here and look at some old books? But at this point, he really had no choice, especially if he wanted to find any clues about the secret consolidation technique. Kevin figured there was no turning back now, so he read the instructions on the screen. When he tapped on the start icon, a small door opened on the side of the big desk. "Pretty high tech," he commented. There was a sterile lancet that he could use to prick his finger and put a drop of blood on a test strip. He thought it looked a little like a diabetes test. He inserted the strip in a container that got sucked into the table, then he waited to see what would happen next. After a few minutes, the screen showed that Kevin had been recognized and a light came on over a door that he hadn't noticed when he came in. He had no idea how an automated test could get results so fast. Maybe it was only looking for a few genetic markers. In any case, he was more interested in going through the door. When Kevin pushed the door open, he saw several display cases containing antique books. Kevin started looking through them one by one to see if anything caught his eye or sparked his interest. It took him more than an hour to finish flipping through everything, but none of the books were exactly what he was interested in. Now that I've been using the book I got from Marshall's office, and ever since the Night King gave me his training and his dagger, none of these books have anything new for me, Kevin decided. So he started heading towards the 12th and 13th floors. While this was going on, the Williams family was in their New York mansion starting to practice the techniques in the instruction manual that Roundtree had given Grandpa Williams. There were 49 of them gathered together to learn the secrets of the myriads and to work on their training. Now and then they formed a large circle and practiced their movements together. Most of them had some background in martial arts, but this was a very different experience. Some of it looked like Tai Chi, but there was also a little karate, kickboxing, all sorts of different things, even some yoga exercises.
"The manual that Roundtree gave you is marvelous. If we keep this up, we'll be safe from anyone who might try to do what Dalton Steele did," Thomas remarked excitedly to his father as he wiped the sweat off his forehead.
But it's not enough, Randall commented as he watched his family practice their movements. He wanted something more for them. That's why he decided to join the Myriads in the first place.
What do you mean, Dad?
Thomas asked him. You have to aim even higher. The Myriads will deliver the pills to us this evening. You need to wait by the door and be very careful. We can't make any mistakes, Randall explained seriously. Later on, I'll get in touch with Roundtree so he can help us take the construction pills properly. The secret manual is just the starting point. Just as Thomas was about to ask him another question, someone rushed over to Randall and told him that Renee Silver had just arrived. She was the director of a large organization called the Union. The name of the group was a lot longer than that, but everyone knew who you were talking about if you mentioned the Union. Randall wasn't too pleased to hear this. Thomas, please show her to the backyard where everyone's practicing. Try not to make too much noise.
Why do you want me to do that? Thomas inquired.
She's been training for years, but she absolutely hates groups like the Myriads. If she knew our family had joined them, we'd never hear the end of it, Randall informed him. So don't say a word about it. Thomas nodded in agreement and headed off to do what his father had asked. Randall Williams took a deep breath and headed for the front door. Sorry to just drop in on you like this, Randall, Silver announced as she walked in. No need to apologize, Renee. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Please come in, Randall said with a smile as he gestured for them to come inside. Is your family training together now? Silver asked as she looked at all the weapons stacked in the yard. We had no choice. Our family was in financial difficulties and nearly went bankrupt because of one of my grandchildren. My thankless grandson even brought an outsider to invade our family home and attack us. This is my plan so that it never happens again, Randall explained. He made sure to tell only his side of the story so that she'd have more pity on him. I'm sorry to hear that, Renee exclaimed sadly. What's the name of this ungrateful relative of yours? It's Kevin, Alan's son. We've banished him from the family, but there's nothing more we can do. He's become quite powerful, and he has some very shady friends. Randall told her with a sad look in his eyes. Then he gestured for her to have a seat in the living room. Kevin? She replied very gravely as she sat down on the couch. Don't worry, Randall. If I run into him, I'll make sure that he never causes your family any problems ever again. But she still hadn't told Randall the real reason for her visit. While Kevin was looking through the school's special collections as a reward for his donation to the fundraiser, the Williams family was training at their mansion in New York. They were interrupted by a visit from Renee Silver, the director of the Union. When Randall explained why they were so motivated to get stronger, she promised to do away with Kevin if ever she saw him. By the way, may I ask what brings you here? Randall asked nervously as he returned to his armchair. To tell you the truth, Randall, I've brought along a few of my assistants who have never been to New York City. Would it be any trouble for you to put us up? She requested very directly. No problem, Madam Director. It would be an honor to have you stay with us. I'll get someone to prepare a guest room for you, Randall offered pleasantly. However, on the inside, he was really anxious. Randall was afraid that if Silver and her assistants stayed in the mansion for too long, they'd figure out that the family had joined the Myriads. That would be disastrous for them. But he couldn't refuse her request. At the moment, he could only hope that they would leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Kevin was exploring the top floors of his school's library. He'd made it to the top floor where, in a corner of the room, he found a blood-red book on improving your cardiac health. Your internal power is mirrored by the strength of your heart, Kevin read on the first page of the book. He skimmed through the table of contents and saw that the methods in the book help develop your power by focusing on your heart. There's no telling what will happen in the future, he thought. It would be great to strengthen my heart so I can maintain my internal energy. Then he spent a few more minutes looking around at the other books on the 13th floor. They were interesting, but not as much as the one he'd already found. Forget it. I'll just take this one, Kevin finally decided. When he got back home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lily and Dorothy had already washed up and gone to bed, so Kevin quietly went into the study and started to read through this new book. The next morning, Lily was sitting on the sofa looking really sad. She couldn't reach Kevin on her phone and thought that he hadn't come home from school yet. Lily had no idea that Kevin was actually in the study upstairs. She'd been relying a lot on her live show for her income, but because she hadn't managed things well, she'd ended up stopping her broadcasts, which consequently cut off her cash flow. On top of that, Dorothy had a problem with gambling. She could lose thousands of dollars in just one day when things weren't going well. Sometimes she lost even more. After buying the condo at the Salix Leaf development, Lily didn't have much money left, even with what Kevin had arranged for her to receive from Williams Media. Dorothy came downstairs dressed in a very fancy outfit and saw Lily sitting on the couch looking miserable. "Mom, are you going out to gamble again?" Lily asked her sharply. "I don't mean to upset you, but we're kind of short on cash. Can you try not to gamble so much?" Lily's request made Dorothy feel really uncomfortable. After all, the money they'd been spending had come from her daughter's show. She knew Lily was right about this and nodded her head in agreement as she replied, "I know, but I was invited by one of my friends, and if I don't go, everyone will start to gossip." Just when Lily was about to try and convince her mother not to go out, the doorbell rang. "I wonder if that's Kevin," Lily exclaimed as her face lit up. She gave up on trying to persuade her mother to stay home and got up to answer the door. But when she opened the door, Lily was taken aback. Grandma Jones was standing there, supported by Jason. "What are you guys doing here?" Lily thought to herself. Ever since Lily had been cheated out of her shares and driven out of the Jones family, she hadn't seen any of her relatives. The last thing Lily expected was to be visited by Grandma Jones herself. "What's wrong? Aren't I welcome in your home?" Grandma said with a smile. But she couldn't hide her disappointment and worry. "Of course you're welcome. Please, come in and have a seat." Lily politely invited her grandmother into her living room. "This place really isn't bad. I expected as much from Salix Leaf Development," Grandma Jones commented as she looked around the room.
"I didn't expect you to be able to buy such a nice home after leaving the family. Did you find yourself a rich man to take care of you?" Jason asked mockingly.
"If you don't want to stay, you know where the door is. I invited Grandma to come in, not you," Lily retorted. Jason was absolutely livid when she said that. "That's enough, Jason. Stop talking. I believe Lily earned her money on her own," Grandma Jones warned him. It was the first time she'd ever defended Lily in her whole life. "Well, will wonders never cease?" Dorothy commented as she looked out the window. She was also aware that Grandma Jones was being uncharacteristically nice to Lily. Grandma Jones and Jason did their best not to react to Dorothy's wisecrack. They had no choice but to bite their tongues. For some reason, the Jones family had suffered one setback after another in their business. In fact, their funding had almost completely dried up until just a couple of days ago, when it had made a slight rebound. If it happened again, the Jones family would go bankrupt in less than 3 days. But the strange thing was that Grandma was no longer embarrassed to go around the city asking for help. Some people politely rebuffed her. Others took the opportunity to tell her what they really thought, essentially kicking her while she was down. Jason was certain that Lily was rolling in money because of her online show. If they could get her to help them, their problems would be solved. That was why the two of them came over to visit her. "Did something happen to you, Grandma?" Lily decided not to beat around the bush. Knowing how much danger her family was in, Grandma Jones swallowed her pride and got straight to the point. "Lily, I know that Jason and I have caused you a lot of pain. Please accept my sincere apologies for that. But I'm here on behalf of the entire family to ask for your help. As a member of the Jones family, you can't let us get wiped out." "Oh, So now that you need help, we're back in the family? Dorothy shouted as she ran over to them. You didn't seem to care about our name when you kicked us out. Grandma Jones and Jason didn't reply. Mom, please, don't say anything else, Lily begged her mother. Why shouldn't I say something? Didn't it bother you how the family treated the two of us? Dorothy growled. She was getting angrier and angrier as she spoke. What's past is past, Lily sighed. Of course, she still felt hurt by what Grandma Jones had done, but she still treated her with respect. How can I help the family, Grandma? Lily asked quietly. Jason and Grandma Jones both smiled broadly. Well, how much money do you have right now? We'll need you to transfer all of it to the family. We'll cover the rest, Grandma Jones instructed her. That's the only way we'll be able to overcome this crisis.
If you think that's an unreasonable request, we can give you some of the Jones Corporation shares, Jason offered.
But Lily didn't answer Grandma Jones's question right away. She remained silent while she thought about the offer. Although Grandma Jones's tone was very gentle, she never said she would return the money to Lily. And even though Lily had been a high-ranking member of the family, they booted her out anyway. So there were no guarantees that this deal wouldn't turn out the same way for her. And the shares that Jason was talking about were meaningless too. After all, he and Grandma Jones had already cheated Lily out of her controlling interest in the family's company. You've really got some nerve saying that, Dorothy scoffed as she rolled her eyes at Grandma Jones. In the past, Dorothy had always been polite to Grandma Jones, but now that Lily was earning enough to cover their basic needs, she didn't care what she said to her. That's enough, Mom. Let's let bygones be bygones, Lily said gently. Then she turned to her grandmother and reassured her. I promise to help the family. Tomorrow I'll arrange for the transfer of funds. The main reason Lily had decided to do this was actually her own mother. She still had about $6 million left in the bank. If she didn't withdraw, Dorothy would probably lose it anyway. But Lily had definitely learned her lesson, so she stipulated that the Jones family would have to give her 40% of their shares. I knew we could count on you, Grandma Jones said happily. She didn't even bother to argue about the terms because she knew that the Jones family shares had hardly any value right now. Even if she gave Lily 80% of their shares, they would barely be worth about $2 million. So it's a deal, Grandma. Have the family's lawyer draw up the documents when you get back to the mansion, Lily said calmly. At least she'd have some shares, whatever they were worth, and Dorothy wouldn't gamble away what was left in her bank account. But it went without saying that she was going to be a lot more wary of Jason this time around. Okay, I'll go back this afternoon and get everything ready. Grandma Jones hesitated for a moment and then she added, We're having a big dinner tomorrow. You and your mother should join us. When everyone sees you, they'll know that you're part of the family again. I won't be able to make it, Grandma. I'm taking classes at the School for the Healing Arts, and I don't know if I'll have any free time, Lily replied. And right now I'm meeting some friends at that new outdoor mall off of Halsted Street, so I have to get going. I understand. Jason and I have to leave too. Have a good time with your friends, Grandma Jones answered very politely as she stood up and headed for the door. She didn't complain about Lily's refusal. After all, she'd gotten what she came for. A few minutes later, Lily and Dorothy left. Kevin heard the door close and walked over to the top of the staircase. He'd spent the night reading and then gotten some sleep, so he was feeling refreshed. He'd actually heard the entire conversation with Grandma Jones, but decided not to show himself. I can't believe that Lily went along with that. Kevin sighed helplessly. Then he took out his phone and called Miss Wilson. How may I help you, sir? Miss Wilson asked him. Let's back off on the pressure we've been putting on the Jones family for now, but don't give them too much wiggle room. I'll leave the details up to you, Kevin instructed her. I'll take care of it, Mr. Williams, Miss Wilson promised. Kevin hung up the phone and looked outside. He decided that the weather was pretty good, so he changed his clothes and went out for a walk. The new mall of Halsted Street had been built with Tyler Dawn's help when he arrived in Chicago. It had turned out to be a very popular shopping area, even in Chicago's harsh winters. Under Tyler's direction, the KWTD Corporation had used its influence to attract a lot of high-end stores. There were also dozens of restaurants and food courts with a wide variety of options. People flocked to the neighborhood as an alternative to driving out to the suburbs to visit one of the older malls. Tyler Dawn really came up with a great idea, Kevin thought to himself. Then he was distracted by his phone, which started to vibrate like crazy. He was being bombarded with texts. Kevin clicked on the first one and was surprised to see that it was from his friend Cook. He was wondering how his friend was doing. There was also a message from Rachel and another one from Gwen Archer. She was checking to see if Kevin was still interested in teaching her. The most interesting text, though, was from Tyler Dawn, who was letting Kevin know that he'd arranged with all the stores in the mall to cover his expenses. He told Kevin, "If you want anything at all, just go in and ask for it. Let me know when you're going to the mall and I'll fly you down there myself." The mall was really crowded, and Kevin thought to himself, maybe a plane would be handy with this many people around. In fact, there were so many people shopping and just strolling around that Kevin had realized he had no chance of finding Lily. It would be faster to just give her a call. When Lily's phone rang, she and Rachel were right in the middle of the mall. She was holding a bunch of bags in one hand and a veggie wrap in the other. She adjusted her bags and somehow managed to answer her phone. She was so excited to see that it was Kevin that she started grinning from ear to ear. "Are you back from campus, Kevin?" "Yes, I am. Where are you right now?" Kevin asked her. "We're in the middle of that new outdoor mall along Halsted," Lily answered with a smile. "Stay right where you are. Don't move an inch. I'm right by the entrance and I'm heading your way," Kevin told her. He hung up and started making his way through the crowd as he admired the scenery. Kevin wasn't aware of it, but at that very moment, Officer Emmett was walking through the same crowd. A man walked up to her and asked her if she wanted to come over to his kiosk.
"Would you like to have your palm read, ma'am?"
"I'm not interested," she replied bluntly. Officer Emmett had more important things to do that day. Officer Emmett was walking through the crowds at the new mall on Halsted Street when a man in a long purple robe that looked like a Halloween costume invited her to have her palm read at his kiosk. The sign over his table read, "Professor Futurioso." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Officer Emmett smiled and shook her head. She'd never bought into any of that stuff.
"Why don't you just give me a few minutes of your time? I'll bet you really want to believe, Kelly," the man said cryptically as he stroked his goatee.
"How did you know my first name is Kelly?" she asked in surprise.
"I can see far into the past and even farther into the future. Knowing your name is really quite simple," he replied smugly.
"That's pretty impressive," Sherwin Blair said in surprise. "Please read my fiancé's palm for her. I'll pay you whatever you want."
"You've misunderstood my intentions. Palm reading has everything to do with fate, not money," he explained to Blair.
Then he rubbed his beard again and continued.
"Since fate has brought us together in this huge crowd, maybe we were meant to meet. I won't charge you anything for this reading."
"That's very generous of you," Blair exclaimed loudly, instantly drawing the attention of the people around them.
"Could you please tell me your date of birth?" the man asked Officer Emmett.
"January 14th, 1992, she answered excitedly. She really didn't have that much going on today, so she might as well have a little fun. They walked over to his kiosk, and Officer Emmett sat down across from Professor Futurioso. He took her hand and looked at it thoughtfully before commenting.
"I see that you're very powerful and have an impressive heart line." Then he paused and added, "But I'd like to try something else to give you more specific advice."
Then he pulled a deck of tarot cards out of his puffy sleeve. Officer Emmett raised an eyebrow, but let him continue. He drew the cards and placed them on the little table between them.
"I see here that your career isn't going as well as you'd hoped, but you have someone very generous in your life," he began.
Then he put a tower card on the table and said,
but something has brought disaster into your life.
The next card he drew was the Fool, and he commented,
There's another relationship in your life that you need to change because it's coming to an end.
Strangely, the face on the character looked a little bit like Kevin, but Officer Emmett put that down to coincidence. She was stunned by his comments, but didn't notice when Professor Futurioso looked over at Blair after he finished speaking. Then he continued,
It looks like you need to make an immediate change so that your life and career can get back on track.
Then what should I do? Officer Emmett wondered. In spite of her skepticism, she was starting to believe him. It was true that she'd had a lot of setbacks at work, especially her failure to make any progress with the Myriads or the Alliance. This guy was accurate so far. Maybe he could suggest a solution for her.
It's very simple. If you want to be happy, you need to make a leap of faith right away and cut your ties with any bad influences in your life.
He told her with a smile before adding,
And there's no time like the present.
She looked at him in shock and understood right away what he was talking about. Then the man nodded and turned to look at Blair.
It seems to me that this is the man who will bring you that happiness. You're destined to be together.
When she heard this, Officer Emmett started to feel a little emotional. Even though she and Blair had been engaged for a while now, she'd been reluctant to set a date. Blair thought that the moment was right to make his move. He got down on one knee and pulled out a small velvet jewelry box. Kelly, we've been together for such a long time. Will you marry me? Blair asked her so loudly that everyone around them started to cheer. The bystanders waited impatiently to hear Officer Emmett's response.
You have to say yes, Kelly. I know that you're a match made in heaven.
Professor Futurioso encouraged her. She looked at Blair, who was still kneeling on the ground, and she was so touched that she didn't know what to say. But then Officer Emmett turned her head and saw a familiar face in the crowd. As she began to step away, Blair stood up to see why she was distracted. Kevin, wait a second. I have something to talk to you about. Officer Emmett called out as she walked over to him. What's this guy doing here? Blair asked angrily as he gave Professor Futurioso a dirty look. Officer Emmett hadn't figured out that Blair had actually hired the tarot reader and had set the whole thing up. Have you been looking for me? Kevin inquired. At the same time, he squinted a little as he happened to notice that Blair and the tarot reader were whispering to each other. I wanted to ask you if you happen to have a power pill on you, she said hesitantly. As it turns out, she wanted to ask Kevin for one when she saw him on campus for the first day of school, but because of the fight between Kevin and Blair, she never got the chance. Then Officer Emmett got too busy at work, so she didn't have any time to call him. Now that she'd spotted Kevin in the crowd, she decided to seize the opportunity. What do you want it for? Kevin questioned her with a slight frown. Just as she was about to answer, Blair suddenly announced, What a coincidence! We can't seem to get rid of you, can we? You're like a wart that keeps coming back. The crowd turned to look at Kevin, and people started to wonder who this man was who had interrupted the touching wedding proposal. How can you say something like that to Kevin in front of so many people? Officer Emmett asked him anxiously. She was so close to getting a power pill from Kevin and didn't want Blair to screw things up. What would she do if Blair got Kevin mad again and he left without helping her out? Why are you standing up for this dirtbag again, Kelly? Blair complained. I thought that a law enforcement officer would have more sense than to believe in tarot readings, Kevin said mockingly as he glared at the bearded man wearing the cheesy purple robe. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'm going to look for my wife. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. This guy's pretty good. Don't you want to find out what he has to say about your future? Blair bellowed as he quickly pulled Kevin back. You really ought to give him a try. He's eerily accurate, Officer Emmett added. Whether he's accurate or not doesn't matter to me. I don't believe in any of this stuff, Kevin replied coolly. He started to walk away, but the man stopped him. He couldn't let Kevin leave yet because Blair had ordered him to embarrass him. Even if he couldn't beat him in a fight, he could at least insult him. "I told you I don't believe in any of this. Now let me go," Kevin ordered him. Kevin didn't know what kind of game Blair was playing, but he was sure that this guy had some tricks up his sleeve. Besides, he still had to find Lily, and he really didn't have the time to waste on this nonsense.
"Don't be angry, young man. I'll do your reading for free."
Professor Futurioso smiled as he started to shuffle the deck of cards. He deliberately acted shocked.
"I hope you're not the fool that showed up in Kelly's reading. You do realize that as long as you stay in contact with Kelly, you'll only bring her bad luck. In addition, you won't have any good fortune in your own life either. You'll be forced to spend the rest of your life mooching off your wife's family," he added.
"That's another good reading. You really know what you're doing," Blair laughed out loud. "Don't listen to him, Kevin. Even a good tarot reader can make mistakes," Officer Emmett reassured Kevin. But Kevin wasn't upset at all. He just stood there and looked at the man from head to toe, trying to figure him out. The more he looked at the guy, the more he thought something wasn't right about him. His robe didn't seem to fit him right, and his goatee looked like it had been glued onto his chin. "It really doesn't bother me," Kevin stated frankly as he turned his head and looked at Officer Emmett. "Don't tell me you actually believe this guy." "Well, everything he said about me was true," Officer Emmett said firmly. She had no doubts that the tarot reader was genuine. "Face it, Kevin, there's nothing you can do to change your fate," Blair sneered. "So, you're really that good, are you?" Kevin glared at the man. "Since you're so skilled, did you see that today would turn into a complete disaster for you?"
"I only know what the cards tell me," he responded indignantly. "Ma'am, my advice is to stay away from this man. He can only bring you bad luck. If you continue to have anything to do with him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life."
Blair took Officer Emmett by the arm and pulled her away from Kevin. "See, Kelly, I'm not the only one who's told you that. Kevin's a bad influence." Officer Emmett nodded regretfully and started to turn away from Kevin. She was very conflicted about the whole situation. Kevin could only sigh. He didn't want to interfere in Officer Emmett's life, but this person had gone too far. If you know so much about tarot cards, you should know that the Fool card can also mean a new beginning. Just because he's dressed in shabby clothing doesn't mean he'll bring misfortune. The other way to look at it is that someone will bring good things to Officer Emmett's life. Kevin explained so that everyone could hear him. They were all surprised to hear Kevin's interpretation of Officer Emmett's cards. Could he actually be right? The man was stunned and looked incredibly embarrassed. Blair had paid him a lot of money to trick Officer Emmett. How could this loser know so much about tarot readings? The guy had no idea how to respond. "I've had it with this crap," Kevin scowled as he got right in his face. "I think you're a fake, and I already predicted that today would be a disaster for you." Then Kevin shoved the man, sending him sprawling on the sidewalk in front of his kiosk. "What are you doing, Kevin? You can't just hit him for no reason at all," Blair roared. He couldn't let Kevin ruin his plans like this, especially when Kelly was just about to say yes to setting a wedding date. "He's right, Kevin. You can't just shove people around when you don't agree with them," Officer Emmett scolded him. But Kevin didn't pay any attention to their objections. He glowered at the man as he struggled to get up off the ground.
"Young man, you're letting your temper get the best of you, and now you're ignoring some very useful advice. If you don't change your ways now, you'll never get control of your violent urges."
The man advised Kevin as he did his best to ignore the pain caused by his fall. By now, the crowd of onlookers was starting to defend him. "Just because he said something you didn't like, that's no excuse to get physical," an older gentleman shouted. "It's not his fault you don't believe what he said about you. He wasn't trying to hurt you," another onlooker chimed in. Blair was absolutely ecstatic when he heard what everyone was saying to Kevin. He'd embarrassed him, and all it had cost was a few bucks. But Kevin didn't care what any of these strangers were saying about him. He just reached out and pulled the man's fake goatee off his chin. Did you see that? The fake tarot card reader has a fake beard, Kevin proclaimed as he held up the clump of hair for everyone to see.
You've gone too far. So what if I had a fake beard?
The man growled at Kevin. What else about you is false? Kevin glared as he grabbed the man's purple robe and yanked it off of him. The crowd was shocked for a moment and then broke into laughter. Under his robe, he was wearing a cheap suit. Now what do you have to say for yourself? Kevin asked him sternly.
The
man began to stammer as he searched for an explanation, but he knew he'd been caught. Kevin looked Officer Emmett in the eyes and gave her a wink. So, you're a scam artist, are you? I didn't believe any of your nonsense in the first place, Officer Emmett told him as she pulled out her phone. How about I get someone to take you down to the police station to find out who you really are? Kevin was slightly amused by all this. Scammers are getting pretty good lately. This one actually had fooled a police lieutenant.
Please, help me, Mr. Blair,
the man shouted as he broke into tears and continued to beg for mercy.
You have to do something. My mother-in-law is sick and I have 2 toddlers at home. My whole family depends on me to feed them. If I go to jail, what will happen to them?
Get lost. Why the hell are you coming to me for help? Blair said angrily as he pushed the man away. Officer Emmett had a hard time getting through to the station, and then realized they probably had a skeleton crew today because everyone was on crowd control for all the activity downtown. She couldn't call the regular 911 line because this wasn't that kind of an emergency. I'm going to cut you a break, Officer Emmett told him firmly. This is your chance to turn over a new leaf. If I ever catching you doing something like this again, or if I even hear that you've been ripping people off, I'll have you brought in and I'll throw the book at you. He'd really lucked out and he knew it. But Officer Emmett still hadn't gotten an answer from Kevin about the power pill. When Kevin exposed Professor Futurioso as a fraud, Emmett decided to cut the guy some slack and just give him a warning.
Thank you, Officer Emmett,
the man quickly replied, and then he slinked away. Seeing that the fun was over, the crowd began to disperse. Officer Emmett walked over to Kevin and said, I'm so sorry I believed what that liar told me. Can you ever forgive me? She felt extremely awkward about the whole thing. After all, she was in charge of her precinct's criminal investigation unit. How could she have been fooled by a swindler and a fake beard? If word of this got out, she would never be able to face her colleagues again. A brain's a good thing to have. Next time you go out, you should take it with you. Kevin teased her as he gave her a broad smile. I can't argue with that, she responded. But you never answered my question. Do you happen to have a power pill you could give me? A power pill? I didn't bring one along with me. We'll have to meet another day if you really want one, Kevin replied cautiously. He wasn't in a good mood right now, so he didn't want to give her an herbal med quite so easily. Okay, I'll get in touch with you later, but you'd better have one on you next time, Officer Emmett warned him playfully. Kevin had left Lily waiting for far too long, so he quickly said goodbye and headed into the crowd. Officer Emmett looked a little disappointed. She sighed and started to walk towards the mall's exit on Halsted Street. Once she realized that Professor Futurioso was actually a fraud, it hit her that Blair had set the whole thing up. Then she remembered that time when he'd gotten someone to put on a mountain lion costume at the campsite. It bothered her that he could do this kind of thing over and over again just to manipulate people. Kevin had been walking for about 10 minutes and still hadn't reached the middle of the mall. After all, it was a huge complex and it was pretty crowded. As he looked around, Kevin suddenly had an idea. It occurred to him that he'd never really done anything romantic for Lily. So why not do something spontaneous right now? Kevin thought about it for a moment and then he sent a text to Tyler Dawn. While he was doing that, Lily and Rachel were slowly walking through the mall doing some window shopping. They hadn't noticed yet, but there were 2 men walking near them. They were Doug Butler, the man whose name Kevin had mocked at the campsite, and Doug's friend Mason.
Would you like to have dinner with me this evening?
Doug asked Lily as he gave her a flattering smile. He'd been thinking about her day and night ever since he first saw her, and here she was walking through the mall with Rachel. one of the most talked about real estate executives in all of Chicago. So Doug and Mason had quickly hatched a plan to try and pick up both of the women at the same time. "I'm really sorry, Doug, but we have other plans. You're on your own for dinner," Lily refused politely. Mason gave his friend a wink and tried to charm them too.
"Hang on, Lily. Don't be too hasty. I think fate must have brought us all together, and I'd like to ask Rachel to have dinner with me. Let's all go out together. How could you resist an offer like that?"
Doug picked up Mason's lead and tried to change Lily's mind.
"Let me get straight to the point, Lily. I really like you and I want you to be my girlfriend."
Then he touched some icons on his phone screen. Moments later, all the lights on Halsted Street started to dim and the TV screens all over the mall lit up with the name Lily. This got the attention of all the shoppers in the mall.
"I hope you like it, Lily. It was the only way I could think of to tell you how I feel about you,"
Doug told her proudly. Although the mall had been built by the KWTD Corporation, Doug's family had been doing business with Tyler Dawn's associates in Chicago for a long time. Doug had just sent a message to one of his contacts at the KWTD Corp to ask them to do him a favor. In exchange, his family would be willing to negotiate with them for a multi-million-dollar project. "Look, Lily, what's your name doing on all the screens?" Rachel exclaimed. She saw just how determined Doug was to get her attention. Lily was impressed to see her name flashing on screens all over the mall. Her reaction really got Doug's hopes up. But as Lily looked around at all of the screens, a familiar face caught her eye. She hurried over to Kevin and asked him, "What took you so long, sweetie?" Hearing the anxiety in Lily's voice made Kevin smile a little. "There were a ton of people at the entrance. It took me forever to squeeze through the crowd." When Mason saw Kevin arrive, he got a sour look on his face. In an attempt to help Doug win over Lily, he decided to try insulting Kevin.
"Well, who's this guy? He looks like a real loser to me. Do you see this light show? Doug set it up especially for Lily. I'll bet a jerk like you could never top this."
Mason boasted so loudly that everyone around them could hear. Of course, the crowd stopped to watch this public spectacle. They were impressed when they found out that it was Doug who had arranged for the light show. And when they heard him call Kevin a loser, they believed him. Doug broke into a self-satisfied grin when he overheard their comments.
"I'll tell you what, Kevin. I like Lily, and I've decided I'm going to start dating her. If you have any common sense, you'll just back off. Maybe I'll invite you to our wedding," he said with disdain. "But don't bring any gifts. I'm sure you couldn't afford anything more than some cheap crap from a box store."
Lily was about to speak up when Kevin decided to put Doug in his place. "Hey, aren't you Dog Butler?" Kevin said loudly enough for the crowd to hear. "I remember you. Maybe I shouldn't have fished you out of the water back at the campground. Then you wouldn't be here right now spoiling Lily's afternoon." Then Kevin glanced around at the TV screens and added, "There's one more thing. If you're trying to win my wife's affection, you'll have to try harder than this. What the hell were you thinking?"
"Haven't you ever heard that a man's got to know his limitations?" Doug advised him. "If this doesn't impress you, let's see if you can do any better. 3 minutes from now, you'll see Lily's name along with mine up on all the screens," Doug bragged. "That's the difference between you and me. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
This drew a lot of gasps from the onlookers. They could see how elegantly Doug was dressed and figured Kevin didn't stand a chance in this competition. He was really biting off more than he could chew.
"I can't believe this guy. You're not even in the same league as my friend Doug,"
Mason remarked as he tried to egg Kevin on.
"If you can do better than to spell out Lily's name and mine with 150,000 light bulbs, go right ahead," Doug added arrogantly.
"Let's go home, honey," Lily whispered in Kevin's ear as she put her hand gently on his shoulder. She didn't want to see him get embarrassed on her account. "Mr. Williams, Kevin, do you want me to do anything?" Rachel asked him. She wasn't quite sure what to call him in a public place. He saw how uncomfortable Rachel looked and he patted Lily on the back and replied calmly, There's no need for that.
What's that, Kevin? Afraid to do anything? Why don't you just get out of here?
Doug challenged him. He was getting more and more overconfident. I've had about enough of this crap, Kevin muttered as he pulled out his phone and tapped on Tyler's number. Moments later, his friend answered and Kevin said nonchalantly, "Hey, how are you doing? I need you to turn off all of the lighting and TV screens at the Halstead Street Mall." Less than 10 seconds later, the entire mall went dark and all of the screens went black. What's wrong? Everybody wondered. This couldn't be a coincidence, they thought. Had Kevin really done this with just one phone call? Doug and Mason were both stunned when they saw this. They had no idea what was going on. What puzzled them even more was, who did Kevin call?
You think you're the only one with connections in this town? Doug said as he called the KWTD Corporation. Unfortunately for him, nobody answered his call. Then someone suddenly shouted, "Where did all these roses come from?" Everyone looked up and saw thousands and thousands of rose petals falling from the sky like raindrops. "Look up there!" another person yelled. Everyone was astonished to see an enormous blimp floating above the outdoor mall. There were people tossing roses out of it onto the crowds below. Suddenly, everyone heard loud whistling sounds coming from the east over Lake Michigan. It was a daytime fireworks display. Then the enormous dot matrix sign on the blimp spelled out, "Lily and Kevin forever." Next, two women were escorted through the crowd with microphones in their hands. It was Brittany Davis and Charity Boyer. The whole place went wild. What were they doing here? And who are Lily and Kevin? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kevin and Lily as a woman slipped out of the crowd and handed Kevin a small pink gift box. Kevin took Lily by the hand and said, "You've been through a lot over the past few years. You've had to put up with everyone trash-talking me, and you've put up with all the ridicule. Let's put all that behind us now and think about our future." Then he got down on one knee and held out a ring with a diamond as big as a walnut and said, "I love you, Lily. Will you marry me? Again?" Lily's eyes filled with tears and she covered her mouth to keep from screaming. She was so full of joy. "Say yes!" someone shouted from the crowd. Nobody knew who it was, but everybody joined in, repeating over and over, "Say yes!" When Kevin put the ring on Lily's trembling finger, she was so excited that she hugged him as tightly as she could, not wanting to ever let go. "Do you like my surprise?" Kevin asked. His only regret was that the fireworks would have worked a lot better at night. "I like it. I really like it," Lily replied excitedly. Suddenly, a huge commotion interrupted this touching scene and everyone started to panic. "Everybody, run!" came a scream by the entrance to the mall. Kevin looked over and saw a huge group of men dressed in white holding out large knives as they ran through the crowd. There was a large middle-aged man leading them and he looked like he was ready to kill someone. It was Craig Hill, Nolan Hill's father. After Kevin beat up Nolan, he spent almost a week in the hospital and it looked like he might not pull through. He was still bedridden and his prognosis wasn't great. When he heard about this, Craig was furious. He got his people to find out as much as they could about Kevin and then they all rushed from their home in Detroit to Chicago to get their revenge. "Lily, you and Rachel should get out of here right now," Kevin warned them as he reached into his jacket and pulled out his night dagger. Then he sprinted toward the group of men. Kevin was afraid that they would hurt the innocent people in the crowd. He had to stop these men before things got out of hand. "Kevin," Lily anxiously called out to her husband. "Lily, let's go. If Kevin is running at them, he must know what he's doing. We'll only slow him down if we stay here," Rachel pleaded with her friend. She kept a cool head and struggled to pull Lily toward the exit. "Let's get out of here, then call the police. That's the only way we can save Kevin," Rachel insisted. "So, you're the head of the Hill family?" Kevin asked as he stood in front of them holding the night dagger in his hand. He was sizing up his opponent, who looked a heck of a lot like Nolan Hill,
only older.
"And you're Kevin?"
Craig Hill roared angrily. "It looks like you're here to avenge Nolan?" Kevin inquired. He was doing his best to buy as much time as possible so that more people could get to safety.
"You've ruined my son's life. Now I'm going to take your life to even up the score,"
Craig growled as he waved his knife at Kevin and shouted to the men behind him.
"Kill this brat for me."
As soon as the words left his mouth, they all ran towards Kevin. Kevin was absolutely enraged by this, and he gathered his energy together to face them alone. He was already far more powerful than any of the Hill family's men. The only thing that made the fight equal was that there were so many of them. Kevin grabbed Craig by the wrist and twisted it to the side. The move made his attacker's knife fly out of his hand. Then Kevin gave him a sharp kick to the ribs. As Kevin turned around, he felt at least 4 men approaching him from the rear, slashing with their knives. He managed to avoid all of them, but every time he dealt with one attacker, 2 more seemed to appear. This wasn't going to be an easy victory. Right after Kevin proposed to Lily and asked her to renew their vows, Craig Hill showed up at the outdoor mall with a large group of armed men, intent on getting revenge on Kevin for putting his son Nolan into the hospital. Kevin pulled the night dagger out of his jacket to defend himself against the overwhelming numbers. Although he was more powerful than any of Hill's men, he lacked combat experience. In less than 10 minutes, Kevin felt exhausted. As Hill struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes were burning with anger.
"He's running out of strength," he shouted to his men. "All of you, kill him now."
Just then, Kevin felt an agonizing pain in his back. One of the men had snuck up behind him and stabbed him. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth and a large red stain spread across the back of his shirt. "Kevin!" Lily screamed in horror. When Kevin heard Lily shout, he was distracted and turned to look at her. Hill seized the opportunity and raised his knife to finish him off. Kevin's eyes grew wide as he saw Lily pull him back and use her body to block the knife for him. "Lily!" Kevin shrieked in terror. Blood started to flow from Lily's back. She felt a burning sensation but didn't know how badly she'd been injured. But she didn't regret doing it. In fact, she felt relieved that she'd protected Kevin from the attack. Kevin had done so many things for her. This time she'd found a way to do something for him. "Lily, are you all right? Don't worry. I'll get you some help." Kevin reassured her as he took off his blood-stained jacket and used it to put pressure on the wound. "Just hang on, Lily. I'll get you to the hospital." Kevin sobbed. He could barely see through his tears. "Don't cry, Kevin. You don't look as handsome when you're crying," Lily managed to joke. "Stop talking. Let's get to the hospital," Kevin comforted her. She was looking weaker and weaker.
"Who said you could leave?" Hill sneered viciously. "You injured my son. Now I'll send you and your wife to hell."
Kevin didn't reply to him at all. He put Lily gently on the ground and slowly stood up to face the man. Kevin's eyes were burning, and his night dagger was trembling in his hand.
500,000 to whoever kills him," Hill shouted.
He was actually very frightened by Kevin's appearance, but he was pretending to be calm. A second later, a dozen of Hill's men rushed at Kevin, all at the same time. Suddenly, the men were stunned, like they were all moving in slow motion and had no control over their own bodies. Kevin moved through them like a blur, slashing all of them in what seemed to be a single lightning-fast movement. The men all dropped to the ground before they even had time to make a sound. The sidewalk around them was stained with blood. Hill tried to advance on Kevin but collapsed to the pavement as if he didn't have any strength left.
"That's impossible,"
Hill stammered in disbelief. How had all of his bodyguards been taken out by Kevin in just seconds? Hill managed to pull himself to his feet. Then he retreated while warning Kevin,
"You may have survived this time, but if you have the guts to face me again, just stay in Chicago. You can run, but you can't hide."
Kevin tucked his dagger into his belt. He didn't bother to chase after Hill because he needed to get Lily to the emergency room. He bent down and picked her up, Her breathing was shallow, and he could feel her heart beating quickly. "You'll be fine, Lily," Kevin anxiously comforted her. "You don't have to hide it from me. I know it's bad," Lily whispered weakly. Her vision was getting blurry as she added, "Kevin, I'm sorry. I haven't had the time to show you how much I love you." "Don't talk, Lily. You've got to hold on. Don't leave me alone," Kevin pleaded. His entire body was trembling as he ran with her in his arms. Lily didn't have the strength to say anything else. She slowly closed her eyes. While Kevin and Lily were fighting for their lives, the entire Williams family was gathered together at their mansion in New York City. There were also some people from the Union who were temporarily staying with them as guests. Randall Williams and Renee Silver, the Union's director, drank to each other's health as they all sat down to have a formal banquet. Randall smiled as he announced, "This is my first celebration with you since I came out of seclusion. To be honest, I'm very glad to see how well my family's doing." Then Randall paused and looked at Renee before he remarked, "What brings even more honor to our family is that we have distinguished members of the Union here as our guests." "You're too kind," Renee replied with a smile. "We're indebted to your family for your generosity. Please, accept our thanks." Everyone laughed heartily when they heard this. As far as the Union was concerned, the members of the Williams family had always been very polite to them. "Our family has always had a wonderful relationship with the more benevolent organizations like the Union. We're honored to see so many of you with us today, and you should know that you're always welcome in our home. There's no need to stay with anyone else when you're in our city," Randall assured them as he raised his glass of wine to toast them. "Let's all drink to the Union's continued prosperity." Renee sipped her wine and replied, "I couldn't agree with you more. We're really all one big family, and we have a responsibility to all our members, no matter which organization they belong to. It's in our interest to protect each other from the three evil groups that still threaten all of us." Then she announced, "To that end, we've all collaborated to open a new campus of the School for the Healing Arts in Chicago. It's an opportunity for us to find more talented people to fight against those heinous groups." When they heard her say this, Randall Williams and his family got very uncomfortable and tried not to let it show. After all, the Williams family had just joined one of the evil organizations that Renee Silver was talking about. If she found out that they were members of the Myriads, what would she think? Randall coughed a few times and echoed her sentiments. "Yes, Director Silver is quite right." Of course, Randall didn't really mean what he said, and he definitely wanted to change the subject. After all, too many people were in on the secret, and someone was bound to spill the beans, even if it was by accident. If that happened, everyone would know that the Williams family had aligned themselves with the Myriads. What a disaster that would be. Just then, one of the guests from the Union turned to Randall and asked him, "Do you happen to know someone named Kevin Williams?" Randall was obviously surprised at the question. He wondered why she would be bringing this up, especially during a celebratory dinner. The Williams all got very uneasy when they heard this question. Some of them even looked a little sad. "Yes, I do. Why do you ask?" Randall replied cautiously. "I've recently spoke with a young woman in Chicago," the woman explained. "She's one of our most promising junior members. Anyway, she told me that she saw a young man named Kevin Williams who was in possession of a power pill. So I'm wondering if he's related to any of you." When the Williamses heard that, they burst out laughing. Kevin actually got his hands on a power pill? How could a loser like him have managed that? They all understood that a power pill was the most effective herbal med you could use to start boosting your training. While his family's laughter rang in his ears, Randall put down his wine glass on the table and replied to her in a very grave tone of voice. "Since you just arrived here, there are some things you may not be aware of. First of all, yes, Kevin is indeed related to the Williams family, but he's no longer one of us. He's become something savage, something." "Grandpa Williams is right," Laura interrupted him. "Kevin, that piece of crap, betrayed us all. He colluded with outsiders to misappropriate our family's funds. We threw him out of the family and now he's living off his wife's fortune. Some time ago, he even ruined his cousin's wedding. Then he brought people with him to attack us right here in our own house. He even went so far as to insult his relatives and then fight with Grandpa Williams.
I agree with Laura, one of her cousins chimed in. How could a loser like Kevin have picked up something as valuable as a power pill?
Are you sure your source isn't mistaken? Another one asked. The other comments were even worse, and the room was soon filled with angry accusations from all of the members of the family. The woman frowned when she heard all of them saying such horrible things about Kevin. This was the exact opposite of what Officer Emmett had told her. When she spoke with her on the phone, Officer Emmett showed nothing but admiration for Kevin, as if he were some kind of genius who inspired great loyalty in people. Randall cleared his throat a few times, signaling to his family that it was time to calm down. He really didn't like airing their dirty laundry in public, especially where Kevin was concerned. "Did you hear everything the Williamses said about Kevin?" Renee asked her. "You should remind your friend to stay away from someone like that. We're good people and we try to bring justice wherever we go. I've already told Randall that if I meet this man, I'll do away with him right then and there." "I'll definitely keep your advice in mind," she promised. But she looked a little puzzled since she'd heard two very different descriptions of Kevin. The next day, the students returned to classes at the School for the Healing Arts. Professor Murdoch walked into the classroom with an incredibly somber look on her face. For one thing, she couldn't figure out what had been wrong with her for the past few days. After she took the pill that Mike gave her, she started to feel weaker every day. Today was the fourth day, and Professor Murdoch was losing focus, and physically she felt like she was just dragging. She thought about Kevin and started to feel impatient. At the Whistler Hotel, Kevin had tried to dissuade her from taking Mike's pill, but she hadn't listened. It was starting to look like she should have taken his advice. So now her only hope was that Kevin really had a way to solve her problem. But when she entered the classroom, Professor Murdoch was disappointed. Dalton Steele was back from the hospital, but where was Kevin? "Dalton, why didn't Kevin come to class?" Professor Murdoch asked him sternly.
I don't know, Professor, Dalton replied honestly. He'd just been released from the hospital the day before and hadn't been in touch with his friend. Suddenly, Mike stood up from his chair and announced, "I know where he is." Mike had been looking for a chance to get back at Kevin ever since he'd stepped on him. "How do you know that?" Professor Murdoch frowned. "It's simple. Kevin donated millions of dollars without his wife's permission. Now he's probably at home begging for her to forgive him," Mike said with a laugh. The students burst into laughter at the image. "What the hell is wrong with this guy? Does he want a beating?" Dalton thought to himself as his temper flared. He picked up one of his books and threw it at Mike. "Hey, Dalton, I wasn't talking about you," Mike complained. Even though the book had hit him hard, he didn't show a trace of anger. He took the book back to Dalton and put it down gently on his desk. Mike had asked around to learn as much as he could about his classmates. When he found out what kind of person Dalton was, he decided it was in his best interest not to get on his bad side. "Never mind," Professor Murdoch said with a little disappointment. "Okay, it's a self-study period now. You all know what you should be doing." She had thought that Mike might be right, even though what he said sounded like a joke. After all, Kevin had donated a heck of a lot of money. But what would she do if Kevin didn't come to class? If she lost any more of her strength, she'd be right back where she started without any chance of getting it back again. When Professor Murdoch got back to her office, she tried Kevin's number a few times, but she couldn't get through. What she didn't know was that at that very moment, Kevin was at Downtown General. He was pacing anxiously in the waiting area outside the operating room. Lily had been in there for hours. The hospital had flown Dr. Willow in from New York the night before to perform the surgery, but Kevin hadn't heard any news yet. "You've got to hold on, Lily," Kevin said to himself desperately. He was filled with a lot of regret as he paced back and forth. "It hasn't been easy for us. Just when we were finally going to be happy together,
I might lose you. Just hold on." Kevin kept thinking about her and mumbling to himself. He didn't care what anybody thought when they saw him like this. All he cared about was Lily. Suddenly, Dr. Willow walked out of the operating room and took off her mask. She looked exhausted. "How's my wife?" Kevin nervously asked her as he put his hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Kevin. Lily's fine now and she's been sent to recovery. It was a difficult operation because the knife wound was very close to her heart," Dr. Willow explained as she forced a smile to comfort him. Then she added a warning. "You have to be very careful with her from now on."